The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from the lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties. All time shall be equally allocated between the parties, and no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. Each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, shall be limited to 5 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September is National Suicide Prevention Month. The CDC data shows that nearly 50,000 Americans died by suicide last year, an increase of 2.6% nationwide. Our veterans are at a special risk. The risk of suicide for veterans is 57.3% higher than non-veterans, and 17 veterans are still lost to suicide every single day. In the 21st century, 4 times more service members and veterans have died by suicide than have died in military combat. We can't and must put an end to this crisis. We can do it with fast access to care, innovative health and mental health services, continuing to strengthen the VA's partnership with our community-based organizations. The Veterans Crisis Lifeline plays a vital role in suicide prevention. Veterans and their families can talk safely and anonymously with a trained crisis counselor. This type of access is proven to save lives. We have a sacred obligation to those who defended our country. This Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, please reach out to anyone who you might think that would be struggling. And remember, you can dial 988 on your phone and press 1. Let me say that again, 988 and press 1 on your phone. You are not alone. We have access for help for you, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, the picture before you here is the Honorable William Bill Black, who I served with in the state legislature. He passed on September 9th, and I wrote these words September 9th when I learned God had called him home. He's a close friend and a mentor. William Bill Black, you, my friend, could teach the unteachable because you were truly a teacher. You always did it with respect. You were a great orator. You could deliver the message that you wanted and needed to convey, that everyone who was listening could understand. If you were the most educated scholar or just an average person from the street, in your own words, you'd always put the cabbage down where the hogs could eat it. You did it through a story of life experience or a story of someone else's life experience. You used your ability to communicate to benefit your students, your constituents, and your colleagues, to make your community, your state, and your country a better place. As a legislator, you knew and understood that every word, dot, and comma was important and would have an effect on generations to come. Because of this, you stood boldly in the gap of what is political gamesmanship and true statesmanship. Thank you for being the statesman that you were. Your tutelage, your ability to deliver your message through communication, and your understanding of the legislative process has made your community, your state, this country, and me a better person because you were. I will miss you, my friend. Thank you for all you've taught me. I love you, William, and I'll miss you so. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor, remember, and celebrate the life of a dear friend and mentor, Donald Kenneth Sundquist, known to all of us as Don. Don passed away this year on August 27th. Over his long and successful career, Don Sundquist served as a business leader, a member of Congress from his election in 1982, serving for 6 consecutive terms, and as governor of the state of Tennessee from 1995 until 2003. Now, in public office and out of public office, Don cared greatly and profoundly about the people of Tennessee and worked tirelessly for their betterment. Don Sundquist was born in Illinois and earned his bachelor's degree from Augustana College in 1957. And then after his graduation, Don served for 2 years in the United States Navy. After an extensive business career, Don was elected to this very body in 1982 from the 7th Congressional District of Tennessee. Don was known as what was then called a Reagan Republican and made himself known as a fiscal conservative. In the House of Representatives, Don served on the House Ways and Means Committee. That's the same committee I've served on. And I tell you, I walk into that grand committee room almost every day and think about Don and his many accomplishments. In 1994, Don was elected as the 47th governor of the state of Tennessee. He was then elected to serve a second term in 1998 by a record margin. During his tenure as governor, Don Sundquist ushered in new businesses and companies to the state of Tennessee. His Families First welfare program significantly reduced the number of families on welfare, and he ensured that Tennessee became the first state to connect all of its public schools and libraries to the internet. Don Sundquist's life can be summed up in one word: service. He dedicated his life to the betterment of the volunteer state, and he taught us all many lessons along the way. If you walk the streets of Memphis or Nashville, other cities throughout Tennessee, Washington, D.C., you'll meet a lot of people who owe their careers and their livelihoods to Don Sundquist. Indeed, Don Sundquist was a person of honor and integrity. On a personal note, I'll tell you that Don was not only a mentor to me, but to so many others in Tennessee and across the nation. He has a true legacy that will continue to live on in those and in and out of public service. Don Sundquist was a good friend to not only myself, but my wife, Roberta. He will be deeply missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Martha, the former First Lady of Tennessee, and their children, Tanya, Andrea, and Deke. I know that each of you and all of us will all keep his memory and legacy alive. Thank you to Don for a lifetime of service, not only to Tennessee, but to the entire nation. You had a remarkable career and a remarkable life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise further awareness of an issue of great importance to this legislative body and to many of our constituents: the problem of drug shortages, specifically cancer drug shortages. As a physician, I know this has been a problem for decades, and there isn't one solution to the problem. But let me tell you some personal stories I've heard recently. I heard this month from a family in my district with a 5-year-old son battling pre-B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia. For 2.5 years now, the family has been facing heartbreaking challenges, which have been made significantly worse by shortages of generic medications. First, their son was supposed to receive cytarabine, also known as Ara-C. This is a generic chemotherapy medication the family should have been able to inject into the little boy's thigh at home during a particularly fragile stage of their son's treatment. Instead, the family was informed that shortages would prevent them from obtaining that form of medication, and they would need to deliver all chemotherapy through a central port intravenous line. Repeated access to the central venous line led to an infection and ultimately a 3-week hospital stay hundreds of miles from their home in Evansville, Indiana. On top of that, the family has experienced shortages of dexamethasone, a generic corticosteroid that supports the immune system and helps the body to endure heavier rounds of chemo, and of blood thinners needed because of his port, and finally, even antibiotics needed when his suppressed immune system needed help. But this wasn't the first I had heard recently, the troubling news about drug shortages. Earlier this summer, an oncologist in my district brought to my attention the fact that his practice was short on chemotherapy drugs. And subsequently, we found out this was a nationwide issue. So short, in fact, that they were forced to essentially ration the medication needed by his patients with cancer. I was really shocked by that in our country, we would have to potentially ration chemotherapeutic agents due to a shortage. We subsequently found out it was due to a manufacturing issue overseas. A physician myself, I cannot imagine being put in a position where I might have to choose which of my patients on this day might receive life-saving treatments. As the Energy and Commerce Committee, of which I'm a member, and other committees are considering legislation on drug shortages, let's think critically about how to enact meaningful reforms that will address the roots of these problems and allow for long-term change to mitigate chronic drug shortages. I urge my colleagues to remember real people are affected by these shortages every day. Our constituents, all Americans, are affected by this problem. So again, let's pass meaningful legislation to help resolve these chronic drug shortages. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one remarkable leader, Sheriff E.J. Joe King, whose life and legacy I hold with unwavering great respect. He was and is an absolute legend in Brazoria County and will be missed by not only Brazoria County, but by many, many more. Brazoria County has lost an outstanding public servant whose contributions to our community are immeasurable. Sheriff King's journey of public service began with 2 years in the United States Army, followed by a 12-year tenure as a trooper for the Texas Department of Public Safety. He then went on to serve as a lieutenant with the Brazoria Police Department for 2 years before being elected as sheriff in 1980. For an impressive 24 years, he led with dedication as the Brazoria County Sheriff until December of 2004. And even after his tenure as sheriff, he answered the call to serve yet again once more, becoming Brazoria County's judge in 2007 until his retirement in 2014. Throughout his distinguished career, Sheriff King exemplified the true essence of a law enforcement officer. His courage, integrity, and relentless pursuit of justice set a standard for others to follow. Under his leadership, the Sheriff's Office underwent significant reforms and embraced progressive initiatives, ensuring the safety and security of all its citizens. Beyond his official duties, Joe King was deeply involved in the community. He actively supported charitable causes and community-driven initiatives, understanding the importance of connecting with residents and developing trust and cooperation. As county judge, he bridged the gap between government and the people, tirelessly addressing the needs of Brazoria County's population. Sheriff King cherished his family most. His wife of 32 years, Jackie, his son, his daughter, and 4 grandsons were the center of his retirement years. He took immense pride in being a loving grandpa and a cattle rancher. As we mourn the loss of this extraordinary leader, we take comfort in knowing that Joe King's legacy lives on through the lives he touched and the positive changes he made in Brazoria County. Now it is our responsibility as a community to honor his memory by carrying on his work, cherishing the values he embodied, and nurturing the spirit of service that he instilled in us all. Let us all come together, Mr. Speaker, to remember and celebrate Sheriff King's remarkable life. Sheriff King may no longer be with us, but his legacy will continue to inspire us to build a brighter future for Brazoria County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, September 26th, is now 5 days and counting for the start of the next fiscal year, which, if Congress does not act within this next 5 days, the U.S. government will shut down. I've been around Congress for a while, and I was here in 2013 when the government shut down for 17 days. In 2019, all the agencies under the Department of Homeland Security were shut down for 35 days. This is a disaster for the American people and for our standing in the world if, God forbid, this does not come together in the next 5 days. Mr. Speaker, I represent a district that is a strong defense district. We have the largest military installation in New England, the Groton Submarine Base. We have about 16 attack submarines that are located there, tied up there, that are deploying at heel-to-toe pace constantly. There's about 2,000 civilian employees that make that base operations function as it should. I also have a district which is home of the Coast Guard Academy. That's the institution which is building the future leaders, young men and young women for the Coast Guard who are doing important work, not just in the littoral areas of our nation and the rivers, but also overseas in terms of providing critical assistance to allies who, again, are really struggling with gross violations of the international Convention for Law of the Sea Treaty. And again, the Coast Guard is looked at around the world as really the gold standard in terms of providing quality training and examples for that critical function to take place. In the past, when we had shutdowns, despite some of the ridiculous comments that are made by some of my colleagues in this chamber that, oh, there's nothing, to worry about there, active duty people still have to report, they're going to get paid retroactively. There's really, the concerns about that are overblown. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is, in my opinion, some of the most irresponsible, dangerous rhetoric that can be uttered at a time like this. The fact of the matter is there is a hardship for people who are wearing the uniform. Many of them go literally from paycheck to paycheck. And in 2019, when the Coast Guard was shut down along with the Department of Homeland Security in New London, we had pop-up food banks to help Coast Guard families put food on the table for themselves and their family members. In terms of the 17-day shutdown, the submarine base, all of, again, the civilian support staff, DOD employees who were told you're not essential, you don't have to come to work. We didn't have crane operators doing their job on the base. We didn't have all the support and maintenance staff in terms of making sure the operations of that base functioned. So again, this is a totally unnecessary, unforced error which will cause havoc in every other military installation and every other DOD facility around the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would just say this. There is a pathway here. There is a roadmap, and we know that because at the end of May, when we passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which avoided a default on the full faith and credit of this country, Democrats and Republicans came together, a center-left, center-right coalition that passed those measures. The final vote on May 31st, when we passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act, passed 314 to 117. There was 165 Democrats and 149 Republicans that came together to avoid that catastrophic consequence of a default, something that hasn't happened since the War of 1812. On the rule vote that led up to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, again, it was a center-left, center-right coalition that got that measure to the floor. 52 Democrats voted for the rule, which is unheard of in this town, to have the minority party vote to support the majority party for a rule. But 52 of us did that. Honestly, I've been here a while. I consider that one of my proudest votes, to make sure that we were going to look beyond party and do what was right for our country, in terms of making sure that critical functions at a time like this, when both domestically and overseas, there is so much at stake in terms of having a stable, functioning government so that we can do the work for the American people. Mr. Speaker, there's a military saying which I think members should be thinking about today as we approach this critical week. And it says, lead, follow, or get out of the way. There is clearly going to be a measure that is going to get put together in the Senate. It's happening right now as we speak. That is bipartisan. It's a 45-day extension to keep the government open, allow the Appropriations Committee to finish its work. We need to pass that. We need to lead, follow, or get out of the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the great state of Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to extend a heartfelt I rise today to celebrate Gordon Fowler's remarkable 100th birthday, a century of enduring wisdom and service. Gordon's journey began on a humble Iowa farm in 1923, instilling in him the values of hard work and resilience during the Great Depression. His education and involvement in 4-H and FFA set the stage for a life dedicated to giving back. In World War II, Gordon followed his childhood hero, Charles Lindbergh's path into the Army Air Corps, joining the brave America Hump Pilots Association, who embarked on perilous missions flying over the Himalayan mountains. After his service, he returned to Iowa, raised a family with his wife Sharon, and embarked on a successful 50-year career in advertising. Gordon served as a scoutmaster. He served as a Sunday school teacher, and also supported junior achievement and shaped the lives of countless young individuals. May your wisdom continue to inspire us for many years to come. Let's all wish this World War II veteran a happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Ovarian cancer is often referred to as the silent killer because its early symptoms are subtle and easily mistaken for other less serious conditions. Once a diagnosis is reached, it's often in advanced stages, making it one of the deadliest cancers among women. Together, we can empower women to take charge of their health, and by supporting critical research, we can hope for a future where this silent killer has been silenced. Thank you to all the individuals who fight against ovarian cancer and support the women whose lives have been changed by this abhorrent disease. During Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, we continue to encourage women to learn about the risk factors, familiarizing themselves with the early symptoms, have conversations and regular checkups with their healthcare providers, and work together year-round to raise awareness about this deadly disease that affects countless women worldwide. I rise today to recognize Grace Lynn Keller of Coralville, Iowa, for being named Miss Iowa USA. Grace's love for pageantry began in childhood as a way to push herself out of her comfort zone as a shy person. Now, at 24, she works as Vice President of Production and Digital Marketing at Executive Podcast Solutions, a company she helped start as an intern while studying journalism at the University of Iowa. Grace credits pageantry for playing a pivotal role in shaping her confidence and equipping her with invaluable skills for her professional career. As Miss Iowa USA, Grace has used her platform to promote childhood literacy through the Reach to Succeed program, where she has focused on low-income and rural school districts. Grace's mission is a testament to her dedication to making a positive impact in Iowa and the rest of the country. Congratulations to Grace Lynn Keller on this outstanding achievement. I rise today to congratulate Spencer Johnson of Troop 199 from Bettendorf, Iowa, for completing his Eagle Board review last month and attaining the rank of Eagle Scout. Becoming an Eagle Scout is the highest and most prestigious achievement a Scout can attain, and reaching the Eagle rank is no small feat. Scouts must fulfill leadership roles, exemplify the Scout oath and law, display exemplary outdoor skills, earn at least 21 badges, and complete a comprehensive service project for their community. Well done, Spencer. I also want to congratulate Spencer's family and everyone who walked and worked with Spencer on his journey to become an Eagle Scout. Congratulations, Spencer Johnson, on becoming an Eagle Scout. Today, I rise to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Permar, the recipient of the prestigious 2023 Business of the Year Award at the Quad Cities Chamber of Commerce annual meeting. Headquartered in Davenport, Iowa, Permar opened in 1953 by John and Eleanor Duffy and has grown into a premier family-owned security company in the Quad Cities and throughout Iowa. This achievement is a testament to the relentless pursuit of excellence by Permar's employees, led by President and CEO Brian Duffy. What truly sets Permar apart is their unwavering commitment to their employees, a philosophy that is passed down through generations. By prioritizing their work mart, Permar ensures that their customers receive exceptional service, resulting in the company's continued growth and success. Permar's journey from humble beginnings to being named Business of the Year is a remarkable testament to the power of determination, dedication, and community support. Congratulations, Permar, on this well-deserved honor. I would also like to wish my sister-in-law, Susan Brandthuber, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Susan. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Cisco Monte, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible constituent of mine, 9-year-old Carter Crawley. Not only are Carter and his family constituents of mine, but I'm also lucky to have coached Carter on my flag football team. Carter has been through some battles, leading our team as quarterback, but earlier this year, he encountered the biggest battle of his life and was diagnosed with synovial sarcoma, a cancer that affects the tissue around your joints. Well, I'm excited to announce that just 3 weeks ago, following months of radiation and treatment, Carter received clean scans. I've had the privilege of being Carter's football coach for several seasons now, and it's been a high privilege of my life to watch him develop both as a player and as a leader. When it came time to tackle cancer, Carter kept a good sense of humor and bravery. And his team and I look forward to having him back on the field leading our team once again later this year. I also want to recognize his parents, Melissa and Kevin, and his 11-year-old sister, Emerson, for their strength and fortitude during this time. Additionally, I want to highlight Dr. De La Masa and her fellow doctors, nurses, and staff at Banner UMC when Carter was treated. I am thrilled to share this incredible news on the House floor and can't wait to see Carter back in that field soon. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Tucson Boulevard Diversion Structure Project, which was named one of our nation's top public projects by the American Public Works Association. Pima County initiated this project to address the area's persistent sewer problem, which has plagued the community with sulfuric acid, odor, and a number of other issues. The outdated sewer was replaced with a new composite structure and a safe, odor-free, and corrosion-resistant system. The crews on this project worked 6 to 7 days a week and up to 16 hours a day, which allowed the project to be completed on time. This achievement would not have been possible without the organizations and companies who partnered together, including Pima County, Hunter Contracting, Dibble, and APWA Arizona chapter. This project reflects the incredible impact strong partnerships have on the community. Congratulations to these awardees and all the well-deserved recognition on the job well done. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Generous God, in this season when we are all the more keenly aware of the responsibilities this body has to steward our country's resources with both prudence and compassion, we pray for your clarity and courage. To these men and women to whom you have given much, position and power and perception, much is being demanded. Grant each the discernment to perceive what is of you and put off all else that is distracting and detracting them from heeding your direction. To whom you have entrusted much, the leadership of this country, the wisdom and opportunity to uphold our nation's ideals, how much more is being asked? Forbearance, flexibility, and foresight. As you have with so many throughout history, those with whom you have entrusted the mantle of authority, grant each in this body the wisdom of Solomon, the patience of Job, the insight of Daniel, the courage of David, and the faithfulness of Abraham, as they endeavor to do what you require of them in these days. In the strength that we find only in your name do we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Would you please stand with me and join in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week our national debt reached a record $33 trillion. During the next 30 years, the interest payments alone on this debt will become the federal government's single largest expenditure. Now more than ever, we need to address the runaway spending that has created this debt crisis while sending inflation skyrocketing and costing American families an extra $10,000 a year. Pennsylvanians cannot afford to business as usual from Washington. It is time to put an end to the wasteful spending in our budget. It is time to stop the inflation that has driven up the prices of gas and groceries. It's time to rein in the runaway spending and once again pass a budget that is truly worthy of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we in Washington argue over the budget and the depletion of FEMA funds for rebuilding, children in the Virgin Islands are suffering from excessive heat in classrooms that has affected the academic calendar year of students in the territory. As the excessive heat has literally contributed to substantial interruption of the learning at a critical part of the school year. Students have been so deeply affected by these issues that they have taken to the streets on the island of St. Croix to protest the current administration's what they believe lack of maintenance of the school. Our students have embraced the spirit of protest that runs so strongly in the heritage of Virgin Islanders as a means of challenging the establishment. A week ago, St. Croix teachers, led by a local arm of the AFT, executed a job action and staged a strike to call attention to a myriad of issues that continue to plague the schools in the territory. Lack of AC units or fans amid a heat wave, electrical upgrade, limited supplies, etc. The students themselves join the teachers and continue
The general
to
order
fight.
time has expired.
We need to pressure FEMA. We need to work collaboratively together to get these schools in the order
The
they
general
need
order
to
time
be
has expired.
for the children. We must come together, Virgin Islanders, for
Time's
our
expired.
children.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 8 months ago, into the newly elected House Republican majority, led by our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, is delivering on the commitment to America. On behalf of American families, we are fighting to tackle inflation and lower the cost of living, defend national security, making America energy independent, securing the southern border, preserving constitutional freedoms, and promoting fiscal responsibility, and much more. Highlights of the accomplishments so far include defunding the Biden Army of 87,000 IRS agents, eliminating the military vaccine mandate, establishing the bipartisan committee to strengthen America against the threats of the Chinese Communist Party, passing the Secure Border Act to address the chaos at the borders, passing the largest deficit reduction package in American history, passing the Parents' Bill of Rights bill, passing the Lower Energy Cost Act. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there was a time in Washington less than a year ago when if the Speaker of the House of Representatives gave you their word, it meant something. That's no longer true. Because earlier this year, Speaker McCarthy stood in the Oval Office with the President of the United States and negotiated a deal to raise the debt limit and fund the government. And today, instead of keeping his end of the deal, Speaker McCarthy is refusing to even allow bills to come to the floor that would honor that promise and avert a government shutdown. His failures mean that 1.3 million active duty troops will have to continue to work but not be paid for their service. His failures mean that 7 million women and children will not receive the nutrition assistance that they depend on. And his failures means that every one of you can expect flight disruptions, less border security, fewer food and rail safety inspections. There's an old saying, Mr. Speaker, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Shame on Speaker McCarthy for forcing the American people to suffer all this foolishness. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate one Constable Christopher Bates, Sr. of Jefferson County Precinct 2 for being named the 2023 United States Constable of the Year by the National Constables and Marshals Association. Constable Bates is a mainstay in the Jefferson County community, a leader in his precinct and in his church. He is truly an amazing example of the best from Texas 14. I could not be prouder representing Constable Bates, as he not only represents Jefferson County, but the entire United States. With his accomplishment behind him, I'm very excited to see what Constable Bates' future will hold for him and our community. Please join me in recognizing the extraordinary service of Constable Christopher Bates, Sr. Constable, we are extremely proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. So ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 168, H.R. 5110, a bill to amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to clarify that the prohibition on the use of federal education funds for certain weapons does not apply to the use of such weapons for training in archery, hunting, or other shooting sports.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5110 as amended.
Without objection.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, H.R. 5110. Last year, Congress passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. While most Republicans weren't in favor of its provisions, the few eventually voted for the bill did so with the assumption that the Biden administration would not try to misconstrue the language to end the vital hunter and archery classes in our K-12 schools. Now, due to the overly anti-gun Department of Education, the law is being used to pressure schools rather than enhance their security. Republican negotiators feel frustrated by the department's actions. Democrats feel let down by the department. Above all, the American people feel wronged by the department and scared that at the federal level they would take such actions. This is because the department has taken the funding ban for the provision or training of the use of a dangerous weapon and misinterpreted it as a funding ban on archery, shooting, hunter safety programs. Some even speculate the culinary programs. How do I know that this anger is widespread? Look no further than the commentary from Democrats over the past few weeks. Without explicitly naming names, Democrats have called the administration overly ambitious, simply mistaken, and with a blatant disregard for the law. Too many people on the other side of the aisle are looking for any pretext to prevent American citizens from using firearms, even if the purpose is to increase safety. Archery and hunting safety programs are not dangerous. They instill core values in school children, values like responsibility, patience, and discipline. In fact, our society could use more of these values and more of these programs. Moreover, education programs such as hunting and archery foster a sense of connection and belonging among classmates. They're a win-win for schools and communities. In Wisconsin alone, we have 272 schools offering archery programs, 37 of which are located in my district. What we have here is yet another example of federal bureaucrats who are out of touch with the American people. I know my constituents back home support these programs, and so do I. Therefore, I urge passage of H.R. 5110 and reserve the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I supported the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act when it came to the House last year, and I'm glad it was indeed a bipartisan bill. It was passed in response to the horrific shootings that occurred in Uvalde, Texas, and in Buffalo, New York. However, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was negotiated in a bipartisan manner in the Senate, and then it came over to the House, where we voted on it with no changes and sent it to the President for his signature. In attempting to make clear that Title IV funds provided under the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act through the ESEA could not be used to arm teachers or school staff, Senate negotiators used language stating that no funds could be used to provide to any person a dangerous weapon or training in the use of a dangerous weapon. Now, the term dangerous weapon is broadly defined. So in using this language, Senate negotiators inadvertently, I believe, precluded the use of funds by students for certain activities in school and extracurricular programs that were previously permitted prior to the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The gentleman from Wisconsin has made the claim that it is the Department of Education that is misinterpreting the law. They, in fact, are following the law to the very letter. If we want to place some scrutiny, it should be on the Senate, which I believe drafted this language imprecisely and has resulted in the need for this technical fix. H.R. 5110 is an attempt to fix that language to permit the use of such items for students in school and extracurricular activities. And I'm glad that we were able to work in a bipartisan manner once again to agree on the language that we are voting on today. As this issue has come to light, many people have targeted the Department of Education as the problem, stating that the department has misinterpreted congressional intent in applying the law. That is absolutely incorrect. The department has been following the law as written and passed by Congress and signed by the President. Of course, we all remember that the President takes an oath to faithfully execute the laws of our country. Today's legislation makes clear that we are not trying to preclude the use of items by students in the pursuit of educational and extracurricular activities. And the list in the example list in the legislative text is not exhaustive. That said, the language would preclude ESEA funding from being used to arm teachers or school staff or train teachers or school staff in the use of dangerous weapons remains intact. With that, I support H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Virginia Fox.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the Biden Department of Education shares a distinct and familiar trait with every government agency in Washington right now. It has a habit of making crackpot decisions. One such decision made by the department recently was to block funding for hunting and archery education under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA. Nobody at the Department of Education can truly believe Congress sought to block this funding, yet they refuse to interpret the law consistent with congressional intent. The idea that schools should offer valuable educational enrichment activities like teaching hunting, archery, and culinary skills has never been a partisan issue. Mr. Speaker, that same magnitude of support should be on display when the House passes the bipartisan Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act. This legislation clarifies that the prohibition on the use of ESSA funds for certain weapons does not apply to learning in activities like archery, hunting, and other shooting sports or culinary arts. It's a simple bill that would safeguard learning opportunities for millions of American students every year, especially those who live in rural areas across our country. Hunting and archery programs teach America's school children self-esteem, responsibility, and ultimately how to use these recreational tools safely. The National Archery in Schools program has served over 18 million students since 2002. Mr. Speaker, there's no logical reason why anyone should oppose this legislation because there's no logical argument to be made in doing so. It's just that simple. I'm proud to support the bipartisan Protecting Hunting, Heritage, and Education Act. I look forward to its swift passage in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman reserve.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just remind the chairwoman, the gentlelady from North Carolina, that it was Congress that sent language in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which proscribed the ability for these activities to occur in our schools, and to characterize that as to characterize faithfully executing the laws of our country as quote unquote crackpot, I think is quite off base. The President and his administration support this technical fix that is being sought, and I support this technical fix. Congress needs to take care that we send language that reflects our intent. I now would like to yield, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from California for yielding time. I rise in strong support of the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, which passed unanimously out of the Education and Workforce Committee by a 42-0 vote. This is how Congress is supposed to work. The bill would ensure that archery, hunter safety, culinary, and related outdoor education programs will continue to receive federal funding through the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, or ESEA. For decades, schools across the country in districts like mine have provided archery and hunter safety education classes with funding provided by the ESEA. These programs get kids off of their phones, out from behind the TV, into the outdoors. They learn focus, physical agility, a respect for the outdoors. And in many districts like mine, people hunt for food. And again, we want to promote gun safety and, again, hunter training. Unfortunately, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, an important gun violence prevention law that Congress passed last year, contained language that mistakenly cut off the federal funding from these programs. That was no one's intent. The federal funding prohibition was not the original intent of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I was proud to lead a bipartisan letter along with Representative Mike Thompson from California, urging support for continued federal funding for these programs. The Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act will clarify that federal funding for these programs will continue. I want to thank Representative Mark Green and Chairwoman Virginia Fox, the Ranking Member Bobby Scott, for their bipartisan work on this issue that matters so much in districts like mine. I call on the Senate to swiftly pass this legislation and ensure our young people can continue to have access to these vital programs. Our rural communities can't wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the author, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Mark Green.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chairwoman Fox for the opportunity to speak about my vital piece of legislation. I rise today as an avid hunter and fisherman, and as someone who wants to see these timeless traditions, skills passed down to the next generation. My bill, the Hunting Heritage and Education Act, will prohibit the Department of Education from withholding federal funds from school archery programs, hunting safety courses, and culinary classes. The Biden administration's misinterpretation of the Safer Communities Act unfairly targeted archery and school shooting programs in K-12 schools. It didn't address fencing programs. Democrats and Republicans agree the Biden administration missed the target. Here in Congress, we agreed, and by a long shot. In fact, the bill came out of committee unanimously. Under the Department of Education's current interpretation of the law, other school activities like fencing and the culinary arts would also be at risk eventually, and this would be unacceptable. For my family and those in my district, hunting and fishing are more than just hobbies. They're a way of life. The early mornings and long hours that I've spent hunting and fishing, first with my father and now my son and son-in-law, are extremely important to me. I cherish these memories, and I know many families across the country feel the same way. I'll tell you this, you can really get to know someone after spending a few hours in a duck blind with them. Hunters and fishers are also the best conservationists. As Psalms 24:1 says, "The earth is the Lord's and all it contains, the world and those who live in it." I believe we're all called to steward God's creation, and this is a part of what we teach our children when we take them hunting. The truth is, being out in nature is good for kids. Education policies oriented towards K through 12 schools should place a larger focus on getting kids out from behind screens and into the great outdoors. Our nation is blessed with beautiful lands and waters, and we need more kids to put down the controller and take up the rod or the bow. And despite the administration's flawed ruling, many are. Across the country, thousands of students participate in shooting sports and archery. In fact, 9,000 schools belong to the National Archery in Schools program. And many of these students go on to receive college scholarships. It would be cruel to take these opportunities away from these students. I'm glad to lead this charge, and I thank all those who are behind me, such as 24 state attorneys general, including my own attorney general from Tennessee, the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, the Council to Advance Hunting and the Shooting Sports, the Boone and Crockett Club, the National Shooting Sports Foundation, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and the National Wildlife Federation, and the bipartisan members of the Education Committee. Let's get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. I'm sorry, Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out again, the last speaker made the claim that it was a faulty interpretation by this administration. I would argue we sent a bill to the President that had a technical error. And let's place the onus of responsibility on a situation in which we had the choice of either returning the bill back to the Senate with a technical correction and risk a potential derailment of a landmark bill. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act represents a significant step forward in terms of gun safety in our country. And I will remind my colleagues that this was in the wake of the Uvalde shootings in Texas and the Buffalo shootings in Texas. The American people were demanding action from this Congress. And so I think the decision was made to not return the bill to the Senate with a technical fix, but to send it to the President. The Senate, in my estimation, could have done a better job of making sure this language was clearer, but the administration has been enforcing the law according to the legislative text that we sent them. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about how significant this bill has been for our kids. The Bipartisan Safer Community Act included authorization for a lot of funding to address the mental health crisis that our students are facing across the country. This is also a bipartisan concern. And I want to let this body know that in my own district, I have seen the schools respond in a magnificent way. One school district has directly hired clinical social workers. Instead of having to refer students out to non-existent therapists in the community, the Safer Communities Act is enabling us to expand this model where school districts directly hire clinical social workers. In fact, this one school district that I'm talking about has a clinical social worker assigned to every school. And this has made access to mental health much easier. And the Safer Communities Act has made this happen. I'll speak more on this as we continue the discussion. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield another 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for yielding. I rise today in support of 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage Education Act, which would correct the Biden Department of Education's misguided interpretation of federal law to now prohibit the use of funding for school-based hunting and archery programs. The department's effort is not only facing bipartisan backlash, but also blatantly skirts congressional intent. H.R. 5110 is an important step toward ensuring American schools have the resources and funding necessary to continue teaching students important safety skills as they engage in these outdoor activities. Many of my constituents in rural Georgia, including me and many of my family, are passionate about hunting, and we should be encouraging our nation's youth to get outside more, not cutting off funds for programs that help achieve that goal. One of my greatest memories is my son going to hunter safety school and spending time in the woods together. And that's the greatest bond, I believe, between a father and son there is. Members on both sides of the aisle believe students should be able to receive safe, responsible hunting and archery education. I am proud to stand with the next generation of sportsmen and women, and I urge a yes vote on the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield another 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Bob Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman, Mr. Grothman. I rise in support of this legislation to protect our students' access to hunting, archery, and similar programs across the country. Virginians are passionate about these outdoor sports, and school programs are a wonderful way to cultivate that passion while teaching aspiring outdoorsmen how to safely exercise their Second Amendment rights. That our action is necessary today to fight back against the radical activist Department of Education is a testament to how much the Biden administration hates our constitutional rights and wants to use every means possible to restrict those rights and impose gun control on law-abiding citizens. Currently, the leftist Department of Education interprets the law to restrict funding for hunting and archery programs in the schools. But Congress never intended this, and we shouldn't even have to clarify it to the agenda-driven, unaccountable bureaucrats in the Biden administration. Nevertheless, today's bill provides that clarification and ensures that federal dollars can continue to go to schools with hunting and archery programs. The genesis of this problem comes from a law that I opposed last Congress, the so-called Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was actually a gun-grabbing effort by the left that prevents states and districts from hardening schools to protect their students, teachers, and staff. We should do more to repeal and reverse the harmful impacts of this legislation that's had on our schools. If we permit teachers to be armed and trained, it will discourage the threat and reduce the potential impact of bad guys with guns attacking our schools. So instead of blocking funding for defensive training, we should support training teachers and staff to use the Second Amendment to protect our children. I believe our schools will be safer if we prosecute criminals, support our law enforcement, including SROs, and support teachers and staff who want to be trained and permitted to conceal carry in schools. Federal investment and school resources can play a key role, but Congress must also reduce and eliminate federal legal barriers so that states and communities can protect their own students in the most effective way possible. So I support the legislation today because it's a step in the right direction, but we should go further and also permit teachers to be trained or defend their students in schools, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 5110. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Burgess Owens.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my good friend. I rise today in strong support of Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act. The Department of Education decision to block funding for the hunting and archery education under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act eliminates valuable opportunities for students to participate in safe and responsible firearm handling, recreational shooting sports, and outdoor recreational activities. School programs such as hunting and archery have long enjoyed long-standing bipartisan support, and for good reason. The National Archery and School Program has served over 18 million students since 2002. 40% of these students claim to be more engaged in classroom and have a remarkable 91% pursue or express a desire to pursue other outdoor activities. Hunting and archery programs provide more than dexterity and mental skills. They foster character development, a sense of responsibility, and a profound connection with beauty of our nation. In Utah, hundreds of thousands of Utahns spend quality time with their families, friends, and neighbors during the hunting season. Additionally, these sports provide 13,000 jobs and generate $550 million for the Beehive State's economy annually. There's a bipartisan consensus that students should be able to receive safe, responsible hunting and archery education. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to support H.R. 5110, bipartisan legislation to stand behind students, hunters, and archers, and enjoy these programs and ensure that they are preserved for future generations of Americans to be used for recreational tool safety. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield another 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Nathaniel Moran.
Ben, does the gentleman from California rise?
Speaker, I thought that they were finished, and I mistakenly yielded back all my time. I should ask consent to reclaim my time.
Gentleman from California would like to reclaim his time without objection. So ordered. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'd like to yield 2 more minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Nathaniel Moran.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I speak in support of the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act. This bill would amend the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and Elementary and Secondary Education Act so that it explicitly states that school programs that train, quote, students in archery, hunting, or other shooting sports are eligible for federal funding. Currently, the Department of Education under the Biden administration has misinterpreted the phrase training in the use of a dangerous weapon so that classes for archery or hunting safety are being deemed as a violation of federal law. This simply makes no sense. If we use the Department of Education's wrong-headed and broad way of interpreting the definition of a weapon, then culinary classes might be next on the exclusion list since knives are used in those classes. This bill would correct the Department of Education's misguided interpretation under the current statute by clarifying that archery and hunting courses are not teaching the training in the use of dangerous weapons, and schools that choose to teach such courses cannot be stripped of their federal funding. I have been involved in classes that teach hunting and archery through organizations like the Boy Scouts, and I know firsthand that they teach and reinforce skills like responsibility, self-reliance, preparation, and attention to detail. They build self-esteem in young men and women. They also reinforce the ideals of conservation and stewardship of our natural resources and instill a love and appreciation for the world that God created. These classes also teach safety and responsibility relating to rifles and bows and arrows. All of these are skills and characteristics that we want in our children. So why misinterpret statutes to prevent classes that reinforce these skills and characteristics in our youth? As such, I proudly support the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act and urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage to return local control to our school districts and to make right what is now currently wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve my
Gentleman
time.
from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, I believe, passed, as the title would suggest, with bipartisan support. It was a significant step forward, although in my estimation, not enough in terms of addressing the gun violence issue that we have in our country. We have seen since the Uvalde shooting and the Buffalo shootings, many more mass shootings occur in our country. And I believe the American people want to see more done. But instead of just thoughts and prayers, we did pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which came with many, many provisions that address gun violence and gun violence in our schools. And the most significant element of the bill that in my estimation, is the broad and deep support for expanding access to mental health care for our young people. This is truly a great achievement. I'm very pleased that we are addressing the technical error that Congress made in drafting its language that it sent to the President, and I'm glad that we are correcting that today, and I will point out that the President and his administration support this technical fix. With that, I yield back, and I urge all my colleagues to vote for H.R. 5110. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In conclusion, overturning the funding ban on hunting and archery programs is a no-brainer. And I was glad as a member of the Education Committee to see that when this bill passed, it came out of committee unanimously, 42-0. That's because the value of these programs is universally recognized. They're certainly not unsafe. In fact, the best thing we could do would be to expand them, offer more of them, and teach more children how to handle recreational tools appropriately. Furthermore, it was rewarding, just like when the effort was made by the governor of New Mexico, there was a bipartisan consensus that the people who were trying to restrict ownership or restrict acquainting oneself with firearms were shot down on a bipartisan basis. Because of this administration's actions, however, many schools were proactively nixing hunting and archery programs to comply with the department's wrong-headed and heavy-handed reading of the law. That's already going too far. Congress should respond quickly with swift action and pass the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5110 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 2795.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2795, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to extend and modify certain authorities and requirements relating to the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S. 2795.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2795, a bill that extends VA's expiring authorities. The Veterans Affairs Committee works on the extenders bill every year, and this year it was introduced by my friend Senator Tester and Senator Moran in the Senate. The 2023 extender bill does 3 things. It fixes and it would extend VA's participation in the national disaster medical systems for 5 years. VA has a mission to protect veterans and staff and support public health during disasters or emergencies. Now, second, the bill would also allow medical professionals who are contracted to perform veterans' disability exams to continue practicing across state lines. Now, VA depends on the contractors to perform most of these disability exams, and the contractors depend on this authority. Now, this bill would continue the authority for 2 more years. And finally, the bill would continue to protect the students' veterans if their school closed or gets disapproved under the GI Bill. It would also allow the Secretary to restore the entitlement to education benefits for 2 more years. Now, I support this legislation because it gives VA an important tools to take care of all of our veterans, and without extending these authorities, serious impacts to operations might mean VA ability to protect Americans during disasters would be limited. Veterans' claims for disability compensation would ground to a halt, and student veterans would be left out in the cold if they attended a college that closed due to fraud or mismanagement. And we can't let that happen. So I would once again like to thank Senator Tester and Moran for working on this legislation in the Senate. And I would also like to thank Dr. Murphy for his work to lead and champion the legislation here in the House. And I urge all of my colleagues to support S-2795. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S-2795. And before I speak on the bill, I'd like to note that September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and remind everyone that help is available any time of day or night. If you are a veteran in crisis, or if you are concerned about a veteran, confidential help is available by calling 988 and selecting 1, or you can text 838-255. I just want to say that you are not alone. The House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committees have worked together in a bipartisan manner on S-2795, which extends expiring authorities for the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Senate passed this bill by unanimous consent, and I hope my colleagues will support it. This bill must be signed into law before Sunday, so that important programs at VA do not lapse. I will say that it's a bit ironic that we all recognize the need to pass this bill before Sunday because of how important VA programs are, and work to extend them, the same week that we are facing a government shutdown that will shutter some important services at VA. Nevertheless, this is a must-pass piece of legislation. Section 1 of the bill extends VA's authority to enlist medical professionals across state lines for the purposes of conducting disability medical exams on behalf of veterans. When a veteran files a claim with VA for a service-connected disability, they're often required to receive an exam to document and substantiate their injury or illness and its severity. This exam requires a medical professional who is well-versed in the injuries and illnesses that are unique to the veterans population, and in the forms VA requires to be submitted. It may be the case that a provider with this expertise is not reasonably near the veteran. To alleviate this problem, Congress enabled VA to authorize certain medical professionals to practice across state lines. This vital authority has been used by VA and its contract examiners to tremendous effect, greatly reducing the potential wait time a veteran may face in scheduling their exam, and also in reducing the distance many veterans must travel to attend that exam. Extending this authority means removing roadblocks to veterans accessing the care and benefits they have earned. Section 2 of S-2795 provides relief to veterans who are affected by the closure or disapproval of an educational institution. Student veterans should not be the ones penalized when their school closes. And while we can't give student veterans back their time when their higher education institution closes, at the very least, we should give them back their GI Bill eligibility. Section 2 of this legislation extends the relief established in the Isaacson Roe law for more than 2 years. Our committee remains committed to making it straightforward for student veterans to get their benefits back when a school fails to uphold its promise. And while it is important to make sure that the authority being extended in the legislation before us today does not lapse on Sunday, I want to note that a permanent solution authored by Representative Ramirez, H.R. 1767, the Bipartisan Student Veterans Benefit Restoration Act, has been favorably reported out of the committee and is widely supported by the veteran service organizations, but is still awaiting a vote before the full House. Representative Ramirez's bill would address the inequity in protections and relief for current and former student veterans who have lost their GI Bill benefits due to fraud and their benefit was not restored, while their non-veteran classmates have had their student loans discharged. It is inexplicable that in our current system, these student veterans are still waiting for their relief, and Congress allows this inequity to persist. I urge the House to take up and pass H.R. 1767 as soon as possible. It would grant relief to thousands of student veterans who have lost their GI Bill due to fraud, and would finally ensure that GI Bill beneficiaries have the same protections as student loan borrowers. Section 3 of the bill before us today will extend VA's authority to prepare for and respond to disasters and emergencies for the next 5 years. This authority is commonly referred to as VA's fourth mission. The bill authorizes appropriations to carry out this authority. Under its fourth mission, VA carries out several major responsibilities. First and foremost, it ensures VA medical facilities are prepared to protect veterans and staff during a public health emergency. Second, under this authority, VA serves as a contingency backup to the Department of Defense medical system during a national emergency. VA can also provide support under this authority, such as staff or medical supplies to assist civilian patients. And finally, VA may furnish hospital care or medical services at its own facilities to non-veteran patients on a humanitarian basis during emergencies. The COVID-19 emergency proved what a vital role VA's fourth mission authority plays in protecting public health, not just for veterans, but for all Americans. I could not be prouder of how heroically the Department of Veterans Affairs carried out this mission during the height of the pandemic. VA not only sustained its own capacity to provide care to veterans and prevent the spread of the virus among its workforce, but it also provided critical care to civilians, serving as the backstop to the American healthcare system through fourth mission assignments in nearly every state and territory. More than 6,000 VA employees volunteered to deploy to assist civilian or tribal health systems. VA provided nearly 1.2 million pieces of PPE, such as masks, gloves, and gowns, to non-VA facilities. And VA admitted nearly 700 non-veterans for care at its medical facilities. The difference VA made through its fourth mission authority cannot be overstated. Countless lives have been saved, and it is imperative that we extend this authority. Finally, this bill includes a non-controversial section regarding housing loan fees that provide an offset to the small cost of this bill. Congress has extended these authorities countless times with the support of the VSO community, which ensures that this legislation does not increase the debt or deficit. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, thank you. And at this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Greg Murphy, who is the author on our side of the House, or this chamber, for this piece of legislation, and I would like to yield him as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2791, a critical piece of legislation that extends the authority of the Department of Veterans Affairs to continue providing several essential services. I'm proud to have introduced the House version of this bill and grateful to Senator Tester's leadership over in the other chamber. Mr. Speaker, my district is home to over 76,000 veterans, and it's my honest privilege and my honor to represent them in Congress. I thoroughly believe that when a man or a woman signs on the dotted line to serve our country, that is their contract, but when they come home, it is our contract to take care of them. It is an absolute priority of mine to make sure that their VA benefits, which were promised and earned, are given to them. This legislation enables the Department of Affairs to continue carrying out its duty to care for our veterans efficiently and effectively. It allows physicians and nurses to do veterans compensation and pension plans to practice across state lines. It allows the VA to restore GI benefits if they use them at an educational institution that closes or gets decertified from the program. And it extends the Veterans Health Administration emergency preparedness measures to protect access to care during times of crisis. Our veterans have made great sacrifices to protect our way of life and our freedom. It is only right that we in turn serve them and give the benefits that they have adamantly earned. I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I will yield back.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers from our side of the aisle, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who holds a seat on the House Budget Committee, Homeland Security, and the House Judiciary Committee. She's indeed a staunch advocate for all our military service members and veterans, the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California, particularly for his extended leadership and work on behalf of the nation's veterans. I thank our manager, who is leading on the majority. This is an important and bipartisan effort to ensure that the promise that we make to the men and women of the United States military who ultimately serve, and I always use this term, particularly for those who've come from the city of Houston and Texas, and then for the nation. These men and women put on the uniform unselfishly. They are ready to serve. They own up to their responsibilities. They are going away from their families, and they come back in need of important services. And so this bill is important because it extends from 3 to 5 years the authority for additional licensed healthcare professionals to perform medical disability examinations as part of an existing VA pilot program related to the use of contract physicians for disability examinations. If you do casework in your district, you are well aware of the challenges of our veterans in getting assessed for disability. Some feel unfairly treated and analyzed for the percentages that they get. This is certainly extremely important with 18.5 million veterans in the United States, and 1.5 million of them are from my own state of Texas. Several initiatives that I've designed in the past have aided active duty servicemen and women, along with veterans, such as enforcing accurate reporting of maternity mortality rates among the armed forces, addressing physical and mental health concerns, and securing the triple-negative breast cancer funding. This legislation, of course, is extremely important because it adds, if you will, additional services, expands additional services, and it also reflects our commitment to every soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine that is welcomed back with all the care and compassion that this grateful nation can show. Our nation has a proud legacy of appreciation and commitment to the men and women who worn the uniform in defense of this country. Veterans continue to serve our unanswered needs.
Additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. Veterans continue to have many unanswered needs, and I will continue to fight for the rights of them. The reason why this extension in this bill is important to move quickly is because in addition to the benefits that will, or the ability to assess one's benefits, it is, of course, recognizing the myriad of issues we face, such as homelessness. And I guess I would conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying, should we not focus on their service, their commitment, and realize that shutting down the government is not in any way an expression of gratitude to those men and women who serve us unselfishly. I ask my colleague to support S2795 and for us to proceed in a way that honors this nation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from California has 10 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that we pass this legislation, but it is cold comfort when the operation of the entire government is hanging in the balance this week. We aren't any closer to extending funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs or any of the federal agencies that service members and veterans depend on. I think we all need to consider what a shutdown means for service members and veterans. It will undermine the PACT Act by delaying the onboarding of much-needed veteran service representatives and negatively impact customer service for veterans. The claims backlog will grow, delaying benefits and services. Important research will come to a halt, including life-improving prosthetics research. There will be no setting of headstones at veteran cemeteries. Student veterans will have counseling appointments canceled. hiring and training of new employees will stop, creating delays that will last for months. The Veterans Benefit Administration, the office that oversees student veteran benefits, veteran housing, pensions, and service member transition, will have 40% of its staff furloughed. At the Department of Defense, over 1 million soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Space Guardians, and their families will go without pay. Training will stop, impacting our long-term readiness and security. Commissaries will be closed on many bases, making it harder to get basic essentials that families need, that military families need. At the Department of Agriculture, the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, commonly known as WIC food assistance, will be cut off. And nearly a quarter, or 24% of active duty service members and families are food insecure, and 9% of those families depend on WIC. You heard that right. 9% of our families, our military families, depend on WIC. How are our service members supposed to focus on their job, which is inherently dangerous, or a deployment when they are worried if their family has enough to eat? My colleagues may not think about these issues as they relate to veterans. They are too busy giving lip service to half-hearted attempts to cut the deficit that they helped create rather than thinking about the actual consequences of their rhetoric. But there is growing evidence that both older and disabled veterans are suffering from food insecurity, as well as student veterans and Native veterans. The RAND Corporation released a study examining the issue of food insecurity among veterans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the RAND report be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Food insecurity is linked to many poor outcomes for physical and mental health, including increased risk of suicide. Food insecure veterans have a 400% higher rate of suicidal ideation. Food insecure veterans with a diagnosed mental health issue have a 900% higher rate of suicidal ideation. We as members of Congress like to stand here on the floor of the House or in front of the press or at a Memorial Day parade in our district saying that we are working every angle, trying with all our might to eliminate or at least bring down the rate of veteran suicide. But how we spend or don't spend taxpayer money reveals our true values. When we are trying to do everything possible to address veteran suicide, these pernicious cuts around the edges are simply increasing risk for vulnerable Americans. And this includes veterans and service members and their families. Maybe my colleagues don't want to think about the ugly truth of members of the military not getting paid. The ugly truth is that those who serve are being asked to go without. Is that fair? As noted in a recent article in Task and Purpose, cost of living and food insecurity are ongoing concerns for military families and veterans. I ask unanimous consent to enter the Task and Purpose article entitled "More Than a Million Veterans Experience Food Insecurity" into the record. The plain truth is that military families depend on programs like SNAP and WIC to make ends meet. I have been working with my Democratic colleagues over the last several months on ways to address the barriers faced by veterans to access important services like SNAP and housing vouchers. We should be focused on increasing access rather than looking to undermine or cut services for veterans. And the plain truth is just that the threat of a government shutdown, the uncertainty created by the House Republicans' inability to govern, creates unknowns and stress for our service members and families. We should be providing predictability and stability to those who serve. Instead, the Speaker can't even tell us what funding measures we will be voting on this week. This looming shutdown is a self-inflicted wound by the House majority, who are choosing politics over the responsibilities of governments. The impact of this shutdown will be felt worldwide by military and veteran families. S-2795 is a good bill, and I urge its support by all of my colleagues, but it is impossible to pass this legislation which we should do, without recognizing what House Republicans aren't doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people know that I was actually in the state legislature prior to coming to Congress, and I was a floor leader there, and I knew and could identify when, for some reason, whether it's leadership on one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, we want to drag the debate out. So I'm going to do what I can to help them out here. You know, as some things that were claimed here, I think it's amazing that the claims of that actually cause fear through our nation and through people who are providing services. We're going to try to work every way we can not to have a shutdown. But we have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to pass a budget. Now, that's not what we were supposed to be debating here at this time, but I'm glad to do that because if you'll remember, whenever we were working on the cap, where we would increase the cap, I think the other side of the aisle said we were going to cut benefits for veterans. And veterans were scared all over the United States because they claimed we were going to cut veterans. Oh, and what happened? I told that not only I as chair, but the Speaker and many others, we are not cutting veterans. Okay? So let's see what actually, if the shutdown occurs, what actually is still covered at the VA, and I think it's very important that the American people know. Health care will not be cut. It won't even slow down. Compassionate pension benefit, compensation and pension benefits and processing of claims on appeals, they'll still be done. Veterans Crisis Hotline, most important when I know both I and the ranking member are we know it's vitally important to make sure that those veterans, when the numbers right now are 17 per day are committing suicide, we want to make sure that that's open. Homeless housing benefits, open. National Cemetery and Burial Services and Benefits, still going to be done. Essential IT functions, networks, data centers, cyber security operations, still all going to be done with VA. The Office of the General Counsel, still going to operate. Financial Accounting and Debt Management Center. Maintenance and management of VA facilities, VA customer service operations, workforce management for electronic health records, modernization of our modernization office, VA appeal court operations, small and disadvantaged veterans business support operations. All not cut. All not cut. Why? Because we have been working already with the Secretary of the VA to make sure those services remain in place. Are there certain things that will slow down, paperwork and things like that? I hope we don't go into the shutdown. But those essential services, we're going to make sure our veterans are provided for. Why? Because our veterans deserve it. Because we want to make sure that we don't make some kind of fear-mongering and concern in that way. I think there's people that should be concerned about a shutdown. I am concerned about a shutdown, and that's why we're going to be, and this is very important for the American people to know. I know for a fact that it's probably, I'm going to be possibly offering an amendment tonight somewhere around 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to work through the day and through the night, and we're going to do it all this week to try to take care of the business of this nation. And the people should feel secure that we are. But that is not why we were here today. We were wanting to talk about this bill and the importance of it. Why? Because these are essential services we must also pass by the end of the month. So as you can see, we're going to continue to do the work, and we're going to continue to work in this way, and I hope in a bipartisan manner that we are. We can sit and go out and do press conferences, and we can stand on this floor and claim, oh, this isn't getting done or that isn't getting done. And I understand. I've been around this process a long time. But understand we're here to do our job, and we're going to do our job. There are 435 members in this chamber, and all of them have opinions, and all of them have ideas. And you know what? We're doing a thing called regular order because many people called for that. And you know what? Regular order. Two things in this life you should not watch being made because it ruins the taste of both: sausage and law. And now we're making law. And we're coming together and we're running our heads together and we're arguing and we're debating. We're debating on our side of the aisle with our own colleagues. We're debating on that side of the aisle with their colleagues. And we're debating together to come up with the answers that we need to for this nation to do it right. And with that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind my esteemed colleague, and I do believe the gentleman from Illinois is my friend, that we are about to tonight bring up again the rule for the Defense Appropriations Bill. This body failed to even pass a rule and to bring to the floor the Defense Appropriation Bill. We are facing, barring an ability to fund a continuing resolution before October 1st, which is this Sunday, we are facing our military service members going without a paycheck. This is a very serious moment. And as far as I know, none of the 12 appropriations bills have been agreed to and been sent to the President's desk. The bill before us today, this moment, this is a bipartisan, non-controversial bill that needs to be signed by the President before Sunday. Time is of the essence, but we can't forget all the things that we're not accomplishing for veterans today, that we're not accomplishing for our service members who are in harm's way. Service members, veterans, and their families deserve to have access to food, and deserve to have access to housing, and deserve to have access to health care and mental health care. If we look at the reauthorization of the agriculture bill, it is atrocious what is done to all of the nutrition programs that our veterans and our military families depend on. Do not be fooled by the fact that, that we've passed a military construction bill that fully funds VA, but has not yet been agreed to because of all of the poison pills that have been put into that bill. We stand here waiting to see if the House Republicans can fulfill the most basic role of Congress, which is to fund the government. The brinksmanship of extremists in control of this chamber is putting service member pay and the WIC program at risk. This situation is both unconscionable and was totally avoidable. Yet we are here at the precipice. Madam Speaker, again, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing S 2795. Fund the government, feed veterans, and feed service members, and feed their families. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California Reserve. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can I request the amount of time remaining for each of us?
The gentleman from Illinois has 12 minutes remaining. The gentleman from California has 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to let you know, Madam Speaker, that it is amazing to watch on this floor, and I am so proud to be on this floor, and for what we do for the people. But it's interesting to watch the debates that go on sometimes to try to stretch, as I said, and draw things out. You know, whenever I was in the state legislature, I actually had the opportunity this morning during earlier this afternoon during 5-minute speeches to talk about a friend of mine who did this very, very well. He was a floor leader in the state of Illinois. His name was William Bill Black. You know, Bill was a great orator, and he could talk on every issue. And I explained during that time that he was always, though he was an educator and then a president of a community college, he also, when he became a legislator, he knew how to explain the issues exactly the way they need to be explained, so that whether you were a scholar or just an average person on the street, you could understand what was going on. And basically, he used a good Southern term, the term that said, he basically put the cabbage down where the hogs could eat it. Well, let me tell you that that's what I'd like to do. As we've listened here, going off and leaving the bill we were actually debating on, we've talked about everything that is going on around here. And I said earlier that it will continue to go on. Why? Because we've been elected by the people to work through this process. We're going to work through this process. It is I hope that there's not a shutdown. If there is a shutdown, is this the first time we shut down? No, it's not. But what we have to know is that we want to make sure we're getting it right. The American people want us to get it right. And the American people also, what we discover is once you're here with the 435 districts, what's happening in my colleague, the ranking member's district, quite often his people feel different than the people of the Illinois 12th district, which I represent. They feel different because they come from different cultures. It's our job to try to come up with something that is a balance and that can actually operate this nation the way we need to have it operated. Now, let me also say this, that we also know that we can do a whole lot of things at the same time. Right now, we are working on appropriation bills, and my colleague from the other side of the aisle said that we've not passed an appropriation bill. Well, we actually had one appropriation bill out, and there wasn't a single Democrat vote on it. So it's kind of interesting to watch on this floor when somebody claims, you haven't done anything. However, not a single vote came in from that side of the aisle. And as we're moving forward, though, we do have the 12 budget bills to move. Now, will there be a CR? I don't know. Let me tell you, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove rules, because that's what we do. We're going to move the rule. We're going to have the debates. I thank the members of the Rules Committee who worked all weekend long to try to make sure that through this process, they're crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Because as I said in an earlier speech on this floor today, every comma, every dot, and every word matters. Every comma, every dot, and every word matters. Why? Because it's going to affect generations to come. It's going to affect people next week, next year, 10 years down the road. What we do here is serious business. And I'm getting concerned sometimes that only thing that people want to see is the rhetoric back and forth when they don't understand how much time we do spend working across the aisle together to having successful pieces of legislation that actually get things done. We both knew, the Senate knew with Moran and Tester, that this piece of legislation that we're working on today needed to be moved by the last of this month, or these services would fail. And rightfully so, in a bipartisan manner, we are and have and will move this tonight, and it will move on to the president so those vital services are not removed or even say a flaw in them where a problem could happen. Because remember, all I said about the words and the dots and the commas, they aren't just words. They affect people's lives. And that's why we've got to get it right. And we're going to work to get it right. And with that, I'm ready to close, but I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased that my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Illinois, would like to feed cabbage to his hogs. But I want to feed America's veterans, I want to feed America's military families, and I want to feed America's service members. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in not only passing S2795, but we also need to fund the government, and we need to make sure that our military families, our veterans, and our service members have enough to eat. And I yield back the balance of my time, The
gentleman from California, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank the spirited debate, for the spirited debate. And for, once again, that's the rhetoric I was talking about, to think that people on this side of the aisle don't want to take care of our veterans and feed our veterans, don't want to make sure that SNAP programs are passed and that those people in need are taken care of. That's the rhetoric we got to stop. But in this particular bill, this bill actually does provide and make sure that we can carry on these 3 areas of service in the VA that are vitally important. We want to make sure that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle support this legislation. I will encourage mine. I just heard the ranking member support and encourage his members to support this legislation as well. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2795? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Let's just take a pause before we go to anybody. Make sure we're still.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 723 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 38, House Resolution 723. Resolved that any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4365, making appropriations for the Department of Defense for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Section 2A. No amendment to H.R. 4365 shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4367, making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Section 5A. No amendment to H.R. 4367 shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 6 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 6 of this resolution are waived. Section 6. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc, consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 7. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4665, making appropriations for the Department of State, foreign operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 8A. No further amendment to H.R. 4665 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 9 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 9 of this resolution are waived. Section 9. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 10. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4368, making appropriations for agriculture, rural development, food and drug administration, and related agency programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 11A. No further amendment to H.R. 4368 shall be in order except those printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 12 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, and be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 12 of this resolution are waived. Section 12. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 13. During consideration of each bill, H.R. 4365, H.R. 4367, H.R. 4665, and H.R. 4368, for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 14. At the conclusion of consideration of each bill, H.R. 4365, H.R. 4367, H.R. 4665, and H.R. 4368 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report such bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on such bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 15. The clerk shall not transmit to the Senate a message that the House has passed H.R. 4367 until notified by the Speaker that H.R. 2, as passed by the House on May 11, 2023, has been enacted into law.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Speaker, pursuant to Section 426 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, I make a point of order against consideration of the rule, House Resolution 723. Section 426 of the Budget Act specifically states that the Rules Committee may not waive the point of order prescribed by Section 425 of that same Act. The first section of the House Resolution 723 states that all points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. Therefore, I make a point of order pursuant to Section 426 that this rule may not be considered.
The gentleman from Massachusetts makes a point of order that the resolution violates Section 426A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. The gentleman has met the threshold burden under the rule, and the gentleman from Massachusetts and a member opposed each will control 10 minutes of debate on the question of consideration. Following debate, the chair will put the question of consideration as the statutory means of disposing of the point of order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, decades ago, Republicans came up with a rule that basically says that we cannot impose mandates on states and local governments that will cost them significant amounts of money. That rule is routinely waived, including in this rule. And you know what? You know what will cost states and local governments significant amounts of money? A government shutdown. The Congressional Budget Office, CBO, estimated that the 5-week partial government shutdown in 2018 to 2019 reduced economic output by $11 billion in the following 2 quarters, including $3 billion that the U.S. economy never regained. Moody's Analytics estimated that the 2013 full government shutdown reduced GDP growth by $20 billion. At the same time of the 2013 shutdown, consumer confidence fell, threatening the economic recovery following the Great Recession. A shutdown this fall would jeopardize the improvements in consumer confidence as inflation has returned to more normal levels. A bipartisan congressional report found that the last 3 government shutdowns led to the equivalent of 56,940 years in lost productivity from federal workers being furloughed. These lost work hours deprived the American people of important public services, delayed furloughed federal employees from receiving back pay, and cost the government at least $338 million in additional processing costs and late fees. While federal employees are guaranteed back pay during shutdowns, a prolonged shutdown could mean multiple missed paychecks and strain household budgets for these workers. In 2013 and again in 2018, roughly 850,000 out of 2.1 million non-postal federal employees were furloughed. Additionally, at the beginning of the 2018-2019 partial shutdown, about 380,000 federal employees were furloughed, and another 420,000 reported to work but went unpaid. Over 80% of federal workers live and work outside the D.C. area, meaning that local economies across the country would be harmed by federal worker furloughs as families delay purchases or are forced to miss regular bill payments. And let's consider more impacts of the Republican shutdown and how it will cause state and local governments. It would force service members and law enforcement officers to work without pay. Under a Republican shutdown, all active duty military personnel and many law enforcement officers would remain at work but receive no pay until appropriated funds are available. It would endanger disaster response. A Republican shutdown would create an increased risk that FEMA's disaster relief fund is depleted and would complicate new emergency response efforts if additional catastrophic disasters occur. Funding for long-term recovery projects would also remain halted, worsening ongoing delays as FEMA awaits new appropriations. It would undermine research on cancer and other diseases. A Republican shutdown would stall critical research on diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's disease because the National Institutes of Health would be forced to delay new clinical trials. New patients, many of whom are desperately waiting for a chance for new treatment through a clinical trial, would be turned away. It would eliminate Head Start slots for kids. Under a Republican shutdown, 10,000 children across the country would immediately lose access to Head Start, as the Department of Health and Human Services wouldn't be able to award Head Start grants during a shutdown, with the impacts only growing worse over time. It would risk significant delays for travelers, air traffic controllers, and TSA officers would have to work without pay, potentially leading to significant delays and longer wait times for travelers at airports across the country, like there were during the previous shutdown. and it would undermine public health and environmental protections. Most EPA-led inspections at hazardous waste sites, as well as drinking water and chemical facilities, would stop. EPA would halt oversight and review of permits and plans to ensure safe water and clean air in communities. Additionally, efforts to address dangerous contaminants that are linked to severe health effects, all that would be stopped. This would be a disaster. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the point of order in favor of consideration of the resolution.
The gentleman is recognized.
The question before the House of Representatives is, should the House now consider HRES 723, the rule that is before us, a rule that we are looking to advance this evening, to advance 4 appropriations bills that, when combined with the appropriations bill we passed in July, would fund 73% of government. Meanwhile, the United States Senate has passed no appropriations bills, and in fact sent a continuing resolution to the floor just now, just this evening, having not done its job to pass appropriations bills. And the fact of the matter is, the waiver we're talking about here in the rules is a prophylactic waiver that my colleagues used all the time when they were in the majority. They know full well that's what they're doing. This is dilatory. This is purposeful. I would do it too if I didn't have all my folks back for the vote. That's what I would do. But that's the reality of what we're talking about here. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are talking about unfunded mandates. Let's talk about unfunded mandates. Let's talk about all of the subsidies that are going out for electric vehicles to subsidize the elite in this country that make over $200,000 and $250,000 a year. Let's talk about the subsidies, 90% of the corporate subsidies going to billion-dollar corporations. Let's talk about the mandates in the form of vaccine mandates and mask mandates and all of the mandates during COVID that shut down the largest economy that this world has ever known. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle complain about shutdown, yet they are the masters of shutdown. They shut down and brought to a halt the great American economy, resulting in exactly what you're experiencing right now and the American people feeling in terms of inflation, in terms of inability to afford homes, inability to afford gasoline, inability to afford power. Those are the mandates that the American people are concerned about. Those are the unfunded mandates that are killing their way of life right now at home. That's the simple fact. My colleagues were talking about the government and what it might cost if there's a government shutdown Saturday. Well, let's be very clear. If there is a shutdown on Saturday, it is because President Biden, Chuck Schumer, my Democratic colleagues would prefer to shut down the government of the United States than shut down the border of the United States and protect the American people. That's the simple truth. That is how there would be a resulting shutdown on Saturday. And they lament what might be the impact on government. And that is because they have a government, the American people have a government that is on autopilot. We have a government that is so big and is funded with mandatory spending and is on autopilot such that you cannot constrain it. And the American people are asking why. The American people are asking, what can you do about it? And I'll give you the answer. My Democratic colleagues want more of the same. That is why our Democratic leadership in the United States Senate has put forward a continuing resolution on the floor of the Senate just now in the last hour that will perpetuate the status quo. Will continue to fund government exactly as it was funded last December at the obscene levels of that $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill. They're going to send that bill from the Senate and send it over here to the House and say to the American people, they want status quo, business as usual. They're going to pile on additional supplemental funding, and that's their response to what the American people are feeling and seeing. I, if I were my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, would also want to have a dilatory vote because I would not have actual solutions for the American people. What we're trying to put forward here again are 4 appropriations bills that fund 73% of government. when combined with Milk on VA, which we passed in July. That's what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not want to go ahead and move to. They want to put forward a dilatory point of order because they don't have answers for the American people. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts? The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman said the Democrats shut down the economy during the pandemic. I should remind him that Donald John Trump was the President of the United States and you controlled the House. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, and let me announce breaking news. I don't want to see the government shut down. Democrats don't want to see the government shut down. The American people don't want to see the government shut down. I'm standing with the American people and cities and hamlets and villages and counties and states. And what has failed to be enunciated with my friend on the other side is that we had a deal. We should have been finished with this. The Speaker of the House and the President of the United States already agreed in the spring of what the numbers would be, what we were going to do for the government to keep operating. It's already been done. We're here now because of the upheaval of the MAGA Republicans talking about undermining a deal that was made on behalf of the good people of this nation. And so we're facing an uphill battle. We just came out of the Budget Committee where they are fighting to eliminate $400 million in Medicare. $400 million in Medicare cuts, $2 trillion in cuts to mandatory health spending. And then the reason why we're on the floor now is because we believe in the people back home. They can't afford another unfunded mandate. Cities are now carrying over their fund balances with federal dollars that Democrats were able to give to keep them alive. But if we have these unfunded mandates, child care goes out the window. Active duty military have problems with getting paid. Our veterans don't get their services. Social Security payments may be up in the air. The overburden of having to pay money for unfunded mandates, the hanger-on amendments that are being put into these bills are just tragic. Law enforcement may be impacted negatively. Those who are in need of those getting violent criminals off the street may be put in jeopardy. People who are working class Americans going to community colleges are in jeopardy of getting their resources. So let me just say this.
Time has expired.
No more unfunded mandates. Let's do the deal we had and save the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, as I said, this is a dilatory tactic by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I wouldn't want to speak about what's going on either. I wouldn't want to speak about the story this afternoon of Hunter Biden receiving $250,000 wire originating in Beijing with the beneficiary address listed as Joe Biden's home. I wouldn't want to talk about that. I wouldn't want to talk about what we've been learning in the Judiciary Committee. I wouldn't want to be learning about what's going on or talking about what we've heard from the whistleblowers or from Devin Archer. I wouldn't want to talk about that at all. I'd want to sweep that aside. I wouldn't want to talk about a Department of Justice that targeted Scott Smith and put him on the domestic terrorism list. I wouldn't want to talk about a Department of Justice that targeted Mark Houck and have used the FACE Act to go after pro-life Americans. I wouldn't want to talk about anything that this administration is doing. I would want to delay. And with that, I will yield to my good friend from Louisiana.
Thank the gentleman from Texas for all of his hard work here. I just heard one of our colleagues over here suggest that somehow Republicans are in favor of a government shutdown. No one desires a government shutdown. What we desire and what we are working towards is changing how Washington works. That's the commitment that we made to the American people. That's why they gave us the majority. How do we do that? We have to change the decades of reckless spending and corruption. We have to change the weaponization of the federal agencies that are designed to protect and serve the American people and instead are being used against them. We have to change the opening of the borders that is destroying our communities and contributing to the rising crime wave. We have to change the way that the Biden administration is administering the economy. We have to change the radical shift, the forced transition that they're trying to push us into, this radical green energy transition. It's nonsense. The American people have had enough. They see the Democrat policies destroying our economy, destroying our security, destroying opportunity for their children and grandchildren. And we are taking a stand here. We're operating in good faith. We're negotiating together for the best outcome for the people. And we do not desire a shutdown. I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Appreciate the gentleman's comments, but I should remind him that the Republicans set an amendment deadline on appropriations bills after the shutdown deadline. So don't tell me you're not interested, that you're interested somehow in avoiding a shutdown. And to speak more about that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman who's the ranking member on the Budget Committee, Mr. Boyle.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Previous speaker just said that no Republican member wants a shutdown. I have the quotes right here, which I will submit for the record when I'm done. One House Republican said, "Let's shut it down." Another Republican colleague saying, "We shouldn't fear a government shutdown. Most Americans won't even miss it." And the leader of the Republican Party, the former president, saying, quote, "Unless you get everything, shut it down." Make no mistake about it. We are here because certain members on the other side of the aisle want a shutdown. They even said they want a shutdown. And why should we be surprised about that? Ever since I was in high school 30 years ago, we've had 5 government shutdowns. All 5 took place under House Republican leadership. When Democrats are in charge of the House, 0 government shutdowns during that same time period. Now, in terms of the one Republican member who said that the American people won't miss it if there is a government shutdown, actually, here's what would happen. More than 7 million Americans would lose access to their benefits, women, infants, and children. 2.5 million active duty and reserve personnel serving in our nation's armed forces would go without the pay they deserve. 2.3 million federal workers could be furloughed or forced to work without pay. Millions of Americans who are going to our airports and going through TSA lines suddenly finding themselves with unending delay. There are, by the way, 1.6 million Americans who fly through our airports every single day who will be impacted. 660,000 college students who rely on federal work study. I was one of those students at one point who relied on that program. So make no mistake about it. There are real consequences to shutdowns. My colleague from Massachusetts cited the data before. Cost us $11 billion the last shutdown. This one would do the same.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 1 minute, and the gentleman from Texas has 3.5 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Again, my colleagues don't want to focus on the issues the American people care about, and they certainly don't want to talk about the issues that are, frankly, pretty embarrassing to the track record of my Democratic colleagues. As I said, they don't want to talk about Hunter Biden. They don't want to talk about the Department of Justice and how it's been weaponized against the American people. They don't want to talk about a strategic petroleum reserve that has been decimated and the high cost of gasoline and electricity. They don't want to talk about inflation. They don't want to talk about housing prices. They don't want to talk about a Department of Defense that is more focused on social engineering than carrying out the mission that it is given. They don't want to talk about crime. They don't want to talk about woke policies in which men are swimming against women in track meets or in swimming meets. They don't want to talk about the border. We're going to talk about the border, but I assure you they do not want to talk about the border. They talk about consequences. Last Thursday, Texas authorities recovered the bodies of 2 migrants, including a 3-year-old boy who tried crossing the Rio Grande. 2 weeks ago, a 10-year-old migrant boy drowned while trying to cross the Rio Grande. Last year, 853 migrants died crossing the southern border, 53 in a tractor-trailer in the city of San Antonio, which I represent. Thousands of Americans dying from fentanyl poisoning. Moms that I have to talk to, dads that I have to talk to in Texas who have to bury another child because we refuse utterly to secure the border of the United States. Again, the President of the United States, the Democratic leadership of the Senate, and the Democrat minority in the House utterly refuse to do their job to shut down the open border of the United States to secure our people, so they are perfectly content with then shutting down the government because they refuse to do their job. I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I just want to say to my colleagues, I've never seen such incompetence ever in this chamber. They say that they're against dilatory tactics, yet they've only passed one appropriations bill. And then now they're going to try to rush 11 more in record time across the finish line. This should have happened in June and July. And by the way, all these bills are so extreme that they're dead on arrival. They're going nowhere. So we are, and their Homeland Security Appropriations bill, they even if we pass it, they're going to hold it at the desk until the Senate passes their ridiculous border bill, H.R. 2, which they know is going nowhere. So they're not even sending that over to the Senate. So wasting all this time, for what? I don't know. But in the meantime, we should be right now considering a continuing resolution so this government doesn't shut down. And I never thought I would ever be on the floor saying anything nice about the Senate, but over there, Democrats and Republicans are actually talking to each other. They actually came to an agreement on a continuing resolution, and hopefully they will act on it. They will send it over here so we can end this nonsense.
The gentleman's time has expired.
All right.
The gentleman from
yield back.
Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, last summer, our Democratic colleagues sent a package, a minibus of 6 appropriations bills, and one vote wiped their hands and said they were done. Then there was a massive omnibus spending bill that was sent over to us in December. What I asked my colleagues is, what would you cut? What would you do to actually reduce the deficits and reduce the debt of the United States when we're $33 trillion in debt and we're going to have $2 trillion of deficit spending this year? We are putting forward bills that would reduce spending. We are putting forward bills that would actually move the Department of Defense appropriations bills over to the Senate and do so responsibly. The Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill, the state and foreign operations, agriculture, on top of Milcon VA, which we already passed. My colleague talks about wasting time. What have we been doing for the last 20 minutes besides waste time here on the floor of the House with a dilatory tactic, which my colleagues fully understand has no basis, objecting to a waiver that they have constantly used themselves? The fact is they have no message, so my colleagues are resorting to dilatory tactics. Again, shut down the open border or risk shutting down the government of the United States. I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. The question is, will the House now consider the resolution? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker?
Yet, for what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
As for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
The ayes are 193. The ayes are 209 and the nays are 198. The question of consideration is decided in the affirmative. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order and members will take their conversations outside. Please. Order. The House will be in order and members are asked to continue their conversations outside. I recognize. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, order.
The House will be in order. We ask for any conversations to be taken outside so we can proceed. Will be in session, and if you would like to carry on a conversation, please do so outside. We would like to recognize the gentleman from Texas for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, requesting order. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, on Saturday, the Rules Committee reported a rule for 4 appropriations measures and made in order 440 total amendments. We bring to the floor H.R. 4365, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act. 180 amendments were made in order. This bill, combined with the amendments that were made in order, takes significant steps to invest in resources that will help deter China, will cut the bureaucracy, will support military families and service members, and restore Department of Defense focus to warfighting rather than social engineering. We bring to the floor H.R. 4665, the Department of State, Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act. This bill would defund international bodies like the World Health Organization, eliminate woke offices at the State Department, defund John Kerry, and it stands up for Israel while funding our State Department and foreign operations. H.R. 4368, the Agriculture, Rural Development, FDA, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act, was also a part of the rule. This bill makes significant strides to reduce spending to pre-COVID levels, prevents members of the Communist Party of China from buying United States farmland, defunds the FDA's rule allowing abortion drugs by mail, and makes strides in ending wokeness at the United States Department of Agriculture.
Will be in order. Should you wish to carry on conversations, please do so outside. And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Importantly, these 3 bills, combined with the next one that I'm going to talk about, reflect our commitment to reduce spending. In an agreement to reduce spending further than the FRA, which was passed earlier this year, to a target of $1.526 trillion of discretionary spending. That's our goal. That's our objective. And it is something the American people are clamoring for from their leaders in Washington, to actually address the debt crisis fueling inflation and undermining the sovereignty of our nation. This is why we're here. This is the job we're supposed to do. I have offered my colleagues that I wish this were July. We passed Milcon VA in July. The Senate has passed nothing. Last year, under Democrat control, 6 bills were packaged together in the summer and passed, and then a massive omnibus bill was passed in December. I had an exchange with one of my Democratic colleagues a minute ago about this not being regular order, but this actually is regular order. It's late in the process. I acknowledge. We are trying to move 4 bills that would total, when combined with Milcon VA, upwards of almost 3/4 of the discretionary funding for our government. And then, hopefully, we could reach some resolution as how to move forward funding government appropriately. We obviously have disagreement on what funding government appropriately means, which stands here at the center of the debate, stands here at the center of the impasse, which brings me to H.R. 4367, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act. It's a good bill, has strong provisions, strong language in it to try to encourage the Department of Homeland Security and Secretary Mayorkas to do his job. But in our view, it's not sufficient because the Secretary, backed by the President of the United States, has utterly refused to do his job. This should concern all of us. Every member of this body, Democrat or Republican, Texas or New York, Florida or California, ought to be concerned with what is happening to our country, what is happening in Eagle Pass, Texas. 11,000 human beings, 11,000 night before last, 304,000 apprehensions in August. This is incomprehensible. And the human toll is staggering. The deaths from fentanyl poisoning, the things that we've talked about ad nauseum on this floor, as I was alluding to earlier, it is not compassionate to have open borders as currently exists under this administration and under the leadership of Secretary Mayorkas. Last Thursday, Texas authorities recovered the bodies of 2 migrants, including a 3-year-old boy trying to cross the Rio Grande. 2 weeks ago, a 10-year-old migrant drowned while trying to cross the Rio Grande. 853 migrants died last year. This is every day in Texas. I get a phone call or a text from a rancher every day in Texas and they find a body on their ranch. How is that remotely acceptable? That is at the center of this debate. There are countless issues we disagree on, countless issues we need to address. And the appropriations process can, in fact, through the power of the purse, address many of those issues. And these bills do that. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, well, these bills are dead on arrival. Well, that's how this process works. We put forward bills, and if there's disagreement, if the Senate disagrees, then we conference. I hope we can get to that stage. I, again, will posit, I wish this were July or August or 3 weeks ago. But we sit here with 4 bills that will fund almost 75% of the government when added to Milcon VA. Let's do our job. Let's work to move the DHS bill. Let's work together to figure out how to deal with the border. But to be very clear, we must address the border. That is a non-negotiable truth, that we must address the border. We can sit around a table and debate how, but we must address it. There has been too much death, too much destruction, too much damage to states and to human beings across this country, and the federal government has an obligation to do its job. And that is what we are endeavoring to do. I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, forgive me, but what the hell is going on around here? We just heard the gentleman from Texas scream talking points that sound like they were written in Mar-a-Lago. You know, but this is crazy. I can't believe I have to say this, but the federal government of the United States is shutting down on Saturday because a handful of MAGA Republicans didn't get everything they wanted. And I got to tell you, that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing for our country. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are acting like a shutdown is no big deal. Stop it. Stop it. This is not mock Congress. This isn't the model UN. We're talking about real people's lives here. Shutdowns cost taxpayer money. Shutdowns hurt the economy. Shutdowns mean people don't get paid. Shutdowns are bad. Yet Republicans are on the verge of shutting down the government. Now, we have a Democratic president. We have a Democratic Senate. All we need is this Republican House of Representatives to get their act together. But they can't. Their bumbling, incompetent leadership can't even do the basic job of standing up to their extreme members so we can keep the lights on. It might have made sense for them to pass these appropriation bills and send them to the Senate to iron out our differences if it were still June or July. It's September. They've spent months fighting with themselves. And now we are 4 days from our deadline. I mean, have they ever looked at a calendar? Have they ever heard of the concept of scheduling? Have you ever heard of clock management? You don't start a months-long process 4 days before the deadline. But here we are, considering the most extreme, partisan, unhinged MAGA messaging bills this majority could come up with. My colleague from Texas talks about the border. It's an important issue. But these bills cut funding for the border. He cares so much about securing the border that he is willing to, wait for it, defund the border. And then, Madam Speaker, they're not even sending their Homeland Security Appropriations bill to the Senate. What brilliant legislative mind came up with this bright idea? Now, let me explain what this rule does. The House is refusing to send this bill to the Senate until Republicans' extreme immigration bill is signed into law, which is never going to happen. But what will happen, because of all their nonsense, is that the people who actually work to secure the border will not get paid. This is nuts. These bills are chock full of MAGA culture wars. Their agriculture bill takes money away from food assistance for pregnant mothers and newborns. I mean, I could spend all day talking about how awful these bills are. The bottom line is we have 4 days, and I am asking my Republican colleagues, do not shut this government down because you are all fighting with yourselves. Do your job and keep the government open. That shouldn't be too much to ask. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, with all due respect to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the bill we put forward does not cut funding. It increases spending over last year. Now, we can debate the merits of that and debate how much we need to restrain spending, but it's simply not true. Let's at least speak about the facts before us and the legislation in front of us. I heard the colleague talk about getting our act together. I would say to my colleague from Massachusetts, how about the Senate and the President get their act together? How about they actually do their job to secure the border of the United States? The gentleman from Massachusetts just blithely swept aside. Oh, it's an important issue. Tell that to the people in Texas. In August, 304,000 encounters. It's the 5th month in FY23 over 200,000. 2.2 million in fiscal year 23 encounters. Since the president took office, there have been nearly 6 million illegal migrants encountered along the southwest border, more than the populations of Houston and Dallas combined. We've had 2 million released in the United States, thousands of migrants traveling through the Darien Gap, trains chock full of people, children getting sold into the sex trafficking trade on a daily basis. We know it because it's in federal orders from judges. These are not made up facts. They're right before us. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't care. And the Senate leadership, the Democrats leading the Senate and the President don't care. And the Secretary of Homeland Security doesn't care. So my answer to the question about why we are saying that H.R. 2 must be signed into law before the funding bill gets passed is because the law must change and the Secretary must be forced to do his job because he's refusing to do it. And I'll yield 3 minutes to my friend and the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chip. You know, it's interesting hearing my colleagues on the other side. Shut down, shut down, shut down. That's all you hear. You know, what about the shutdown that occurred for a COVID virus for over a year and a half? What about the shutdown that kept children out of school? for over a year and a half. It's outrageous that here we are on this floor trying to pass legislation to cut spending to put money back in the pocket of the taxpayers. Folks, we're in an economic crisis. We're in a national security crisis. And the fact that my colleagues are continually being against a shutdown, which is never good, but in this case, we're fighting for the American people. And as Chip mentioned with Homeland Security, go to the border. Go to the border and see what's happening there. See the rape trees. See the people coming across this border that now number in excess of the 5.2 million from my state of South Carolina. Think about the medical crisis. We don't know what they're coming with. Think about the 100 programs that they're automatically going to be enrolled in. Think about the Social Security numbers and the driver's licenses that are given to illegals that occurred in New York City. Think about the flights paid for by taxpayers' money to go all over this country illegally. It's un-American, it's an invasion, and my good friends on the other aisle will pay a price as they are being booed in different parts of the country because of leaving this border open, leaving this country unsecure. And we have never faced this kind of crisis that we face right now just on that issue alone. On the spending issue, I'd like for those listening today to realize it boils back on our $32 trillion, $20,000 per second is costing the taxpayers. And they don't want to cut anything. They want to go on a bloated federal government and continue the spending as we've done before. We're saying no. I'm proud of my colleagues. We'll sit up here and fight if it takes all night long. And it's a sad day that we're arguing over things that should be common sense. It's un-American what they're trying to do. Now, on the 4 appropriations bills, the Homeland Security tying H.R. 2 to it is exactly the right thing. My good friends on the other aisle talking about reduced funding, they're not enforcing anything. Mayorkas is not enforcing anything. So why pay them? All this does is say, unless you enforce the border and include it, we're not paying Mayorkas a dime for Homeland Security. Look on the Department of Defense. Look at the cuts, yet the increases overall, which we're giving our Department of Defense. The FDA,
the gentleman's time is expired.
We've made some legitimate cuts on the FDA and some things that should have been.
The gentleman's time is expired.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the gentleman from South Carolina says we keep on talking about government shutdown, government shutdown. The reason we do is because we listened to you. On September 19th, in the PBS NewsHour interview, you were asked how likely is a shutdown right now, and your response was it's 100%. So, you know, and we've heard that from other members. The gentleman keeps on talking about the border. We believe the border is a serious issue. The border is not open, but, you know, maybe if people think it is open, it's because you guys keep on saying it's open. And you're signaling to people that it's open. It's not. It is not open, and we don't believe it should be open. But we don't view this issue as a political talking point. We want to get results. And my friends on the other side of the aisle voted against an FY23 government funding package that President Biden signed into law that provided Border Patrol with $7.153 billion, a 17% increase from the year before. The funding package provided $65 million for 300 new Border Patrol agents and $60 million for 125 new personnel at every point of entry, $230 million for technology like the autonomous surveillance towers. I mean, does any of that sound like open borders? But here's the kicker. House Republicans voted no. And by the way, Mr. Norman, this bill does nothing about Mr. Mayorkas' salary, but it does cut salaries for people who are working on the border, Border Patrol agents. And the gentleman from Texas said that he wants the Senate to get their act together. Well, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert on the record a press release from the chair of the Appropriations Committee, U.S. Senator Patty Murray, who just announced that Democrats and Republicans have come to a bipartisan agreement on a continuing resolution. They are talking to each other. You can't even get an agreement amongst Republicans. How pathetic. Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair and not to each other, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the American people deserve to know why we are in this position. They need to know that less than 5% of us, of the 435 members of this body, have put us in this position. The gentleman from Texas indicated how they did that. They've held hostage the rest of us unless the bill that they want is passed. They're taking hostage the American people. They're taking hostage federal employees. And they've taken hostage the Congress of the United States. What ought to happen is the over 300 of us, 147 Republicans and 165 Democrats, voted to compromise. I would call all of your attention to a 1998 speech in October by Newt Gingrich. He called it the Perfectionist Caucus speech because he made a deal with Clinton. Because Clinton was the president, as Newt Gingrich pointed out, we had a lot of Democrats in the House, a lot of Democrats in the Senate, a lot of Republicans in the Senate, who he said, by the way, don't always agree with us. But the American people expect us to make it work. How do we make it work? We make compromises. But the 5% that shut down the Congress for a week did it because they didn't like the compromise. And they stomped their feet. And they sent us home. Which, of course, cost money because none of us took a salary cut. But nothing got done that week. Yeah, maybe it should be back in July, but it was shut down again just last week where they sent us home because less than 5%, in this case 1%, a little more than 1% of the Congress, 1% of this body had a tantrum. And they wouldn't vote for the national security. They wouldn't vote for a rule that put a defense appropriation bill on the floor. Their bill, not our bill. Madam Speaker, the American public needs to know why their House is in the chaos of which the gentleman from Texas talked about is occurring at the border. We're going to be here for the next 4 or 5 days, maybe even longer, pretending that somehow we're compromising and we're moving forward. That is not the case. We've had a small group take the House hostage, the American people's House hostage. And we could talk about the numbers and disagree on the numbers, but may I have... Well, I have 30 seconds left to say some pretty substantive things, so I won't have the time to do it. But Mr. and Mrs. America, Madam Speaker, ought to know that when I was the majority leader, we didn't shut down the government. When I was the majority leader, on this side of the House, we passed every bill we wanted to pass. Because we are not a divided party, as the party that is now in the majority has so clearly demonstrated on a regular basis of how divided they are. The Speaker made a deal. Keep the deal. Stop taking hostage the American people and their government. I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman of Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the only people being held hostage are the American people by Democrat leadership in the Senate and in the White House, holding them hostage to a wide-open border, endangering them every single day, including the 110,000 some odd migrants that have been sent to and gone to New York City and that are endangering our people on the streets. The American people are, in fact, being held hostage because this Democratic leadership refuses to do their job to secure the border. And I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague from Texas.
The gentleman of Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And I want to say thanks to the members of the Rules Committee who put in so many hours over the past several days to prepare what is an unprecedented rule in my experience, but it's important for moving us forward. So the members of the Rules Committee who put in the long hours this weekend, certainly want to thank the members of that committee and the staff for working so hard. We're going to get this underlying legislation to the floor. It's important. You're hearing a lot about the border this evening for a reason. A lot of us have studied the problems at the border for several years, but I'll just tell you, it's never been this bad. And people see that, and we're constantly asked at home, why can't you do something about that? And Mr. Roy is exactly right. We did pass a very significant policy bill, H.R. 2, earlier this year. But it does no good to continue to fund if the administration is not going to enforce the law, even a current law, but enforce the law which is essentially the will of the Congress. What we're doing here today is critical. We're fulfilling our obligation to our constituents and the American people. We're going to fund the government in a responsible and fiscally sound manner, as opposed to this business as usual stuff that's been going on for several years, where Congress is expected to rubber stamp what comes over from the Senate, rubber stamp what's asked for by the president. And you know, our duty extends far beyond from what is happening just today. The next generation and the next generation after that, our future, the country's future, depends on us standing strong at this moment and ensuring that the funds of the American taxpayer are wisely spent. Look, this administration's track record has failed on so many levels, failed my constituents, failed your constituents, Madam Speaker, the people of Texas, the migrants who've lost their lives on this dangerous journey to cross our border. Madam Speaker, this administration is not only complicit, but bears the sole responsibility for this humanitarian crisis that is unfolding before our very eyes. The Biden administration's failure to enforce our laws, their shameful handcuffing of our courageous Border Patrol agents from effectively safeguarding our borders, has allowed the southern border to devolve from anarchy into a calamity. Madam Speaker, our work here today signifies our crucial mission to rectify the past errors, steer our nation back on the path of fiscal responsibility. People need to know that we recognize our solemn duty to correct course and restore fiscal sanity, not only for our sake, but for the sake of those who will come after. Thank you, Mr. Roy, and I'll yield back my time.
Reserve.
Madam Speaker, breaking news. Newsflash. Senate just voted on cloture on the motion to proceed on the CR 77-19. They are working in an overwhelmingly bipartisan fashion to get this thing done so we don't shut the government down. And what are my Republican friends doing? They're still fighting amongst themselves. We don't even have a draft of anything that they're proposing in terms of avoiding a shutdown. At this point, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my Republican colleagues to end this MAGA meltdown and come together to avert a government shutdown and the chaos it will bring our country. I just returned from my hometown of Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, and spent the weekend talking to my constituents who are fed up with the political theater here in Washington. They can't understand how extreme members of this body won't stop until they force this country into a government shutdown. Maybe those members should have spent the weekend talking to the thousands of TSA agents who are going to be forced to work without pay, or the 53,000 women and children in Nevada whose vital nutrition assistance will be put in jeopardy, or maybe the 200,000 Nevada veterans whose VA claims processing and wait times will grow, or the tens of thousands of Nevadans whose Medicare and Social Security inquiries will be put on hold. But most importantly, maybe they should have listened to the thousands of hospitality workers, small businesses who make Las Vegas the magical place that it is, and whose livelihoods will be put at risk by a shutdown. Have no doubt, without funding to keep the 50 million visitors moving through Harry Reid International Airport each year, our city, our hardworking families, and our local economy will suffer the consequences of these extremist political games. And the rest of the country will too. The U.S. Travel Association estimates that a government shutdown will cost the U.S. travel economy as much as $140 million every single day. And let's be clear, we all know how this story ends. It ends by working across the aisle. That's what will get us out of this mess. House Democrats are ready to fund the government to avert a shutdown. The question right now is, can Republican leadership stand up to the most extreme minority wing of their party and end this nonsense? I urge a no vote on the rule, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman for Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, the American people are fed up. My constituents are fed up. The people we represent are fed up, and they're fed up with the very deal that the gentleman from Massachusetts just described, that he's describing that came out of the Senate. 45 days continuing spending at the existing levels and continuing the status quo with an additional $6 billion for Ukraine and nothing to deal with the border. Nothing. Zero changes at the border. I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania. 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. Madam Speaker, we are promised that this year would be different. We would run all 12 spending bills individually and actually find some savings for the American people. Yet this is another year where the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars are just squandered. Congress has passed all required spending bills only four times in about the 50 years since we're under the current system. Last time Congress actually passed all the bills was 1996, when the U.S. national debt was a staggering $5.2 trillion. And just last week, the debt hit $33 trillion. This is a cycle of perpetual failure, and yes, our citizens are sick of it. The American people have lost faith in our ability to handle the country's fiscal issues. Madam Speaker, I wonder, because the other side talks about how efficiently they move through things. Yeah, they move through things. $5 trillion in debt in 1996. Now we're $33 trillion in debt. They've efficiently spent us into bankruptcy because there is no amount of money, Madam Speaker, there is zero amount of money that they won't spend. They'll spend as much as the American people make and then so much more. The cost of living is tied to this spending, Madam Speaker. Our citizens, my bosses and their bosses, can't afford their groceries, can't afford gasoline, can't afford their electricity, because this town continues to spend like there's no tomorrow. We should pass this rule so we can pass the 12 bills and so we can reject the non-germane Senate bill that hooks the FAA with Ukraine spending. Maybe both those are important, Madam Speaker, but tell me why I got to vote to keep airplanes flying in the United States and also vote to spend money in a war 8,000 miles away. The American people are sick of that failure theater, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Reserve.
Okay. So the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, I appreciate the gentleman from Pennsylvania complaining about the mismanagement of this House of Representatives. It's reinforcing our message. So he can complain all he wants, but he can't blame Speaker Pelosi, he can't blame Joe Biden, he can't blame anybody but his own leadership. I hate to tell him, but his party is in charge. Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the distinguished ranking member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Boyle.
Right. Yeah, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A wise coach once said, "You are your record." Well, let's look at the record. Over the last 30 years, 5 government shutdowns, all 5 took place under House Republican leadership. When Democrats were in charge of the House, those 30 years, 0 government shutdowns. Heck, some on the other side like shutdowns so much. The last one was under a Republican House, Republican Senate, and a Republican president. Now, some on the other side have said publicly that there would be essentially no consequences to a government shutdown. One member even said people won't even miss it. Well, here's what happened the last Republican shutdown. $11 billion lost to this economy. Billions of taxpayer money wasted. 140,000 fewer jobs as a result of that shutdown. And you look at those that took place even before 2018, you see similar results. And this is all, by the way, from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. So there are real costs to a government shutdown. And here we are, just 4 days, 4 hours, and some minutes away from the shutdown. We see the Senate, and it pains me to say this, the Senate doing its job. They actually just voted on a bipartisan basis by a 4-to-1 margin to make sure we don't have a government shutdown. And what is the leadership doing here in the House? Debating bills that, frankly, will have no impact whatsoever on whether or not we shut down at midnight Saturday. Let's stand up to this extreme MAGA shutdown. Let's say no to the shutdown. Let's pass tonight the bipartisan continuing resolution and make sure we don't disrupt the lives of the American people. I yield back.
Yeah, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from the state of Florida.
Okay, you're recognized.
The gentleman's right. You are your record. And our record in this country right now is $33 trillion in debt, facing $2 trillion annual deficits. We're in so much debt. We're driving up deficits so fast. We are devaluing American money so rapidly that in America today, you can't even bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You need to bring gold bars to get the job done, just so that the bribes hold value. My friends, I am extremely in favor of this rule because this rule moves us onto single subject spending bills. And this is the only way to liberate this House and this country from the scourge of governing by continuing resolution and omnibus legislation. It is an insult to our governing authority to have the Senate lash Ukraine funding to the reauthorization of the FAA, and by the way, every other thing in government. The American people know that in our state legislatures throughout this land, there is a maturity and a seriousness to set a top-line, balanced budget number and then appropriate to each of the agencies of government independently. And the fact that we don't do that is not a bug of the system, it's a feature of the system. And the one thing I agree with my Democrat colleagues on is that for the last 8 months, this House has been poorly led. And we own that, and we have to do something about it. And you know what? My Democrat colleagues will have an opportunity to do something about that too. And we will see if they bail out our failed speaker. I yield back.
Yeah, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, so there's a pattern here that I've seen develop over the years. So when Republicans are in charge, the debt doesn't matter. When Democrats are in charge, all of a sudden the debt is the central issue. But it's funny, you know, that when Donald Trump, who's, I don't know how many indictments he has against him at this particular point, how many dozens of years in jail he faces if he's convicted. When he was president, he racked up added $8 trillion to the debt, and there was silence from the other side of the aisle. So, and that was only in 4 years, by the way. It's a little bit ironic to hear some of this back and forth here. I'm now happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
She's recognized.
I thank the gentleman very much. I just got off the telephone with one of my chief law enforcement officers in Houston, Texas, in Harris County, who just simply begged us not to shut down the government. And as everyone knows, I was on the floor just an hour or so ago saying, breaking news, I am against a government shutdown. We'll fight against a government shutdown. And my good friend on the other side of the aisle is complaining that the Senate did their work with such an amazing, overwhelming majority. Let me tell you how we can solve that before I get into discussion of why we're standing here today. Put the Senate bill on the floor. That is the rules that are the operational underpinnings of the House and Senate. They send it over. We put it on the floor. You don't like it? You change it and send it back. But you're engaged in stopping the shutdown. But no, if we do nothing and sit here tonight, the government shutdown in particular is going to impact the gross domestic product from 2 to 6 percentage points, or $2 to $6 billion in lost output. That's people without jobs, resulting in creation of 120,000 fewer private sector jobs. In addition, things like Medicare are going to be in jeopardy, Medicaid in jeopardy, economic security in jeopardy, education and training will be in jeopardy, infrastructure dollars, and particularly my seniors and others in need of Social Security checks are just going to be out in the cold. Combining, however, the bills that my friends want us to move on, they attack women's reproductive rights, they attack the LGBTQ plus community, are continuously victimized for medical care that they need, and they talk about homeland security, and it is completely untenable that they exclude funding for a new Southwest Border Contingency Fund that would enable DHS to respond more effectively to changing conditions on the Southwest border. They cut out shelter and services program, shameful to eliminate those programs that provide temporary food and shelter.
Nice.
In addition, can you believe it, they take out or would eliminate slashing the number of loans awarded to financially distressed farmers under the agriculture bill, and then targeting violence and terrorism prevention grants, they take that out. So what are we talking about here? Let's deal with the CR from the Senate. You don't like it, add something to it, send it back. Today is the 26th. We'll be able to say to the American people, we're adults and we can stop the shutdown. Let's go to work. These bills have to go back to the table again. I want to make sure we don't have a shutdown, and we can do it with the Senate CR right now. I yield back.
Yeah. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining for each side?
10.5 minutes.
And the other side?
13.5 minutes.
I would yield 3 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Johnson.
He's recognized.
Madam Speaker, our debt, our deficit, our spending is indefensible. 3 years ago, our national debt was $23 trillion, a staggering sum by any measure. Since then, it has grown by 50% to $33 trillion. We've heard allegations tonight from one side of the chamber that everybody deserves blame for that crisis. So let me be very clear. During that time, I have voted against $13 trillion in spending. Nevertheless, we find ourselves at a tipping point. In the last 10 years, we have spent $3 trillion just on interest on the debt. In the next 10 years, we won't spend $3 trillion on interest. We will spend $10 trillion. For that money, our country gets nothing. No sailor, no soldier, no safety net. We get nothing. Making matters worse, in 7 years, Medicare is insolvent, and in 10 years, Social Security is insolvent. We must get our fiscal house in order. Now, the appropriations bills before us move us in that direction. They do so through real, robust, and significant cuts. Billions of dollars in cuts. Are the bills perfect? No. Do I support every single cut in every single bill? No. Can we balance the budget through non-defense discretionary cuts alone? No. To be honest, these bills will not solve all that ails us, but they are a critically important step towards stopping this runaway train. Business as usual, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. A yes vote acknowledges that and moves us in the right direction. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Business as usual for my Republican friends is more tax cuts for corporations and billionaires and millionaires, slashing programs that help the most vulnerable in our country, and subsidies to big oil companies and more money to big defense contractors. Let me just explain to some of my colleagues, especially the moderate Republicans, if there are any of you left. The Ag Appropriations Bill, before the Manager's Amendment, which, by the way, imposed even deeper cuts in some of these programs, slashes WIC by $800 million. It reduces the value for WIC fruit and vegetable vouchers by $1.2 billion, hurting both family and farmers. It guts the Renewable Energy for America program by $500 million. It guts rural electric investments in clean energy and energy efficiency from the Inflation Reduction Act by $1 billion. It eliminates a lifeline that has already helped more than 20,000 distressed farmers who have received assistance from the Inflation Reduction Act. It blocks FDA from acting on important tobacco issues, banning menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars and limiting the nicotine in cigarettes. It blocks the Biden executive orders in diversity, equality, inclusion, and accessibility. It reverses the 2023 FDA decision to allow mifepristone to be dispensed in certified pharmacies with a prescription instead of only in hospital, clinics, and medical offices. But this bill, made worse by a Manager's Amendment, guts food programs, nutrition programs to our kids, to pregnant mothers and newborns. Like, what are you thinking? What sense does that make? How does anybody on that side of the aisle vote for a bill that does that? To my moderate friends, if you're still around, how do you do that? This is unacceptable. And by the way, read the fine print in these bills, in these appropriation bills. Look at the programs they cut. I now want to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
She's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule, which is for a bad, bad bill that takes food out of the mouth of children. It hurts our farmers. It guts climate change actions and is another step towards the Republicans' dark and extreme goal to ban abortion nationwide. More specifically, it nullifies the FDA's decision to make the abortion pill mifepristone more accessible. The medication abortion pill has been used effectively and safely for 20 years. The FDA made an evidence-based decision to allow patients to fill this medication as they would fill any other prescription by going to a drugstore or to their doctor or getting it through the mail. The FDA decision removed the barrier for women in underserved communities in need of care, and reversing this decision harms the most vulnerable populations, women in maternity deserts, women without reliable access to transportation or child care, women who can't take time off from work to visit a doctor. And Madam Chair, I want to say this with emphasis. All women deserve the freedom to decide whether or when to start or grow a family without interference from politicians. I urge my colleagues, listen to the science and listen to the FDA and reject this rule for this and so many reasons. And I yield back.
Recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the previous speakers from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about victims. And I would note the extent to which we have countless victims. We've talked about before about the scourge of fentanyl poisonings across this country. 2 weeks ago, 1-year-old Nicholas Felice Dominici died from fentanyl exposure from a kilo of fentanyl at an at-home daycare in the Bronx, New York. While reportedly a new arrival from the Dominican Republic was renting out. More than 25,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized in FY23. I spent time in August sitting in panels with moms and dads who lost their children to fentanyl poisonings, 6 children in the school district in which I reside. It's commonplace in Texas. It's becoming, unfortunately, more commonplace around the country. How about the woman who was stabbed some 28 times by an illegal migrant with a criminal record in Pennsylvania? Or the 10-year-old boy who was on a school bus on the first day of school killed by an illegal immigrant who ran into the bus? Or how about the father in Florida who opened his home to a supposed unaccompanied alien child who was 19 years old, and he stabbed the father and killed him, father of this family that opened his home? This is happening every day to the American people, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not care, while they watch Secretary Mayorkas completely ignore his duty to secure the border of the United States, leaving us entirely exposed to cartels and to the flood of fentanyl pouring into our communities, while Border Patrol is overwhelmed trying to manage numbers at the border, which is completely avoidable if the Secretary and if the President would actually follow the law. Republicans have responded with a bill that would force the Secretary to follow the law and that would improve the laws of the United States to secure the border of the United States, as we are constitutionally required to do. So yes, we have made that a condition precedent for giving more money to the Secretary of Homeland Security, as he ignores his job, endangers the American people, and we will continue to do that. I reserve.
Recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, for the gentleman to say that people on our side of the aisle don't care about the fentanyl problem in this country, we don't care that our constituents are dying, that people are dying in this country, that is offensive. You know, people watching this debate, it's one of the reasons why they despise Congress at this moment, because of the characterization, the characterizations that are made by the gentleman. You know, I'll tell you this, we believe we should fund our border patrol agents. We believe we should do more to confront these issues. We don't use these matters as a political football or political talking point, but to come down here and to say that somehow we don't care, that is offensive. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from CBS News entitled "Government Shutdown Could Jeopardize U.S. Credit Rating, Moody's Warns."
Without objection.
Yeah. A month after Fitch Ratings downgraded the U.S. credit rating, a Moody's analyst wrote that a shutdown would, quote, underscore the weakness of U.S. institutional and governance strength relative to other AAA-rated sovereigns that we have highlighted in recent years, end of quote. Extreme MAGA Republicans, I think, are embarrassing our country internationally and exacerbating economic hardship at home when they openly brag about how they would welcome a government shutdown. With that, I would reserve my time.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close, but I would reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I will yield myself the remaining time. Madam Speaker, this is the theater of the absurd. The gentleman comes down here and talks about the border. Once again, his bill defunds border security. How does he propose to secure the border? Through volunteerism? And I'm so sick of listening to Republicans rant and rave about spending. Joe Biden has added $1.8 trillion to the national debt. That's a fact. Donald Trump, the last Republican president, he added $8.2 trillion. Trump added as much in 4 years as his predecessor did in 8. And Republicans added $2 trillion to the debt with their tax cuts for the rich. And now the so-called pro-life party has the nerve to try to cut WIC, the Women, Infants, Children's Program, which helps provide food to new moms and very young children. Now, let me explain this to the gentleman from Texas and to my Republican colleagues. Cutting funding for WIC means more malnourished babies. Malnourished babies end up needing expensive health care. Who pays the bill? Medicaid, taxpayers. In fact, according to USDA, every dollar spent on WIC means $3 in taxpayers' savings. I mean, Mr. Speaker, what kind of twisted values would make someone think it's a good idea to cut taxes on billionaires, but it's a bad idea to fund WIC, a program that saves money a program that helps women, infants, and children. All of these appropriation bills that are being brought to the floor at this last minute are so extreme that Republicans in the Senate won't even support them. These bills shouldn't go over to the Senate. They should go to a shredder. Republicans want to gut programs that help seniors, gut programs that help students, gut programs that help working people. And instead of trying to do anything that helps anyone, they're obsessed with banning pride flags from flying at our embassies. I mean, what is wrong with them? This is absurd. What is happening here is not governing. Just so everyone is clear, all of this should have been done months ago. And doing it now, 4 days before shutdown, and having no plan to avoid a shutdown is incompetence, pure and simple. I just saw a tweet from a reporter about conference calls that are going on amongst Republican members where Republicans are warning each other about getting their list of priorities straight, trying to figure out, how you get to a deal, if you can get to a deal. They're saying we need some organization. You're just having those conference calls now? Come on. Now let me just say, it is clear that my Republican friends have no idea at all what they are doing. It is clear they have no plan to get us out of this mess. So move out of the way and let serious people on both sides of the aisle do what we have to do to clean up the GOP's mess and keep government funded. The Senate right now has come to a bipartisan compromise. Hallelujah, that's a good thing. They're trying to avoid a shutdown that my friends on the other side of the aisle in this chamber don't seem to think is a big deal. You will know it is a big deal when you shut the government down and your constituents start calling and complaining about not getting paid, about the services that are being cut. You will hear loud and clear from your constituents, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. So now is time for the adults in the room to figure this out. The Senate has given us a way forward. We should take it. And when my friends say that, we need more time to figure all this out, what have you been doing for months? What have you been doing? Come on. Enough of this nonsense. Enough about the talk about shutdowns. Work together in a bipartisan way. Work in the way that our constituents expect us to work to get things done, not to shut things down, not to tear things apart, not to blow things up. And look, at the end of the day, we have our policy differences. And when I look at these appropriation bills, I can say honestly to my friends, we don't share the same values. I mean, I don't understand how you can gut food and nutrition programs. I don't even understand how you can cut border security. I don't get the thinking behind all of that. But that's your problem to work out. In the meantime, let's come together. Let's do the right thing. Let's keep this government open. And with that, I yield back my time.
Yeah, gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have absolutely no idea what the gentleman from Massachusetts was just talking about. We have 4 bills before us here in the House of Representatives. 4 bills, when combined with the Milcon VA Veterans Bill that we passed in July, would fund upwards of 75% of our discretionary spending of government. That is what is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, a request to order in the House.
Yes. Yeah, he's recognized. Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Speaker. The fact is, the 4 bills that we have before us represent this body doing its job. The gentleman says the Senate is going to be the adults that's going to save us. A Senate which has passed not one appropriations bill. A Senate which today dropped on the floor of the Senate a bill that no one had seen 45 minutes prior to the vote. A bill which will continue to spend at the levels adopted last December that are yielding $2 trillion a year in deficit spending. Well, if that represents the adults, I think I kind of want to hang out with the kids, because that's not the job that we're supposed to do. $2 trillion a year of deficit spending when we're $33 trillion in debt, continuing to fund an administration completely at war with the well-being of the American people, a Department of Justice weaponized against the people. Mark Houck, a father who wakes up with a raid at his home for defending his son, exercising his free speech rights, completely not pursued by local authorities, taken to federal court, and summarily dismissed within an hour by a jury. That is your FBI and Department of Justice at work. Same Department of Justice that wants to label Scott Smith a domestic terrorist. That's your Department of Justice at work. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say the Senate, and being adults, and just writing another check to that Department of Justice is a good use of your money. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say it is a good idea to continue to rack up $2 trillion in deficit spending, to borrow more money, to increase inflation, to devalue the dollar, to spend money we don't have to fund a Department of Homeland Security that refuses to secure the homeland. While thousands of Americans die from fentanyl poisonings, while cartels are empowered, while China is empowered, while China is selling the printing presses of the fentanyl pills to the cartels, while thousands pour into Eagle Pass, while 11,000 people just the day before yesterday pour across into Eagle Pass, while people are in railroad cars, while children are dying, while children get sold into the sex trafficking trade, where migrants are being held for ransom so their little girl doesn't get raped in a stash house in Fort Worth, Texas. All of that, I suppose, is the adults we have in the Senate to continue to fund a lawless administration exposing our people to danger and exposing the migrants to danger, all in the false name of compassion. Well, if that is what adults look like, count me out. I'm going to stand up for the American people who sent me here to stand up for them. We're going to pass these 4 bills. We're going to work hard to do the work for the American people, while the Senate can preen and posture with yet another swamp game by putting forward another continuing resolution of the status quo, rather than trying to change this place, rather than trying to stand up for the people who sent us here to do something different, to reduce spending, to secure the border, to fund our troops at a higher level than we've ever funded them, a $28 billion increase for the Department of Defense, while we undo the social engineering experiment and refocus the military on its mission to defend the United States. I am proud of these 4 bills. I am proud to stand up here and advance them forward. But let me be very clear. We're going to secure the border of the United States. It will be up to Democrats to make a choice. Will they shut down this open border, or will they shut down the government of the United States? Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Okay, so the question is on ordering the previous question of the resolution. Those in favor say yes. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you recognize Mr. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays. No shutdown.
The yeas or nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and the nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to the Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of the resolution if ordered, the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5110, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. Question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5110 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 168, H.R. 5110, a bill to amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to clarify that the prohibition on the use of federal education funds for certain weapons does not apply to the use of such weapons for training in archery, hunting, or other shooting sports.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Correction, this is a 5-minute vote. 5 minutes.
yeas are 424 and the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The journal stands approved. Tell me when. The House will be in order.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4368, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4368. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz, to Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4368, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for agriculture, rural development, food and drug administration, and related agencies programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to bring the House of Representatives 4368, the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies fiscal year 2024 appropriations bill. I want to thank the Appropriations Committee Chairwoman Granger and commend her for her leadership in moving this bill and the fiscal 2024 appropriations process forward. I also want to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, and the ranking member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate the conversations he and I have had regarding the bill. While I know we don't agree on everything, we have reached areas of consensus that will keep our ag community strong. As Americans know all too well, our country continues to battle high inflation, driven by the overspending of the last Congress
and the Biden administration. The fiscal situation of the United States, in fact, has changed since the Appropriations Committee passed this bill in June. While we were on the August recess, the Congressional Budget Office projected the deficit to reach $2 trillion for this fiscal year, doubling last year's deficit of $1 trillion, and the deficit outlook for the future has gotten much worse. We simply cannot continue down this path of spending large sums of money without regard to the fiscal future of our nation. This bill takes the same approach American families take every day. They simply have to do more with less under the Biden economy. American families decide every single day where to cut back spending to pay for what's most important for them. For them, those decisions are difficult. Likewise, we have to make tough, difficult decisions for the good of the nation. This is why the rule implements further reductions totaling $2.7 billion across the discretionary accounts in this bill, except for the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, or WIC. With this reduction, the fiscal year 2024 agriculture appropriation bill's discretionary allocation is $15.1 billion. By redirecting nearly $7.5 billion in unobligated funds from the Inflation Reduction Act, this bill funds the Department of Agriculture, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Commodities Future Trading Commission with an effective program level of $22.5 billion, a decrease of 12.8% from the current fiscal year. This legislation prioritizes critical ag research and plant and animal health programs, invests in our rural communities, provides nutrition assistance to those in need, and ensures that American consumers have a safe food and drug supply. But this legislation rejects the Biden administration's unrealistic proposed spending levels that disregard the dire fiscal reality our country faces. It also rejects the administration's continued push to bloat inside the Beltway federal bureaucracy by halting new hires in the Washington, D.C. office, instead focusing on hiring an increased USDA workforce outside of the Capital Beltway in the offices that directly serve and support rural America. I'd like to highlight a few areas where this legislation prioritizes essential functions while being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. In regards to supporting the core mission, the bill provides $1 billion for the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service to support the department's efforts to protect our producers from foreign plant and animal diseases. The bill continues to invest in the delivery of farm programs, disaster assistance, and crop insurance to farmers and ranchers by maintaining funding for the Farm Service Agency and the Risk Management Agency. The bill provides $1 billion for the Food Safety and Inspection Service to fund our nation's frontline inspectors of meat and poultry products. We also continue to make important investments in critical agricultural research that will keep our producers on the cutting edge of technology and production practices, and we continue to fund rural development programs, including critical infrastructure investments in water and wastewater systems, broadband, and rural housing programs. For the Food and Drug Administration, the bill provides just over $6 billion in direct appropriations and user fees to enable the agency to keep food, drugs, and medical devices safe and effective. The bill includes $296 million for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to continue to oversee and ensure the integrity of U.S. derivative markets. With regards to fiscal responsibility, at the same time, this legislation reins in some of the administration's wasteful, out-of-control spending. For instance, it removes the Secretary's discretionary use of the Commodity Credit Corporation to fund unauthorized, non-emergency programs by returning statutory language to its pre-COVID language that didn't have that discretionary authority. The CCC is not intended to allow SDA to completely bypass Congress in establishing new programs, yet the USDA apparently just can't help themselves, and that's exactly what they've been doing with the Commodity Credit Corporation. According to a recent article in AgriPulse, the USDA intends to use the Commodity Credit Corporation to spend nearly $1.4 billion on trade programs and another $1.1 billion to pay for, quote, commodity-based international food aid. Well, that sounds a lot like the Food for Peace program. Since the USDA has provided this $1.1 billion for food aid that will be distributed during fiscal year 24, the rule amendment reduces Food for Peace to $532 million. This bill will put an end to the habitual abuse of the CCC. In doing so, the bill saves $1 billion in fiscal year 24 alone. Given that the USDA used these discretionary powers to spend another $2.5 billion and $6.6 billion in the last 2 fiscal years, respectively, I would submit to my colleagues that the real savings to taxpayers of taking these discretionary authorities away will be much higher than the CBO score. And, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what we need in times of the fiscal crisis we are in. Let me be clear. Restricting these authorities in the CCC will have no impact on farm bill and conservation programs, crop insurance, or the Secretary's ability to access the CCC in an animal or plant health emergency, the uses for which the program was created, not as a de facto slush fund for the department. All of those important duties and functions will continue under this bill. This legislation also rescinds wasteful spending from the Inflation Reduction Act. It is finally time to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars by rescinding these new government giveaways. We must work to right-size programs, especially since the pandemic is over and President Biden ended the public health emergency in May. It, in fact, is time to return to pre-COVID spending levels. And perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can return to pre-COVID inflationary levels, too, which I'm sure the American public would indeed welcome. Well, this is why we're returning the WIC cash value voucher benefits to a normal, sustainable, inflation-adjusted funding level. The American Rescue Plan provided a one-time increase in these benefits due to the pandemic, but these increases continued to be built into the WIC program in fiscal years 22 and 23 after they were due to expire. Keeping these increases on autopilot adds an additional $1 billion to the program. This bill does provide cash value vouchers above pre-pandemic levels to help with the food price inflation caused by the Biden economy. But with the end of the public health emergency, it's time to return this program to normal pre-COVID operations. On the regulatory front, this legislation puts a stop to USDA's efforts under the Packers and Stockyards Act to dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. This bill also prevents the purchase of farmland by our foreign adversaries, while providing funds for the Farm Service Agency to fulfill its duty to track foreign ownership of land. The bill also returns the use of mifepristone to in-person dispensing by a health care provider. This is a drug that should not be used without the supervision of a physician or similarly licensed provider. Anyone who truly cares, who genuinely cares about women's health and safety, should support this common sense provision. Finally, as I said earlier, this bill takes the same approach American families take every single day now. They have to do more with less under the Biden inflation economy. American families decide every day where to cut back spending to pay for what's most important. We're not appropriating monopoly money, Mr. Chair. It's hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and sometimes tough decisions have to be made, and this bill makes them. In closing, I ask for your support for this important piece of legislation. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Every day when I anticipate the Agriculture Appropriations Bill coming to the floor, I wake up with my usual admonition that this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. But today, as we take up this agriculture bill, it stretches my faith to say that this is a good day, because I rise in very, very strong opposition to H.R. 4368. As the ranking member of the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm extremely disappointed to see this bill does not meet the needs of Americans who rely on this funding to ensure safe food and medicines, healthy and resilient farmlands, and strong rural infrastructure. The programs contained in the Agriculture Funding Bill are important for all Americans, and they affect our country in so many ways. These programs help Americans by helping American farmers produce the highest quality, safest, most abundant, and most economical food and fiber in the world through the assistance provided through the Farm Service Agency in almost every county in America. They help future generations by funding conservation practices which preserve our farmland and our natural resources for the years to come. These programs are essential to those who live in rural areas and ensure quality of life through access to clean drinking water, electricity, telecommunication, broadband, sewer infrastructure, and housing. They help feed every American, including our most vulnerable families, children, and seniors in difficult times. They fund USDA meat and poultry inspectors and FDA inspectors of all other food products so that the food on Americans' tables is safe and nutritious. It funds the CFTC and the Farm Credit Administration, so this bill affects our financial space. I cannot think of a funding subcommittee with as broad a reach as our bill has. And a bill with such a broad reach deserves to have these programs adequately funded. However, the bill passed in our full committee markup only provided $17.8 billion in funding, which takes us back to the 2007 funding level. That is entirely inadequate for the needs of the American people, and it had no chance of being passed into law when it came out of committee. Unfortunately, rather than moving in a more productive direction, the majority used a procedural gimmick to impose even greater cuts of 69% to the Food for Peace program, 14.2% to all other discretionary programs. Instead of improving the bill, the Rules Committee made it even worse. In total, the cuts to the bill have reduced funding 41% lower than last year. The bill before us today will take us back to 2001 levels. That is totally irresponsible. The bill would harm rural America by taking money from programs supporting rural communities, such as it cuts $500 million from the Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program, and it eliminates grants under the program which will raise the energy costs for over 15,000 rural farmers and small businesses. It takes $1 billion from rural electric cooperatives, 900 cooperatives that serve over 40 million people in 48 states. It slashes $800 million from the WIC program, which drastically also cuts the cash value voucher benefit for fruit and vegetable purchases, affecting nearly 5 million hungry women and children. It strips loan assistance needed by 100,000 economically distressed farmers, which could literally cost folks a family farm. It cuts rural development programs by over 40%, which means thousands of rural families will no longer be able to get a loan to afford a home. Hundreds of projects meant to provide clean water and wastewater systems will be eliminated, and thousands of families will not be able to turn on the tap and count on drinkable water. It completely guts the Food for Peace International Food Aid Program. It cuts the McGovern-Dole program by 14%, programs which will further exacerbate the global hunger and instability and the risk of conflicts abroad, which will weaken American security. The bill also strips the Secretary, as you've heard, of discretionary use of the Commodity Credit Corporation funding. The CCC is a tool authorized by law to benefit our farmers and the thousands of church and community food banks that it helps to fund. No matter which party is in the White House. The only folks that suffer when any administration is not allowed to use the CCC at its discretion are our ag producers and American families. Our farmers benefited tremendously under the Trump administration when the Secretary of Agriculture, Perdue, used the CCC to give our farmers relief from the trade wars with China. As I look at it, the path this bill has taken so far and how the proposed amendments that we will see tonight would make it even worse. I ask myself, for any farmers that are watching tonight who are trying to do what's best for their land, for their businesses and their family, what will they see? For people in rural communities facing the challenges of providing clean water, affordable housing, dependable utilities, what will they see? For those same communities trying to ensure that their law enforcement and first responders have the vehicles, the communications equipment, and the other resources they need to keep their rural communities safe, what will they see? For struggling families trying to put food on the table for their children, what will they see? Sadly, if those Americans are watching us tonight, what they will see is a majority which is focused on overriding medical science to take away a woman's freedom to control her own reproductive health choices, but not a majority focused on ensuring that those women and their children are able to afford food. They will see a majority that is focused on an undefined so-called critical race theory while pushing this bill to jeopardize the safety of our food and our medicine, slowing down our supply chain, and ironically, making these things harder to get and more expensive to buy. Make no mistake, the majority would have a person who was watching at home to believe that this bill fights against some undeserving citizens who don't need the help. But the hard truth is that this bill is a nuclear bomb against the needs of every single American. The majority wants the people to be distracted by their culture war while they cut the crucial programs that every American depends on for the safest, the highest quality, the most affordable food and fiber and medicine in the world. And it appears that tonight we will see more amendments from the majority that further push the bill in a terribly harmful direction. It astonishes me that we are 4 days away from a government shutdown, yet we're not debating a bipartisan bill to keep the government open. Instead, we're debating an extreme messaging bill that does nothing to bring us closer to the bipartisan agreement we will need to eventually pass a full-year government spending bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to craft a responsible bill which meets the needs of all Americans. I'd like to thank my personal staff, including Tanisha Boomer, and the subcommittee staff, including Martha Foley, Alex Swan, and Tyler Cole, for their hard work on this bill. I'd like to thank the majority staff for their efforts, but I pray that the majority members of Congress and the majority Congress will have an epiphany and deliver a much better work product to the American people by the end of this funding process. I yield back, I reserve, rather, the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What's really harmful is a $2 trillion deficit, not the legislation before us. I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Gentleman is recognized.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
I thank my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support a vital amendment included within the bipartisan en bloc amendment to foster rural skills training and workforce development. The amendment which I offered with several of my colleagues would restore funding for one of USDA's primary rural skills and workforce programs, the Rural Innovation Stronger Economy, also known as RISE grant program. As authorized in 2018 Farm Bill, this workforce training initiative provides assistance to rural areas to establish job accelerators to cultivate the growth of high-wage jobs and support rural economies. Rural American regions throughout the country face economic challenges that are compounded by a lack of access of training and workplace skills. This is an urgent issue that requires our attention, and I therefore urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back in reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman George is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Lara.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Agriculture Rural Development FDA Appropriations Bill cuts funding for critical programs relied on by America's farmers, rural communities, and working families. This bill slashes loans, and it weakens support for rural communities. It inserts government into the personal health care decisions by limiting women's access to abortion. And shamefully, it cuts assistance for the most vulnerable children and families. That we are debating this bill on September 26th, 4 days before the end of the fiscal year, when House Republicans have provided no path forward to keep our government open, is as absurd as it is reprehensible. The House Republican plan demonstrates an inability and an unwillingness to govern. Rather than working to keep the lights on and ensuring federal workers and service members get paid, Republicans are pursuing a path explicitly designed to shut down the government. Republicans will claim to support farmers, but this bill makes it harder for small farmers to make ends meet. This bill will inflict increasing energy costs in rural communities, making it impossible for farmers to get a loan, making our food less safe. This bill takes away billions of dollars in investments from rural communities by gutting funding provided to rural electric co-ops, used to help support the long-term resiliency, reliability, and affordability of rural electric systems. These co-ops serve 92% of persistent poverty counties and power to over 21 million businesses, homes, schools, and farms in 48 states. This bill cuts the Renewable Energy for America program, the REAP program, by over $500 million. It raises energy costs on 15,000 rural small businesses, cuts farmers out of the green energy economy. And it eliminates payments intended to serve as a financial lifeline for distressed farmers, which have already helped more than 20,000 producers avoid going into foreclosure. This bill abandons the most vulnerable. It slashes the women, infants, and children, the WIC program, by $800 million. Some 4.6 million women and children would also get severely reduced food and vegetable vouchers. I do not believe we should practice this so-called fiscal responsibility by taking food out of the mouths of moms and of children, and Republicans seek to sell their spending cuts to the American people by taking food from the most vulnerable. Finally, the majority has included shameful political riders in each of these appropriations bills that attack women and minorities and pander to various extreme right-wing issues, all while protecting billionaires and the biggest corporations. Republicans are determined to make abortion illegal nationally. An attachment to this bill would reverse the FDA decision to allow mifepristone to be dispensed in certified pharmacies to patients with a prescription from a certified prescriber instead of only in hospitals, clinics, and medical offices. Mifepristone has been safely and legally used in the United States by over 5 million women since the FDA approved its use more than 20 years ago. This policy would overrule the established scientific process for FDA approval in order to restrict women's access to health care. And my amendment to remove this rider was blocked. This bill is not serious, but it will like the majority's shutdown, have serious consequences that will be borne by the American people. This bill is shameful, this bill is dangerous, and this bill leaves rural Americans, farmers, seniors, and children, and hungry families behind. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman, Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to remind America, if they're watching, that we're not dealing with monopoly money. Where are the ideas to solve a $2 trillion budget deficit? The president didn't have any. In fact, the president submitted a budget to Congress that never, ever balanced and was supposed to have $1 trillion deficits, but in fact, because of overspending in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is one of the biggest misnomers you've ever had in the history of Congress, because the American people know when you increase spending by hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, you increase inflation. You don't reduce it, you increase it. The fact of the matter is our deficit is now $2 trillion, not $1 trillion. So, Mr. Chair, I'm hoping to hear from the other side of the aisle, where do we pay for all this? We have to borrow every single penny of this bill, and it has to be paid back by our children, our great-grandchildren. That's the facts. I know the facts are disturbing, but we have a $2 trillion deficit, and it's the House Republicans who are taking the responsible position in Washington and dealing with it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, let me just say that we're in this deficit situation largely because we don't collect the revenue from the people who owe taxes, the wealthy millionaires and billionaires that these Republican majorities are protecting by not funding enough agents to collect the money from the internal revenue so that we can fund the government. We wouldn't have the deficit that we have today were they willing to put sufficient agents on the job to be able to collect the money that is lawfully due. People should pay their taxes, and they shouldn't protect those tax cheats. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maine, the ranking member of the Interior Environmental Subcommittee and a member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Ms. Pingree.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my good friend from Georgia for yielding me the time. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill will hurt our farmers, it will hurt women and children, and it will hurt rural America. It provides $17.8 billion, the lowest level of funding for 16 years. This bill hurts our ability to fight the climate crisis by limiting the flexibility of the Credit Commodity Corporation, which USDA uses to give farmers the tools they need to respond to climate change. It slashes funds for climate hubs and climate research following the hottest months ever recorded on Earth. It strips resources for Rural Energy for America program, which will make electricity more expensive for over 1,600 residents in my district. It zeroes out funding for the Office of Urban Agriculture, which handles composting and food waste. This means even more greenhouse gases will be released into our atmosphere. It includes language to prevent the USDA from implementing a rule to protect farmers and ranchers from anti-competitive behavior in the meat and poultry industry. Now, I want to be very clear about the cuts Republicans are making to WIC, the Nutrition Program for Women, Infant, and Children. This bill cuts WIC by $800 million. It also slashes the available funds for families to buy fruits and vegetables. This bill cuts WIC fruit and vegetable benefits by 56% for children and up to 70% for women. Pregnant and postpartum participants would see their benefits drop from $44 to $13. Yeah, that's $13. Anyone who's been grocery shopping in the past few months knows this is not enough. A bag of apples, some carrots, onions, you spent your allotment for the month. Almost 1/3 of children in the United States don't consume enough daily fruit and vegetables, and almost half don't consume enough daily vegetables. This program is critical to address the disparities people face in assessing healthy food. At a time when food pantries in states like Maine are facing empty shelves while they have huge increases in demand, I cannot fathom how Republicans can justify the cuts in this bill.
Time has expired.
Please vote against this bill.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, it's only in Washington that this can happen. Last year's bill, from the other side of the aisle, when they were in the majority, funded WIC at $6.0 billion. This year's bill in front of us funds WIC at $6.0 billion. That's a slash if you listen to the other side of the aisle. The average American going, what? Wait a minute. We're funding it at exactly the same level as last year, and they're accusing us of taking food out of the mouths of women, infants, and children. This is the same level they did last year. That's what the American people can't stand about Washington. Because the average American understands that $6.0 billion last year is the same as $6.0 billion this year. So all they see is a partisan struggle going on. They don't see Americans and the House of Representatives wanting to solve their problems. The price of food in the grocery store, the price of everything, the price of gas, the inflation. They don't want to solve the problem at the southern border. What they want to do is accuse us of slashing things when we fund it at exactly the same level. I reserve.
George is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member of Energy, Water Subcommittee, and a member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bishop, for yielding time for me to oppose this legislation. Quite unfortunate piece of legislation and quite harmful to agriculture. The majority can't produce a real farm bill, and they can't produce a budget on time. And now this legislation, today as it stands, is riddled with divisive policy riders and detrimental funding cuts galore that will hurt American farmers and the American people. Republican efforts to slash funding by 41% across agricultural programs to 2000 levels cannot go unchecked. With the lowest funding in more than 2 decades, this bill weakens American competitiveness in the international marketplace and abandons our farmers. Our country already imports 1/3 of our fresh fruits and vegetables. We need to produce those in our country because what America makes and grows America. Through this bill, Republicans also seek to starve the most exploited and vulnerable Americans of food, literally starve infants born to poor women by slashing the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children by $800 million, slashing hundreds of millions in farmers' procurement contracts in the process. Ohio has 179,262 WIC recipients. So if this bill would pass, many of these recipients, infants, toddlers, pregnant women, breastfeeding women, and postpartum women, will see their allotment drop to as little as, get ready, $11 per month, or simply disappear entirely. A child's brain is largely formed by age 4, and its strength depends on what it eats. So if you starve children, you permanently harm their ability to learn, and you impact them for life. The last thing I will mention is the majority's lack of concern for the exploitation of farmers. One of the many dangerous provisions in this bill is rolling back protection for farmers that prevent megacorporations from imposing debt servitude on farmers. Would the gentleman be able to yield an additional 30 seconds?
I yield additional
Gentleman
30
reserves.
seconds.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. One of the many dangerous provisions in this bill is rolling back protections for farmers that prevent megacorporations from imposing debt servitude on farmers. This bill prohibits farmers from being protected from, and I quote, unfair, unjustly discriminatory, or deceptive business practices. Lack of enforcement of the 1921 Packers and Stockyards Act, along with unchecked corporate mergers, has allowed megacorporations, even foreign corporations, extreme power at the expense of our livestock producers and contract growers. So this bill blocks fair competition. If we don't support our hardworking farmers, what is this bill supposed to be about? I urge my colleagues to vote no on this harmful, ill-considered piece of legislation. I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess we're just going to have to be fact-checking all night long. Once again, the gentlelady said that we're slashing $800 million from the WIC program. Now, maybe this is new math. Maybe this is why our public schools are failing our children. But $6.0 billion this year, our amount, is exactly the same as the $6.0 billion last year. So 6.0 minus 6.0, yes, for those of you watching on TV, take note, is zero. It's exactly the same. It's not $800 million less. Now, I think I heard that we're taking this down to FY 2000 funding levels. Well, that's interesting because we just looked up the FY 2000 funding levels, and the Ag Bill was funded at $14 billion. We're funding it at $25 billion. Now, again, this might be new math. 14 might be more than 25, maybe in some alternate universe. And that's the way this government functions. It's in an alternate universe. It doesn't understand what every American family knows. Inflation is what our problem is. Inflation is driven by out-of-control government spending, by a $2 trillion deficit. And then we're accused of cutting spending to the FY 2000 levels. Again, for those of you who weren't paying attention the first time, FY 2000, look it up. It's easy to Google it. $14 billion. Our bill, $25 billion. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say that every time I hear Republicans talk, they're talking about the cost of everything going up, assuming, which is not true, that that $6 billion is the same as the last year. They say over and over and over how much the cost of living has gone up, how much more it costs to buy some groceries. That's what they talk about every single day when they're not talking about what they want to slash. I yield at this time 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, and a hardworking member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to this heartless bill which cuts nutrition assistance to mothers and children and needed relief to our hardworking farmers. If my Republican colleagues insist on preserving their tax cuts for the rich at all costs, please have the decency not to do it on the backs of women, children, and farmers. Yet, as cruel as these cuts are, it's enough to satisfy the small band of MAGA extremists now running this House. Republican leaders have caved to them again by adding harmful, divisive riders just to bring these bills for a vote. This legislation should have a toxic hazard warning on it. One rider blocks women from accessing mifepristone via telemedicine or the mail, even in states that allow it. This sneak attack on abortion medication would vastly restrict a woman's right to control her own body. And because it's so unpopular, of course, Republicans are adding this health care access barrier now in the dead of night. This isn't the only extreme rider on this bill. Instead of putting children and farmers first, this bill blocks the FDA from regulating nicotine standards. Yes. You're a doctor. That is shocking. If it does this, mind you, despite scientific data showing that it will mean more addicted kids and fewer saved lives. In Florida alone, 32,300 people die each year from smoking-related deaths. So instead of helping hungry children and struggling families, Republicans give handouts to big tobacco in this bill. Look, I know Americans are divided on many issues, but there's one thing we can all agree on. We do not take food assistance away from the children, families, seniors, veterans, and the disabled that desperately rely upon that funding. Yet this extremist MAGA bill does just that. As an appropriator, I always echo the adage, Mr. Chairman, show me your budget, and I'll show you what you really value. Well, this bill exemplifies the ugliest of all values if it takes food from the mouths of the hungry, if it blocks women's reproductive care, and if it cuts funds to American farmers. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to reject these cold-hearted values and vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to fact check myself. That's our budget. The bill is coming to the floor is $22.5 billion, not 25, but that's still a whole lot more than $14 billion. Now, what the toxic hazard is not this bill. It's a $2 trillion deficit and an open southern border. That's what the toxic hazard is, and we're not discussing that in Washington. We should be discussing it in Washington. Mr. Chair, I just have a question. Aren't the remarks supposed to be directed to the chair, the speaker's comments?
The gentleman's correct.
Oh, I thought so. Okay, thought so. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just, I hope that the people who are watching tonight will take note of the fact that they don't have to take our words for it. The Congressional Budget Office has scored this bill, and they've scored the manager's amendment. He says that the bill was $22 billion. Well, after the amendments that they're going to be offering on this bill tonight, CBO has scored it at $15.1 billion. It's clearly not what he is budgeting, what he is representing, so I just want to say that after the manager's amendment, which is the first amendment that we will be considering tonight, the CBO has scored this bill at $50.1 billion, which is a drastic cut to the needs of the American people. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a member of the Appropriations Subcommittee, Mr. Bocane.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm in disbelief over the ridiculously low spending levels proposed by the Republicans in the Agricultural Appropriations Bill. They slashed funding to 2001 levels, funding from over 20 years ago. That's a 41% cut, $10 billion to the people that feed America, our farmers. I don't see how any member of Congress who represents rural America can show this much disrespect to their constituents. Certainly no member from Wisconsin. Here's a few examples of what the bill does. It zeroes out the Dairy Business Innovation Initiative completely, from $25 million to nothing. That's assistance for new and growing dairy businesses that want to get products like milk and specialty cheeses to market. If you're an economically distressed farmer, of which unfortunately there are plenty, this strips assistance for 104,000 farm loan borrowers. If you're a farmer who uses the Farm Service Agency for things like loans or disaster relief, this bill cuts FSA in addition to conservation programs like EQIP that help farmers improve their operations and output. If you get energy assistance as a farmer, good luck with that. REAP fund will be cut by over $500 million, making your energy costs go up in rural America. And if you farm and supply food through international food programs, you're really out of luck because they cut it by $1.2 billion, a 69% cut. With this level of cuts, I would assume this was a satire, a Saturday Night Live episode. But it's just another Tuesday night in the U.S. Congress where farmers apparently aren't valued by the House Republican majority. No one who claims to support rural America could write or vote for an agricultural funding bill this bad. No one. And I, for one, won't be supporting this kind of disrespect to the farmers in my district. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I guess it's fact check time again for the American people. So FY 2000 was $14 billion. I think I demonstrated that 22.5 is more than 14. So the gentleman says, well, in FY 20, we're cutting it to FY 2001 levels. Well, Mr. Chair, that was $15 billion. Again, might be new math, but when I went to school, I was taught that 15 was less than 22.5. No matter how many times you say it on the floor of this House, we are not cutting spending to FY 2001 levels. We are cutting them to pre-COVID levels. Because, Mr. Chair, the pandemic is over. The freewheeling spending during the pandemic has to end. A $2 trillion deficit and an open southern border are existential threats to this country, and the Republican House majority is dealing with it. Mr. Chair, I remind the body that the Senate is not controlled by Republicans, and they haven't passed a single appropriations bill to the floor. Now, we only passed one, but again, when I went to school, one was more than none. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Baczynski.
Gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 4368, which has been weaponized to further limit Americans' access to reproductive health care. Hidden in this bill is an attempt to reinstate medically unnecessary and outdated FDA policies that restrict access to mifepristone, a safe, effective drug used in medication abortion and miscarriage management care. From the courts to Congress, my colleagues in the majority are continuing their efforts to force burdensome restrictions that attack our fundamental freedoms to make our own decisions about our own bodies. This funding bill is yet another example of political interference into the scientific review process entrusted to the FDA by Congress. It is a draconian attempt to strip away people's fundamental freedom to make their own decisions, make their own medical decisions, rejecting years of scientific and medical expertise and an extensive evidence-based review that showed mifepristone to be incredibly safe. Mifepristone is safe, it's effective, and it's not the business of Congress to substitute political judgments for the judgments of the scientific and medical experts who determine FDA policy governing this medication. And what is even more unfortunate is that this is just one of many problematic aspects of this bill. As a member of the House Committee on Agriculture, I could spend hours with you all walking through how cutting funding to 2003 levels leaves our farmers and working families behind. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who sit on the Agriculture Committee with me do not view this to be a serious proposal. And I challenge them to think long and hard how they will communicate this to farmers back home before voting yes on this bill. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would have stricken the provisions rolling back FDA's guidance. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chair, first it was that we're cutting it to FY 2000 levels. Then it was 2001 levels. So now they raised the ante. It's FY 2003 levels. FY 2003 funding level in this bill was $17.55 billion. I will remind all the Americans watching that 17.5 is less than 22.5. In fact, we're $5 billion above that. We are not cutting spending to FY 2003 levels. Now, maybe the next speaker will suggest 2005, 2007. Now, if they get to FY 19 pre-COVID, yes, we are. Because the American people, and I want to suggest, the floor leader on the other side of the aisle said, Republicans talk of everything going up. Well, Mr. Chair, if that were true, if it's only Republicans that talk of everything going up, we would be getting 95% of the vote in America because everybody is talking about everything going up. You can't go anywhere without someone saying, oh my gosh, I had to pay $4.80 a gallon for diesel. Oh my gosh, I got to pay $3.70 a gallon for, oh my gosh, I got to pay so much for milk. I got to pay $2 for a loaf of bread I used to pay $1.20 for. That's what Americans are. It's not Republicans talking about that. We're just listening to what the Americans say. That's why we're returning spending to the pre-COVID levels. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
We have no more speakers. And at this time, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the past 2 decades, our country and the agriculture industry have grown. Our population has grown. Yet this bill initially withdrew funding for America's agriculture, as you've heard, back to 2006 funding levels, with an allocation of $17.1 billion, which is nearly $8 billion below last year's enacted bill. Sadly, we are here tonight with a bill that the majority made even worse this past weekend by gutting Congress's commitment to American farmers, producers, rural communities, and families to levels last seen in 2001. This bill keeps moving in the wrong direction. Also, many of the amendments that we will be debating tonight, which lowering this allocation much lower than the American people need, will be an attempt really to circumvent the ongoing negotiations in the House Agriculture Authorizing Committee, which is working so desperately to get our farmers and our rural communities and our lenders in America a 2023 Farm Bill, which is the blueprint that our farmers and our stakeholders need to plan for agriculture in America going forward. This will jeopardize the consensus that we hope to build and to pass for the 2023 Farm Bill. So I urge my colleagues, defeat this bill. Let's send it back to committee, and let's begin to put together a better work product for the American people. This bill is a disgrace. It really does not rise to the level that the American people deserve. We have got to continue to keep our farmers and our Americans in a position to consume and produce the highest quality, the safest, the most abundant food and fiber anywhere in America, and to have the safest medications and the medical devices. So I urge us to defeat this. We need to do better.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republicans got sent back in the majority this term of Congress to get things in order in Washington. So in closing, I'd ask my colleagues to support the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture Appropriations Bill, which returns to pre-COVID spending levels and starts us on a path to decreasing our federal spending and decreasing inflation. That's what the American people want, but this legislation does prioritize critical programs that support our nation's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. The bill importantly reins in federal spending and regulatory overreach, as well as includes a number of conservative policy victories to stop the Biden administration's woke agenda. Again, I would ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part E of the House Report 118-216 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. Amendments in block described in Section 12 of House Resolution 723 and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part F of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equal divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before action thereon, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments in block consisting of further amendments printed in Part F of the report, not earlier disposed of. Amendments in block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
Consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 37, 39, 40, 44, 46, 47, 49, 50, 58, 59, 60, and 63, printed in Part F of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Harris of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of this amendment. This is the bipartisan amendment which includes priorities from members on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment and ask for your support. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment includes 42 amendments, 5 bipartisan, 17 Republicans, 20 for Democrats. The agriculture funding bill has historically been a bipartisan bill, and we'll need to channel that same cooperation if we want to pass appropriations bills into law. I thank the gentleman for offering the amendments and his cooperation in having this bipartisan en bloc amendment. I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman George is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Balint.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the en bloc amendment, which includes my amendment to support Vermont's recovery from this summer's catastrophic flooding. Vermont farmers are hurting. With government funding running out on Saturday, the Republicans' agriculture appropriations bill is too little, too late. Vermont's recovery needs are urgent. My amendment urges USDA to ensure disaster assistance is deployed as quickly as possible. It's been a rough year in Vermont. Vermont producers have sustained millions and millions and millions of dollars in damages, impacting nearly 30,000 acres of land. Vermont farmers are essentially the heart of our communities, the fabric of our state, and I'll do everything in my power to make sure they have the resources they need to make sure that they are able to recover and build back better from this horrible flooding. A government shutdown would be devastating for Vermont and other states like mine that are recovering from disasters this summer. Vermonters need federal recovery dollars to continue to flow so that towns and households can get back on their feet. We must turn our attention to serious matters. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman George is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and Mr. Harris for working together. Every time I come to the floor, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say I do not want a government shutdown, having been through them and seen the desperation that comes upon the American people, and I'll do everything I can that is within reason to make sure we do not have it. But as I present this amendment and thank the committees for allowing this amendment to be in, I just have to take note of the cuts in SNAP benefits the funding cuts in rural electric cooperation and the shocking cuts in WIC. That's what I think has to be fixed, and the American people are not aware. But I am grateful that my amendment, the Jackson-Lee Amendment number 18, increases funding that provides grant, research, and financial support for the 1890s land-grant universities, which are 28 historically black colleges and universities. This amendment would decrease funding in another account. The Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities Council of 1890s includes all the historically black colleges. Under the Morrill Act of 1890, at least 19 universities have been designated. But the importance of this is how crucial it is to engage our universities in research. And in particular, the National Science Foundation, it strengthens the training of our young people. It provides them with the doors to opportunity. Research is the economy of the 21st century. Increasing funding for the United States Department of Agriculture that provides grant research would help to stimulate sustainable improvement in research and development. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment, supporting the education and research in historically black colleges. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Gluesenkamp-Perez.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to urge the support of two of my amendments in this bipartisan en bloc. My first amendment supports farmers and healthy soils by asking the USDA to conduct research on the amount of microplastics in farmland. Microplastics are showing up everywhere in our bodies, in our waters, in our soils. And my amendment would support efforts to understand microplastics and support healthy soil, which is essential for our farming communities and our agricultural sector. My second amendment is the idea that the USDA should be able to fix its own stuff. We shouldn't waste taxpayer dollars on tractors and other farm equipment that cannot be easily repaired and by USDA technicians when it breaks. My amendment allows the USDA to be better stewards of taxpayer dollars and support the longevity of the equipment they use to perform groundbreaking research. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 90 seconds to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this en bloc amendment, which includes two of my amendments. The USDA Office of Tribal Relations serves as the vital single point of contact for our rural communities as they work through what is available for them. And as we know, our tribal communities are rural, and they must have access to the USDA Office of Tribal Relations. My amendment number 4 would restore funding levels for the USDA Office of Tribal Relations. Separately, my amendment number 25 would increase funding to USDA Rural Development by $7 million to use these funds to improve its oversight of the Section 515 loan program for rural multifamily rental housing. Outrageously, in my district, 3 of these properties have experienced serious management and maintenance issues. The city of Espanola even condemned a property recently. This has left residents in unsafe conditions. USDA needs the necessary resources to make sure its properties are livable. The U.S. AG, but I must say, while I am in favor of this en bloc amendment, I must state again my opposition to the appropriations bill itself. I've previously stood on this floor in opposition to the severe cuts to our rural communities. We must prioritize our rural communities, not cut them to 2007 levels. So I urge adoption of this amendment, but opposition to the bill itself. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments in block offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216, For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to restore funding for the USDA Office of the Chief Economist to fiscal year 2016 levels, which will save us more than $11 million in 2024. Now, what's interesting, I've been listening to my colleagues across the aisle say that it's going to 2001 levels. They don't want that. They don't want 2000 levels. This goes to 2016 levels, so I'm hoping that they'll support this, because our annual discretionary spending has exploded over the course of the COVID-19 response. No one thought our government was too small before COVID. We're currently spending $400 billion more in fiscal year 2023 for the same government we had before. And deficits for this year are expected to exceed $2 trillion. And that's why we have a $33 trillion national debt. So, and that does not even include the $700 billion in interest that we pay. So revenue in fiscal year 2022 levels far exceeded our federal spending in fiscal year 2016, meaning that if we were to shrink the federal behemoth back to those pre-COVID levels, we might be able to avoid adding to our national debt for the next 12 months. This is the first of many amendments that I will be offering to appropriations bills this week, intended to reduce spending. My staff and I spent countless hours earlier this year reviewing prior year appropriation bills and making recommendations to the Appropriations Committee. I even filed 521 separate bills to cut spending across the discretionary budget, totaling $100 billion in spending reductions for fiscal year 2024. So I'm not singling any one office or department out here. We need to tighten our belts across the federal government in order to get spending under control. And so I'll just ask you, how bad is the national debt crisis? The 12 regional Federal Reserve banks that compose the largest central bank in the world have a monopoly on printing paper dollars. It's the world's reserve currency, and yet its ability to print money and invest it in bonds, the Federal Reserve is now on pace to lose over $100 billion this year. They lost $53 billion in the last 2 quarters. They're going to lose over $100 billion. And why is that? Because federal spending is out of control. If we're not going to fix it, who's going to fix it? Who's going to start fixing it? It's our job. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment would cut funding for the Office of the Chief Economist by an additional 46%. That's almost half. The Office of the Chief Economist provides advice and counsel to the Secretary on matters affecting the economy with respect to the Agriculture Department. This bill already guts funding for USDA. Any further cuts just make a bad bill worse. I just think we need to defeat this amendment, and I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to congratulate the gentleman, because the gentleman brings an amendment to the floor that does something with the $2 trillion budget deficit. And he's right, we have a $33 billion debt. Our interest payments in a few years are going to be over $1 trillion, more than Social Security, more than Medicare, more than Medicaid, more than food stamps, more than all of them. I just wanted one fact check before I sit down. Now we heard it was FY 2007, so I guess the speechwriters can't make up their mind. Is it FY 2000, 2001, 2003, now it's 2000? Just to remind the chair, the spending level in the 2007 bill was $17.8 billion, and that is almost $5 billion less than what we appropriate in this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
This is a bad amendment. It's bad for the country. It's bad for USDA. I urge defeat of this amendment.
Reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the last while, I've heard my colleagues across the aisle, Mr. Chairman, they were talking about costs, that Republicans want to cut costs, and that we always talk about costs. But here's my question. What could they do? They're the ones who fostered this massive inflation on us that is imposing terrible cost on the American people. First thing they could do is they could unleash American energy. When you unleash American energy, you reduce the price of the fuels that are necessary for the farmers to produce our food. You reduce the costs for the transports to bring that food to market, and you make our cost structure go down. That's not necessarily inflation, because the other thing you have to do to bring inflation under control is to bring federal spending under control. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman reserves back. Gentleman George is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when you cut the energy assistance programs for our farmers in our rural communities, you raise the cost of their production. And when you raise the cost of their production, you raise the cost of the products they produce on the shelves of the grocery stores. This is not a good thing, and I urge the defeat of this amendment. I urge the defeat of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are trying to fund our government for the year at a time when we have $33 trillion in national debt and we're on track for a $2 trillion deficit this year. And so we are literally borrowing some $2 trillion to fund the government this year. So it's incumbent upon us to be careful with how we spend hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, within that context, the Biden administration continues to weaponize every lever of the federal government, abusing their power to push their harmful leftist agenda on federal employees and the American people. Exhibit A would be the Department of Defense abortion travel policy, which violates current law. But this harm that's being done to the American people by this administration manifests itself in other ways as well. And the Biden administration continues pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion policies through all federal agencies, largely enforced by the Office of Civil Rights. My amendment would reduce funding for the Office of Civil Rights within the USDA by 50%, permitting necessary functions to continue, but sending a much-needed message on behalf of the American people that they cannot use their taxpayer dollars to implement their radical leftist agenda. DEI initiatives promote hiring quotas rather than merit-based policies for selection and promotion. The federal government should be hiring and firing. There's a concept for the federal government. The federal government should be hiring and firing employees based on the quality of their performance or lack thereof, not based on the color of the skin or the gender they claim to be identifying as on whatever particular day. So my amendment cuts a little over $8 million. Again, when we're running we have $33 trillion in national debt and on track for a $2 trillion deficit. My amendment would cut a little over $8 million from the department so that taxpayer dollars can be appropriately used rather than promoting the leftist radical agenda of the Biden administration. And I yield. I reserve. I'm sorry.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chair,
I
claim time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment would cut funding for the Office of Civil Rights at USDA by an additional 19%. The bill already cuts funding for USDA. Any further cuts would just make a bad bill worse. But the Office of Civil Rights at USDA is there for one purpose, and that's to make sure that every American has an equal opportunity to access the programs of USDA, regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of national origin. USDA over the past decades has been required to pay billions of dollars to folks who were stakeholders who were denied equal opportunity to access these programs. If we cut this, we will be hamstringing the ability of USDA to do the right thing. We want to stop this before it spreads. It's already done too much damage to access for minorities, for women, and for various ethnic minorities. So we must fund this office, and I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. It's another amendment that does nothing to serve farmers, nothing to serve rural America, and it has no place in this bill. We should fund the USDA in a way that makes its programs accessible and available to every single American. I urge that this amendment be rejected. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the justification that the gentleman from Georgia just enumerated there is already protected by law. It's already illegal to discriminate on the bases that he's talking about there. But thankfully, the Supreme Court, we are moving to a post-discrimination society. We're going to no longer discriminate based on race. The Supreme Court is moving us that way in education. We ought to be doing it with the Office of Civil Rights in the USDA as well. We should be using taxpayer dollars for those farmers and programs that actually benefit the American people and have the highest return, or at least a return, and one that's not harmful for the American people. If the Office of Civil Rights were simply ensuring that people were protected as required by law, again, there wouldn't be a problem, but the Biden administration has subverted these types of offices to promote their divisive, radical leftist agenda. And I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Virginia has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden administration has completely lost touch with the idea of hiring and firing people according to their performance and the work that they do, and instead wants to base those decisions on a person's immutable characteristics and achieving quotas in the name of equity. My amendment will hold these individuals accountable to simply do their jobs instead of promoting a radical agenda and wasting taxpayer dollars, again, dollars that are borrowed from our kids and our grandkids. And I urge my colleagues to vote in support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which restores funding for the National Agricultural Statistical Service to the fiscal year 2019 level. That would result in directly nearly $13 million to deficit reduction in fiscal year 2024. Annual discretionary spending, I won't go through that again. What I said last time. Revenue in fiscal year 2022 levels actually exceeded our federal spending in fiscal year 2019, meaning that if we were to shrink the federal behemoth back to those pre-COVID levels, we might be able to avoid adding to our national debt for the next 12 months. Now, I want to continue on why this is so doggone important that we take care of this because my proposed funding level for the National Agricultural Statistical Service is a 7.5% increase over fiscal year 2019 level. So you actually, we're bumping it above, slightly above the 2019 level, but we're getting right back to the pre-COVID levels. Now let's talk about this for a second. My colleagues across the aisle, I actually heard one of them say in talking about the underlying bill, the main bill, that the federal government needed to, quote, meet the needs of every American, close quote. I want you to think about what that says. The federal government meets the need of every American. Who determines what that need is? And who pays for that need? Well, no, our grandchildren must be the ones that they think are going to pay for the current needs, because we are borrowing $2 trillion this year, and it'll be more than that next year. We're paying interest about $700 billion in 2023. It'll be more than that next year. And let's talk about the Fed again. I mentioned the Fed just so people could understand that the Fed has now put itself in a precarious position. We always used the Fed. We counted on it. Those who wanted to grow government anyways did. They believed in modern monetary theory, that the Fed could just keep printing money, no inflation would result, it just money grows on trees, and that we could supply every American for every need that they might have. So you used the central bank to keep interest rates really low. That made private borrowers really happy about that, because they could service government debt inexpensively. But what happened? COVID happened, right? And trillions of dollars flooded our economy. And when those trillions of dollars flooded our economy, it devalued our currency and caused inflation to go up, because those were non-productive dollars. And what did the Democrats do last year, besides doing because they didn't get their act together on budgeting? They passed a couple of CRs, which led ultimately to the omnibus bill. And that flooded money in there after COVID was long gone. They added to the inflationary pressures. And I'm going to continue this, but for now I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It would cut funding for the National Agricultural Statistics Service and the Census of Agriculture by an additional 8%. The bill already cuts too much funding from USDA, and any further cuts, again, make a bad bill worse. The Office of National Agricultural Statistics Service and the Census of Agriculture, those are very, very important functions, and the American people need to know. We need to know what we grow. We need to know who's producing what we grow. We need to know where it's made. We need to know what the country will need. This provides very, very important data that informs us. It informs our governmental entities, it informs our private sector, it informs the consumers. We don't need any more cuts here. So I urge you to defeat this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's talk some more about the Fed and why we're in a world of hurt, and why we have to start reducing spending and funding. We can't fund every project, everything around the world, and even in our own country. We send hundreds of billions of dollars out of this country. But guess what? When the Fed bought $4.7 trillion in additional assets, $2.5 trillion of that was in mortgage-backed securities, and they invested in long-term loans. And then they kept increasing, as inflation pressures up, they kept increasing the prime rate. They're now expecting another increase in the interest rate within the next 2 months. We will have to pay that debt service. That will contribute to the inflationary pressure that we have. So when you screw up your energy policy and you screw up your federal funding policy, the American people suffer. And they suffer through higher costs due to inflation. That's a hidden tax. That's why I keep trying to find ways, line items, where we can actually provide services, but we can reduce the federal spending to at least make some rational nod towards bringing us back to some sound funding policy, something we haven't seen here in ages. Yield back.
On the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a recorded vote on this amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 32 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 33, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to restore funding to the National Institute of Food and Agriculture to fiscal year 2019 levels. This amendment would direct $157 million to deficit reduction in fiscal year 2024. Let's talk about this. I've been talking all night about the precarious position our economy is in. I'm often baffled by this. I view it as an existential threat. And you know what? Bipartisan, we've seen national security leaders of this country say our biggest threat is our national debt. Every year we have a structural deficit. This year we thought it was going to be about 1.7. CBO revised it up north of $2 trillion. And that's what it's going to be next year. The National Institute of Food and Agriculture has made a habit of disseminating grant funding to organizations intent on perpetuating societal division in the United States. These include things like a $350,000 funding grant to a Soros-funded nonprofit promoting, quote, equity in community food development projects. Another $1.4 million in funds for organizations to advance food justice in California, and funding to colleges seeking to enhance diversity in food economics. And the proposed funding level that is made for the National Institute of Food and Agriculture is a 17% increase over the fiscal year 2019 level. The reduction I propose in my amendment would ensure that taxpayer dollars are properly focused on activities related to food and crop development. That's what this agency is supposed to be doing, not wokeifying the money that we give to it. Well, I want everyone to support this amendment, and I'm going to continue my talk about our precarious position, which is an existential crisis to the United States, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in very strong opposition to this amendment. Cutting funding for the National Institute of Food and Agriculture by an additional 17% is penny-wise and pound-foolish. The bill already guts funding for USDA, but the NIFA, the National Institute for Food and Agriculture, provides grants for research to our colleges and universities, and particularly the 1890 institutions that were created under the Second Morrill Act. This is a very, very useful agency. It provides essential research, the tool that keeps American agriculture on the cutting edge. In America, we produce the safest, the highest quality food and fiber anywhere in the industrialized world, and we do it because we fund research. Our research is the cutting edge. Why would we cut by 17%? We need research like we never needed it before. With the climate challenges that we're facing, we've got challenges that we must have in order to continue to produce the food to feed the people in this country and around the world. This research is essential, and we need to continue to fund it, and we don't need this 17% cut. I urge the defeat of this amendment. Let's defeat this. Let's pass a useful bill that is responsible, that meets the needs of the American people, the American producers. I urge that this be defeated, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the course of this evening, under the underlying bill, the debate that was going, the underlying bill was referred to as being heartless and disrespectful. This amendment was referred to as being disrespectful, as a matter of fact. But this is what I would tell you. You know what's heartless? Heartless is putting our nation and wrapping it up with flaxen cords that we will not soon be able to get out of with constant, perpetual debt. You see inflation. Inflation is going to keep going. Inflation is going to keep going because we don't have a great energy policy and we have a terrible federal spending problem. We heard on the underlying bill, hey, you know what? We should just raise more taxes. That's what we should be doing. But you know what? We had record revenue. And guess what? We continued to increase our structural deficit, which leads to a greater national debt problem. It isn't that Americans aren't paying enough in taxes. It's a fundamental spending problem. And it gets back to what I've been talking about, this modern monetary theory. You heard it just a minute ago. We need to take care of the needs of everybody. We need to take care of the needs of everybody. Who pays for that? It is obviously not going to be the American people who are living right now. Maybe it is going to be some who are living now. We can't fundamentally afford the government that my leftist colleagues across the aisle continue to promote. That's what they want. They want massive government. They want government that controls every aspect of everybody's life, and then they say that will meet the needs of everybody. But that's not enough. They got to open the southern border as well, so that by the time the Biden administration leaves, you will have 10 million encounters at the border. And that won't include the gotaways, both known and unknown, which already, under the Biden administration, exceed 2.5 million people. Yeah, how are you going to pay for that? They never want to tell you how they're going to pay for it because they have no concept of what is facing this country. I urge the adoption of my amendment. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 36 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part F of House Report 118.216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to restore funding to the Farm Production and Conservation Business Center to fiscal year 2019 levels. That's right, take it back to pre-COVID levels. This amendment would direct nearly $15 million to deficit reduction in fiscal year 2024. My staff and I earlier in the year introduced many bills trying to take a line item approach to the budget to try to reduce spending try to bring us back into some rationality, and this is one of the places we found. The proposed funding level for the Farm Production and Conservation Business Center is a nearly 7% increase over fiscal year 2019 levels. The Farm Production and Conservation Business Center is a fairly new office within the Department of Agriculture and is intended to support the agency's farmer-facing components. But under the Biden administration, the agency is pushing out taxpayer-funded climate alarmism and messaging to outline how USDA is advancing equity by providing increased financial assistance to historically underserved groups. The spending reduction in this amendment would ensure that the Business Center is not abusing its farmer-facing role to promote divisive ideology as the Biden regime is trying to do, but instead focuses its resources on serving agricultural producers. I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Listen, these amendments just go to undermine the ability of USDA to do what it's supposed to do for the American people. This is another amendment that cuts funding, and if you keep cutting funding, you will totally make this agency unable to deliver on its promises to the American people. It's a bad amendment. It's a cut that doesn't need to happen. I urge its opposition, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, I'm actually baffled a little bit because I never hear from across the aisle like we're on the other side of an ocean. An ocean separates us. I never hear my colleagues say that they want to reduce spending on any program. I just never hear it. Instead, they want to continually propose big spending programs that we simply don't have money for. And then they want to do something that's actually self-defeating by increasing taxes. We have significant revenue. We just outspend the revenue. We just outspend it every time. So what happened after COVID? Well, I'm proposing we go back to pre-COVID levels. But what happened during COVID is that the Federal Reserve had to auction so many treasuries, it actually had to begin offering higher rates. What did that do? That fueled higher rates. Now with rates so much higher, the bank is now forced to borrow against all its prior lending, all its prior investments, which they did at like 1%. And now we're sitting at 5.3%. And when you're doing bonds, Mr. Chairman, and you know this as well as anybody, your value of your asset has decreased. That's what's happened. That's what happened. And it puts us in massive economic jeopardy. We have to acknowledge that. And that's the reason that the Fed has incurred a net loss of $53.5 billion on interest expense, a trend that's going to continue in this quarter. And I'm going to submit for the record an article by Daniel Horowitz of this date with this information. And then let's talk some more about what should be done. What should be done. Yeah, would you, yeah.
In the record.
Yeah, thank you.
Under general leave.
Thank you. With our structure, we have a structural deficit of $2 trillion. We're spending $700 billion in interest. Fed's losing money. Our economy is slowing down to boot. So the question is, what could we do? How about we rein in our federal spending so that the value of our currency doesn't keep dropping like a stone? How about we unleash American energy so that we have cost pressure to reduce costs on the energy side, and we have traditional currency protection on the inflation side? That would do it. That would help. But we don't see anything from the Hill from which my colleagues across the way speak. We don't hear it from the White House either. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I am urging adoption of this amendment. It's a small measure to reduce a small program in a small way, but it moves us in that direction. I'll yield.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Texas. Oklahoma. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
It's now in order to. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
It is now in order to consider. Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Oklahoma will, and a member opposed to it will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this administration took office, the average family of 4 is spending $1,200 more per month to buy the exact same goods and services as they were compared to January of 2021. That is a almost $15,000 increase per year to the average family of 4. It's because of excessive government spending that is driving devaluation of our currency, thus inflation. I grew up ranching, and I still ranch. When you talk to farmers and ranchers, they'll tell you their biggest issue is the increase in the input costs. Whether it's 4-point barbed wire, whether it's T-posts, whether it's a feed truck, cake box, used tractors, everything is costing almost twice what it did just a few years ago. The price of agriculture in general is up 23%, the stats tell us, just in 2 years under this administration. To help America's farmers and ranchers, we need to get serious about cutting government spending that is the root cause of inflation and that devaluation of our currency. Right now, for every dollar that we're spending, above $6 trillion in spend, only 70% of it's paid for. We're charging 30% to our kids and our grandkids who want to inherit those farms and ranches. My conservative colleagues and I are urging Congress to reduce overall spending back to pre-COVID spending levels. The cut I'm proposing with this amendment is a modest 6.5% cut from the underlying bill. Funds at NRCS at a higher level even than they were at fiscal year 19. I know NRCS programs. In my heavy equipment excavation business, I built ponds. I have friends that work for NRCS. I have gotten good advice from NRCS. My question is to my friends in NRCS, my question to my friends in agriculture, in the agricultural community. Can we not return to the pre-COVID spending levels to give our kids and our grandkids a chance at the blessing of liberty? There is money within the NRCS that can be cut that's not even conservation related. Like many agencies, the Biden administration is using even NRCS to carry out a leftist agenda. So absorption of these cuts should start here. NRCS has an equity division whose mission is to advocate and better align institutional equity into the work practices of NRCS programs and services. NRCS aims to meet or exceed President Biden's Justice 40 goals. Under the guise of environmental justice, the Justice 40 initiative goal is to pick winners and losers. It aims to have 40% of benefits flow to disadvantaged communities that are marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution, end of quote. NRCS state offices like Vermont have created a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, special emphasis program manager position. NRCS also provides resources such as pride calendars, pronouns in the workplace guidance, and LGBTQ spotlights. This is not the role. This is not the original mission of NRCS. It demonstrates there is excess within the agency. I know this agency. I've benefited from it. Friends have benefited from it. But if we are going to be serious about giving our kids a chance, we can't protect every program that we like from what has to be a nation that starts living within its means. We have to begin somewhere. This 6.5% cut is more than reasonable, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Cutting funding for the National Resources Conservation Service by an additional 8% will just, again, make it worse. This is a very, very, very important agency. It provides very valuable services to our communities as well as to our farmers. You've got a number of programs that are so vitally important. You got the conservation innovation programs. You've got the environmental quality incentives program, which helps farmers and ranchers and forest landowners to integrate conservation into their working lands. You got the grants that support the development of new tools and new approaches, practices, and technologies to further our natural resource conservation on private lands. You've got the conservation stewardship programs, which builds on conservation efforts to strengthen the farmers' operations. You got the Emergency Watershed Protection Program, which is a federal emergency recovery program that helps local communities to recover after natural disasters strike. Look at what we've endured over the past year. The past 2 years, communities have been struck by floods, by wildfires, by hurricanes. We've got problems, and the Watershed Rehabilitation Program is there, and it needs to be fully funded, particularly this year with what we've experienced with the climate change. You got the watershed and the flood prevention programs. Time and time again, the wetland reserve easements. We've got to help this. We have to protect our forest, and of course, the forest programs and the grazing funds for our livestock. You know, this is just penny wise and pound foolish again. We must protect the conservation programs because they protect our environment and they protect our farmers and help them to be sustainable. This is a bad amendment. I urge its rejection, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had someone say to me one time, governing should be pretty easy. However much government you want ought to be the amount of government you're willing to pay for. The problem is on the federal government level, we're not paying for it. We're asking our kids and our grandkids to pay for all of this. For every dollar we are spending right now, we are asking our children to pick up 30% of the tab. And so the question is, when will we start being responsible, looking out for the blessing of liberty for our children and our grandkids? This is a 6.5% reduction. The underlying bill, if adopted, leaves $850 million unto NRCS. We are addicted. We are addicted to our overspend in this nation. And so fiscal sanity is crying out. Future generations are crying out. Start somewhere. And I'm asking my colleagues to start here with me.
Does the gentleman yield back?
He does.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
I requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I'd like to demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceeding on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. The gentleman will suspend. The chair understands that amendment number 42 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment is pending at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, and the member opposed to the amendment will each control 5 minutes. The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To reiterate what's been said this evening often, we hit 33 trillion. It's the first time in our nation's history. That means as of today, every baby that's born in any hospital around this country who opens their eyes and takes in their first breath of air owes $98,000. And they're only going to pay it off through a lower standard of living because of the selfishness of the generations before them. If we continue at this rate of overspending, we are sacrificing their future. Make no mistake about that. That's why my conservative colleagues and I are trying to rein in our federal spending and return to the pre-COVID spending levels. We have to start cutting spending. My amendment would eliminate the USDA Rental Assistance Program, which was one of 25 duplicative housing programs. I want to reiterate the word duplicative. Duplicative housing programs, 25. This amendment, if adopted, would save $1.6 billion. That's real numbers. Today, the federal government subsidizes low-income families through more than 25 duplicative housing programs consisting of projects, vouchers, rental construction, financing, grants to state and local governments. It includes 20 different entities administering 160 different programs, tax expenditures, and other tools supporting homeownership and rental housing. In 2021, the federal government spent over $57 billion on low-income housing programs benefiting 9.3 million Americans. We have 333 million Americans total in this nation. This particular program represents only about 2.8% of federal housing assistance programs. This duplicative program should be rolled under the Department of Housing and Urban Development to improve efficiency. In 2012 and 2016 reports, the Government Accountability Office recommended consolidating many of these programs, duplicative programs. That is why in 2018, OMB under President Trump proposed moving USDA rental housing programs to HUD to improve operational efficiency, service delivery, produce savings by reducing agency bureaucracy cost. According to the OMB under the Trump administration, quote, USDA housing programs, which serve eligible rural areas, were initially established in the 1940s in response to an underrepresentation of national housing programs in rural areas. Since then, the rationale for separate rural-focused housing programs at USDA has become outdated, giving HUD's role in serving communities throughout the nation, including many in rural areas. In fact, due in large part to the sheer size of its programs, HUD serves more households in USD-eligible areas than USDA does, end of quote. The GAO found, quote, the consolidation of agencies or administrative functions could yield a more efficient oversight and administrative structure for cost savings in central housing programs. The Government Accountability Office recommended that HUD and USDA review, consolidate duplicative housing programs, including rural housing service. The duplication of program services provides headaches and confusions to the neediest of Americans, wanting to know where to go. It's time to streamline programs and get our fiscal house in order. What is causing so many young adults outside of this program administration not to be able to afford their homes? High interest rates driven by overspending. This $1.6 billion that this amendment proposes represents a return to fiscal sanity. For every dollar we're spending, we're only paying for 70% of it. When are we going to get serious about spending restraint for the next generation? I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from, for what purpose is the gentleman from Georgia
I claim
seek
time in
recognition?
opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill, our funding bill, funds rural America. We as members of Congress ought to be committed to assuring that people who live in rural communities are not disadvantaged simply because of their rural zip code. I urge us to defeat this amendment because housing, affordable, decent housing, is something that every American ought to have access to regardless of where he or she lives. And of course, this funding for rural America is comparable to the same programs that urban Americans have access to. It provides support for families so that they can afford to have decent housing. To cut this is to really to punish people who need the help for decent housing who happen to live in rural America. This is something we should not do. Rural Americans should have the same opportunities to realize the American dream as any other American, any place they live. And so I urge the defeat of this amendment. It's bitter, it's a nasty amendment that hurts people who need a hand up. And so I urge that this amendment be defeated.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, I just want to reiterate, duplication of programming, there are 25 duplicative programs in the same area. This cut represents 2.8% of all federal housing assistance. We can help the neediest Americans by streamlining housing programs and getting our own fiscal house in order. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense reduction in duplication. And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek
I'd like to
recognition?
request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part F of House Report 118216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cuts this account, the Rural Business Program account, in half from last year's enacted budget amount of $43,125,000. Now, though the Rural Business Cooperative Service, like a lot of Washington, D.C. programs, has a good name, it doesn't always do good things. Unfortunately, it continues the age-old government sin of picking winners and losers instead of just letting the market work. Small businesses, I ran a small business, and people would tell me, well, the government wants to be a good partner. I wasn't looking for a partner in my business. I was looking to run my business, and if it was a partner, surely it wasn't the government, who had no idea about what I did in my business. What businesses need is for the government to get out of the way and stop making it difficult if they don't bend the knee to whatever the government demands of them. Now, let me just tell you what we're funding with this money. This comes right from the code cited in this appropriations bill. Loans for the purposes of reducing the reliance on non-renewable energy sources by encouraging the development and construction of solar energy systems and other renewable energy systems. So if you want to do that, you can get some of this money. If you don't want to do that, you can forget it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen the government-mandated shift to green and oftentimes unreliable energy sources, and we've seen what it's done to the country. I mean, the Secretary of Energy tried to take a drive a little while ago in her battery-operated vehicle and didn't make it too far. We're not against these things, but the market should decide, not the government. The government is not the market, and it doesn't make the most efficient decisions. Even in places where the shift hasn't directly caused tragedy, every single one of our constituents are facing higher prices because of these policies. And ladies and gentlemen, because of these policies, we're literally building a grid on top of the grid that we already have. And the grid that we have, we're actually diminishing. At the very same time, we're demanding more from that grid. You remember your health care costs, how they were going to go down when we socialized medicine with the Affordable Care Act, and now you can't afford medicine? Well, get ready, because you're not going to be able to afford your electricity either. This program supports that unaffordability, which is why it should end. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. This very spending fight has highlighted the true amount of waste and duplication in the federal government the gentleman before me just spoke about. So I want to offer a list of the agencies that offer direct or indirect funding for this very thing. Department of Agriculture, Department of Commerce, Department of Defense, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Department of Interior, Department of Treasury, and Small Business Administration. My goodness, if every household and every business duplicated all the things the federal government did, well, they'd be broke too, because we sure are now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm more than supportive of small businesses in towns. That's where I got my start, picking fruit, baling hay, working in small businesses. First business outside of agriculture was Ray's Exxon on Route 15. That's a small business. These businesses, like every other one, and our consumers have faced a record high cost of living due to government-mandated shutdowns and harmful Biden policies. Every single one of these businesses and individual taxpayers, all taxpayers, ought to keep more of their money that they earn instead of having it redistributed to whoever the government chooses to be the winner. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment should be defeated. It will cut funding for the Rural Business Cooperative Service by an additional 44%. Agricultural cooperatives provide effective marketing, low-cost supplies, and services to their member owners. And cooperatives bring electricity, e-connectivity, affordable housing, capital, financial services, telecommunications, healthcare, food, hardware, building supplies, and countless other goods and services to people who live in rural communities. Just the example for electricity. There are 900 co-ops, electric membership corporations, that serve 42 million people in this country, in 48 of the 50 states, and they cover 51% of the land area in the United States of America. We need the Rural Business Cooperative Service to help support these rural co-ops that help bring business and help marketing in our rural communities. Agriculture is a very, very lucrative business. It happens in our rural communities for the most part, and we need this cooperative service, and we need the support for it. This is a bad amendment. It's, again, penny-wise, pound-foolish. I urge its defeat. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the great gentleman from the state of Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for coming to the floor with a specific idea of how we stop the out-of-control federal spending leading to a $2 trillion deficit and runaway inflation. That's the bottom line. Look, there are plenty of ideas on how to spend more money. Believe you me, plenty of ideas circulating around Washington. What we need are ideas how to cut spending. And, Mr. Chair, I suggest that going after parts of the federal government that encourage high-cost energy, because that's what renewable energy is. It's all high cost. That's the fact of the matter. If we want to create low energy, Mr. Chair, you know what we got to do? We got to extract our natural gas, and we burn our natural gas, and then we can compete with China for the cost of energy. All that we're doing with programs like this that fund renewable energy is unilateral disarmament to China on energy. And it doesn't belong in the Agriculture Department. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. The gentleman from Pennsylvania's time is also expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote on this.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part F of House Report 118216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa now seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
I rise today to discuss the critical need to expand broadband connectivity.
Gentleman will suspend. Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I do.
Is it number 48?
It is.
Good. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, will control, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise today to speak about broadband connectivity across the United States. In my home state of Iowa, nearly a third of our state is considered a broadband desert. Hundreds of thousands of Iowans are left out from the critical access that they need for a young mother to get telemedicine provided, for a growing farmer to be able to have the artificial intelligence necessary for their farm to be successful, or for a fellow veteran to get the type of access they need for their medicine over broadband. As a parent, we know all too well the challenges of rural communities to be able to get the same access that some of our other states have received. It is not enough to simply have internet, but to have high-quality access to broadband that truly grows the types of communities that we've seen be successful, not just in my home state of Iowa, but across the country. These small investments allow young entrepreneurs to work remote. They allow farmers to work and cultivate to both feed and fuel the world. And importantly, they help connect through the USDA's Reconnect program, grants that allow access to grow in my home state to over 400,000 households, not just in Iowa, but nationwide. Clearly, there is more work that needs to be done. I offered this amendment in the agricultural appropriations legislation to raise the awareness and the need that's happening in rural communities across our country, and to improve this program to ensure that we're investing in our rural community success in the same way we have in some of our large cities' success. Strategically speaking, though, I want to make sure that this is something that is enduring, and not just in one appropriations bill, but that there's a rollout plan. A plan like the Farm Bill that looks at a 5-year venture here. And so with that, with Chairman G.T. Thompson's commitment on the Ag Committee, I believe that we can incorporate this into the Farm Bill, and I would like to withdraw my amendment and yield time to the Chairman of the Ag Committee.
Does the gentleman seek to reserve his time?
I do.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I arise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During this Congress, the House Committee on Agriculture has had one overarching goal: to empower our farm families and invigorate our rural economies. A central focus of our efforts has been to ensure that rural economies gain access to affordable, high-speed internet. I want to thank Mr. Nunn for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents to develop smart policy ideas to bring broadband internet to every corner of America. Over the past several years, the House Committee on Agriculture has worked hard on a bipartisan basis to close the connectivity gap. The gentleman from Iowa has been a welcome addition to those conversations. Every member of this House is committed to using taxpayer funds wisely, and the House Ag Committee will report a farm bill that does just that. We will ensure that broadband networks financed through USDA's broadband programs will offer fast, reliable service far into the future. Now, I firmly believe that the best policies emerge through discussion and collaboration, and that is what we are doing as we craft the next Farm Bill. With the leadership of members like Mr. Nunn, we will ensure USDA's broadband programs can meet both the current and the future connectivity needs of rural America. I appreciate him taking the time tonight to raise this important issues. I'm equally appreciative of his willingness to withdraw his amendment and continue this conversation through the Farm Bill process. And I look forward to priorities as we advance the 2023 Farm Bill through the House and ultimately to the President's desk. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Member reclaims.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to specifically thank Chairman Thompson for his leadership on this, for the many of us from rural communities, including ag communities like Iowa, for this continued commitment to improve our broadband. We have seen time and time again this type of infrastructure truly can grow our economy in a productive way. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment from consideration.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider amendment number 51, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Donalds of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I will be brief. My amendment does one simple thing. It actually restores the funding for the Foreign Agricultural Service to FY19 levels. In short, Mr. Speaker, our government spends a lot of money. We're not even sure if it's really effective. And one of the things that is critical to get our overall fiscal house in order is start to look at line items in the federal budget pre-COVID. And so we've plussed up a lot of these agencies and a lot of these departments, and the COVID pandemic was used as a reason to do so. My amendment is simple. The COVID pandemic is over. It is now time to start focusing on getting the fiscal house in order while still being focused on the programs that are important to the agriculture community and other communities. My amendment does that, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I certainly rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment will reduce funding for the Foreign Agricultural Service, which reduces the services promoting United States agricultural exports, developing overseas markets, and increasing global food security. This cut would directly harm American farmers because they would have less opportunities to market their commodities abroad. There's already a 14.15% cut from the House levels imposed by the majority in this bill, and these cuts would only further harm our American farmers. I urge opposition to this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. What we're talking about is moving the requested number for this appropriation down $23.4 million. In 2019, we spent $213,890 on the Foreign Agriculture Service. All we're saying is moving back to that line. The federal government will still be able to accomplish its mission, but we don't have the additional resources. We have to be prudent with the people's money so we can actually cut back to 19 levels and still accomplish the mission. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I want to congratulate the member from Florida for bringing a concrete idea to the floor on how to cut our $2 trillion federal deficit. Once again, it's very easy to spend money. We could make a list of 1,000 programs that are deserving programs. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chair, we have to borrow every single cent to fund the programs in this agriculture bill. And our grandchildren have to pay it back. That's immoral. I yield back. The balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes, I think it's interesting to hear the discussion about a $2 trillion deficit when that was created by the tax cut that they passed in that last administration. $2 trillion because they cut the taxes and reduced the amount of revenue. Come on. You know, you balance the budget with revenues as well as with spending reductions. Let's be real here. This is just a subterfuge. We need to defeat this amendment, and we need to move forward and try to produce an agriculture bill that really addresses the needs of the American people in 2023. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for remaining 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not hear an argument as to why $250 million needs to be spent for the Foreign Agriculture Service. What I heard, Mr. Speaker, was talk about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which, by the way, has yielded more tax revenue to the federal government than at any other time in American history. The minority party refuses to acknowledge the fact that actual tax policy changes in a positive way, which reduces rates on producers in our country, actually yields more tax revenue to the federal government. They refuse to acknowledge that to this day. If you're going to ask a recipe for fiscal sanity in this nation, it is actually lower marginal tax rates over a consistent period of time. Consistent, controlled spending restraint at the federal level over a period of time. Those two things will actually yield us to spending less in this government and provide more prosperity to all of the people that we serve, regardless of where they fall on the economic ladder. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. This is what we should be doing, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 52 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 53 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54 printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman would be fine.
Yeah, I thought so, but you're speaking, so. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment to strike funding for the Food for Peace Title II grant program, which would direct $1.74 billion to deficit reduction. I will repeat again what has been said so often here. Annual discretionary spending exploded over the course of the COVID-19 response. No one thought our government was too small before COVID, and we're currently spending $400 billion more in fiscal year 2023 for the same government we had before. Deficits exceed $2 trillion. And let me just make this clear. 2019, we spent about $4.9 trillion, 4.7 to 4.9 trillion. It depends on who's telling you. And our revenue is going to be about $5.2 trillion. Wouldn't it be great to get back to those 2019 levels? Wouldn't it be great to get to those 2019 spending levels with our current revenue levels? Then you would not be increasing your deficit, your structural deficit. These spending deficits that we have are out of control. They're leading to this massive national debt, which is fueling inflation and going to be generational theft. So let's talk about the Food for Peace Title II grant programs. Since the program was established in the 1950s, funding for the program has exploded. The Trump administration's fiscal year 2020 budget request recommended eliminating this program, which is duplicative of other foreign aid programs. And you know what's interesting? I say Trump, and you know that's going to set, oh no, the Trump derangement syndrome folks, the far left of this body are going to go, oh, that's crazy. But it wasn't Trump. Trump wasn't the first to do it. The Obama administration's 2014 budget request recommended shifting all Food for Peace Title II funds into accounts funded through the State and Foreign Operations Bill. State and Foreign Ops Appropriations Bill. They cited potential improvements to flexibility, timeliness, and efficiency. I'm urging us to wipe out $1.74 billion in wasteful, duplicative spending and put it into deficit reduction. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman claims the time in opposition. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As a reminder, the bill already cuts the Food for Peace program by 69% from the level passed in the full committee. During a time of increased need and difficult decisions ahead for prioritizing funding from this program, this amendment would further cut Food for Peace. Additionally, today we've already considered 3 other standalone amendments to cut the program. I not only oppose this amendment due to its effects on people without food security across the globe, I also oppose it due to its effect on our farmers here at home. U.S. commodities are a key pillar of this program, and cutting funding would directly harm those farmers who produce these commodities that go to this program. There is an international aid shortfall of commodities, including many of the commodities that American farmers proudly produce, such as wheat, rice, corn, sorghum, lentils, beans, and peas. This amendment shortchanges America's farmers, as well as America's values, our Judeo-Christian values. I urge opposition to this amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, previously, some of my counterparts in debate have said we should supply every need. The federal government should supply every need to every American. And now, they want to persist in trying to satisfy the needs and wants of people offshore as well. We can't afford to take care of every need of every American today. That's why you have a $2 trillion structural deficit. That does not include the $700 billion that we're spending in interest. We simply cannot afford to keep giving our future away, and that's what we're doing here. I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia. Does the gentleman?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona may close.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm encouraging everyone to support this important amendment. I think it's important, and I'll yield back the remainder.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is not is agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request a recorded
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays, recorded vote. Pursuant to Rule 6 of Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 55 will not be offered. The chair further understands that it is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our nation's international food assistance programs are broken. They drive our deficits higher while providing little to no value to taxpayers and even harming the recipient countries. I am grateful for Rep. Harris's manager's amendment that reduced funding for the destructive so-called Food for Peace program, and I urge extending the cost cuts to its sister program, McGovern-Dole, sometimes known as Food for Education. When we dump free food on developing markets, their domestic farmers can't compete. I mean, who can compete with free? Their domestic farmers are forced out of business, and investment in their domestic agricultural sector dwindles. In fact, we hurt those we seek to assist. And we've known that this problem has existed for years. In 2010, watching international food aid destroy his country's agricultural sector, the president of Haiti begged us to stop sending it. Further, reflecting on his administration's role in testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, President Bill Clinton said, "I've had to live every day with the consequences of the loss of capacity to produce a rice crop in Haiti to feed the people." Bill Clinton even recognized the mistake. But then we keep making it. We need to stop impoverishing farmers in countries with developing agricultural sectors and stop discouraging private investment in those sectors. While supporters of the McGovern-Dole program have touted its alleged role supporting democracy and good governance, a look at the recipient countries proves that that isn't true. USDA determines a list of priority countries for McGovern-Dole each year. This year's recipients, 7 countries: Nicaragua, which is ruled by Daniel Ortega's thugocracy, throws its opposition in prison, and that's on a good day. It stands accused of politically motivated extrajudicial executions and torture and other human rights abuses. Then there's Togo, whose president first took power in a military coup in 2005. Cameroon's president coincidentally won re-election uninterrupted, I should say, since coming into power in 1982. At the time, the USDA put Nepal on the priority list. It had a Communist Party leader. These are not beacons of democracy or good governance. Haiti still remains on the priority list. And look at Haiti today. Decades of aid have failed to produce a reliable government there. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As I said in my opening statement, this bill already cuts the agriculture funding bill back to a level last seen in 2001. Apparently, those cuts are not enough because this amendment would cut 50% from the McGovern-Dole International Food Program for Education. That's 50% cut from funding supporting school children abroad. This is a proven successful program, a bipartisan program, which takes concrete steps to ensure that the program activities continue after U.S. support is no longer provided. This money is not wasted. It's not indefinite for any one location. It's a sound investment to promote the health and education of school children, especially girls in need around the globe. We're 4 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of debating a bipartisan path forward, we're debating further cuts to programs that have broad bipartisan support. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote against this amendment. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, success? Haiti's a wreck. Nicaragua has sided with the CCP. They led the charge to expel Taiwan as a permanent observer, replacing with the butchers of Beijing. Of the 7 priority countries, 6 of them, including Cameroon, Mozambique, Nepal, Nicaragua, Sri Lanka, Togo, voted to support China's imposition of the oppressive national security law on Hong Kong. The recipient countries have proven to be anti-American. Their countries have failed to produce agricultural sectors because local farmers can't compete with free. This isn't saving people from hunger. It's destroying the very people we're trying to assist. I would urge Congress to continue to reform its food aid program. And I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, if you want to sow the seeds of freedom, harvest the yield of democracy, pursuing failed policies is not the answer. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman may close.
Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment. These policies are failed. They are not successful. The very countries that we're aiming to support, we're hurting. Let's help these nations, but this is not the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 57, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment to strike funding for the McGovern-Dole International Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program. I appreciate that my colleague, Mr. Ogles, reducing it, and I appreciate that that's now going to be part of the underlying bill since it just passed on voice vote. But my amendment would direct the entire $240 million supporting that program that would be used to reduce our deficit in 2024. And when you think about it, Mr. Ogles certainly made a strong case as to why that should be so, but I'm going to add just a couple of points to it. I'm not going to belabor the fact that we continue to spend ourselves into oblivion at the federal level. That's causing tremendous inflationary pressures, bringing stress to every American family. What I'm going to talk about instead is what happens in any federal bureaucracy, what we see government do constantly. Mr. Ogles talked about the negative policy aspects of it, but I want to just cover briefly what happens in the federal bureaucracy on the spending side of it. This particular program, the McGovern-Dole International Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program, first received appropriations in fiscal year 2004. Just 20 years ago, 20 short years ago. The bill set aside $50 million to carry out the program. That was the program, $50 million. Help around the world ostensibly, right? But what happens to federal bureaucracies? They grow like topsy. And so, this one has grown to $240 million annually. The Trump administration's 2018 budget, pre-COVID budget, request recommended that the program be eliminated as it, quote, lacks evidence that the program is being effectively implemented to reduce food insecurity, close quote. Additionally, the program primarily works by donating food produced in the United States to communities in need around the world. But we've already heard the 7 nations identified. It's a great deal for U.S. agricultural producers whose surplus is purchased by the federal government for use in the program. But the provision of free food, as Mr. Ogles so eloquently pointed out, is required to be delivered, and that causes native, local production to decline in those states. And I'm going to reserve now before I finish.
Does any member claim time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose this amendment. It's unnecessary and it's harmful. While there's a global commodity shortage and there's conflict that fuels hunger around the world, this bill has already been cut by 14.15%. Further cuts will only cause further impacts to efforts to improve the food security and the education of children around the world. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. So why else might we want to eliminate this program? So the provision of free food to these 7 nations on this list, which is required to be delivered in a not so timely manner on U.S. flagged ships, distorts food production markets in those nations receiving aid. And it actually increases the cost. It's a classic give a man a fish, feed him for a day problem. The program isn't eliminating food insecurity. It's slow, it's costly, it's growing, it pushes out local production, and quite frankly, we simply can't afford it anymore. When at some point we're going to have to say, we're having trouble funding everything in our own country, and now we're going to send it abroad. That is something I don't think the American people stand for. I urge the adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 61, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise in support of my amendment to, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to restore funding for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to fiscal year 2019 levels, pre-COVID levels. This amendment would direct $77 million to deficit reduction in fiscal year 2024. Annual discretionary spending exploded over the course of the COVID-19 response. No one thought our government was too small before COVID. We're currently spending billions, hundreds of billions of dollars more in fiscal year 2023 for the same government functions that we had before. Deficits are now projected to exceed $2 trillion for this fiscal year. And recently, the U.S. eclipsed $33 trillion in debt, accounting for nearly $100,000 per U.S. citizen. Earlier in the debates today, we were told that if we go down this road, that we're going to see a threatened credit rating reduction. We've already seen that. Fitch already did it. Moody's is threatening to do it again. And why are they doing it again? It's because, as they said the last time they downgraded us, they said, we don't have an effective plan to handle and reduce our federal deficit. Well, we just don't have a plan anymore. We just have a plan, all right. It's to actually increase our deficit. And my bill attempts to take one small bite at trying to shrink that deficit, that structural deficit that leads to the gross national debt problem we have every year. Revenue in fiscal year 2022 levels actually exceeded our federal spending in fiscal year 2019. What that means is if we were to shrink the federal spending behemoth back to those pre-COVID levels, we might just might be able to avoid adding to our national debt for the next 12 months. That's all I'm asking. I'm begging us, at least can we do it for a month, 2 months, 3 months? And you'll see that this country will not fall apart. Instead, it will prosper, grow, and we'd be better off. I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition of the offered amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I appreciate the gentleman taking a bite at fiscal responsibility, but this bite actually will create fiscal irresponsibility and create harm. The CFTC is one of our 2 financial market regulators acting as a cop on the beat for commodity derivatives markets. The Commission's work is essential to ensure that commodity markets are fair for all participants, from the largest financial institutions to the smallest businesses. Robust, fair, well-policed derivative markets allow for the accurate risk control and price discovery for essential economic inputs like agricultural and energy products. Domestic derivatives markets enable U.S. producers and consumers of commodities to effectively manage their risks, making American businesses more competitive around the world. The Commission's work is also essential to protecting the public from financial frauds and scams, including those targeting the elderly, immigrants, and Americans seeking to participate in the digital assets markets. CFTC is already one of the most cost-effective financial regulators we have. Its policy markets as complex and important as securities markets, with a budget that is just a sixth of the SEC's $2 billion budget. Now, this bill, the underlying bill, already reduces the CFTC's funding $296 million, which is less than FY 2021. Enacting this amendment on top of the current reductions in the bill would reduce the CFTC's funding to $219 million, which is a cut $49 million greater than the sponsor's intent. Instead of bringing the CFTC back to 2019 funding levels, this amendment would bring the CFTC back to its 2014 funding levels. If enacted into law, this amendment would result in a 40% reduction in funding for the Commission and jeopardize the critical work the agency does to support the economy and protect the Americans from financial fraud. And I strongly oppose this amendment, and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my friend, the Agriculture Committee Chairman, and his opposition, but I must respectfully disagree. The proposed funding level for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is nearly 30% increase over the fiscal year 2019 levels. The CFTC is following in the footsteps of the SEC under the Biden administration with efforts to mandate without statutory authority an onerous climate disclosure regime on the private sector. Last year, the CFTC solicited comments on climate-related financial risk. Conservative attorneys general, led by West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey, forcefully pushed back, stating that attempts to mandate disclosure through rulemaking or through another regulatory framework would clearly implicate the major questions doctrine, raised First Amendment concerns related to compelled speech, and stated that courts would find climate-related action to be arbitrary and capricious. Other reporting suggests that the CFTC is aggressively pursuing enforcement action and hefty fines over minor technical reporting requirements. That is typical of the bureaucratic regime established under the Biden administration. Adoption of my amendment would ensure that the CFTC is properly utilizing its resources to fulfill its mission of fostering open, competitive, and financially sound futures and option markets, not becoming the Biden administration's ESG enforcer. I urge adoption of my amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Aye. Those in favor say aye. Those no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, that requests a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Donalds of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, in short, does something very simple. It actually reduces the funding requirement for the Commodity Future Trading Commission back to FY 2018 levels. In short, Mr. Speaker, the job of the CFTC has been operating for a very long time. The additional $96 million in money, it is not clear why they needed to be able to regulate the Commodities Future Trading platform. Nothing miraculously has changed in commodities trading from 2018 to 2024. And so in my view, Mr. Speaker, that we need to restore those levels back to the FY18 levels, in part because the CFTC will still be able to accomplish this mission, number one. And number two, we are running a $2 trillion deficit this fiscal year. We have to actually begin to pull some of these agencies back to levels that the American taxpayer can actually begin to afford, not the wishful thinking of the federal agencies. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's a good thing I represent Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, because it feels like Groundhog Day all over again. I don't see the point of defunding the police further than what the underlying bill has done. The police that really provide safeguards for those who are involved in the derivative market, those small businesses, those farmers, those Americans. And so, as I've mentioned before, the CFTC is one of our two financial market regulators. They are the police within this area that acting as a cop on the beat for the commodity derivatives market. The Commission's work is essential to ensure that commodity markets are fair for all participants, from the largest financial institutions to the smallest businesses. And again, robust, fair, police derivative markets allow for the accurate risk control and price discovery for essential economic inputs like agricultural and energy products. Domestic derivative markets enable the United States producers and consumers of commodities to effectively manage their risks, making American businesses more competitive around the world. Now, this Commission's work is also essential to protecting the public from financial frauds and scams, including those targeting elderly, immigrants, Americans seeking to participate in the digital asset markets, which quite frankly is an increasing number given the state of digital assets in the derivatives market. The CFTC is already one of the most cost-effective financial regulators we have. It polices markets as complex and as important as security markets with a budget that, once again, I have to state, is less than a fifth of the SEC's $2 billion budget. The bill already reduces CFTC's funding to $296 million, which is less than FY 2021. Enacting this amendment on top of the current reductions in the bill would reduce, quite frankly, this police force for protecting those investing through the derivatives market, their funding to $200 million, which was a cut $49 million greater than the sponsor's intent. Instead of bringing the CFTC back to 2018 funding levels, this amendment would bring the CFTC back to 2011 funding levels. If enacted into law, this amendment would result in a 45% reduction in funding for the Commission and jeopardize the critical work that the agency does to support the economy and protect Americans from financial fraud. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of things. Number one, the regulatory mission and the enforcement mission for the CFTC has not been encumbered in any way over the last several years. So cutting their spending back at a time when the American taxpayer does not have more money, first, to give to the federal government and its leviathan of overspending, but number two, borrowing more money from its future is just not the prudent measure to do. That's one. Number two, Congress has not outlined any regulatory framework around the digital assets framework. It does not exist because Congress has not spoken about digital assets. For the CFTC to take appropriations to regulate a space it has no legal authority to regulate, in my view, is outside of the purview of the CFTC. There might be a time in the future where Congress would regulate legislative responsibilities around the digital assets marketplace, but that has not occurred at this time. And number three, I would agree with the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The CFTC, with respect to all the other regulators, is one of the most cost effective. Obviously, I believe the SEC is bloated and frankly out of control in a myriad of areas. But that does not mean that we just turn a blind eye to the budgets of every aspect of the federal government. We have to bring some semblance of fiscal sanity to this government, and starting even with the good cops on the beat, quote unquote, is a responsible thing to do. The CFTC can still accomplish its mission if their budget is restrained to a degree. There's not been any real significant issues in the derivative markets since, frankly, 2008, where the CFTC has not been able to accomplish its mission, and this lower funding level will allow them to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 64 will not be offered. I'm sure everyone's disappointed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 65, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 1996, this Congress came together to work on a bipartisan basis and enact work requirements for welfare programs. Mr. Chairman, let me be very clear. The United States needs a social safety net. We need a social welfare program, let me say it again, as a safety net, as a program that is there to help those on a temporary basis in a time of need to offer a hand up. But under President Clinton, under Republicans and Democrats working together in 1996, and I want to make note, Mr. Chairman, then Senator Joe Biden voted in support of installing work requirements for welfare programs such as for the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly known as food stamps. Under the program, or under the law change, the work requirements simply meant that you needed to go to a job assistance center, a job training center, somewhere to gain the skills to connect you with available jobs. More recently, Mr. Chairman, just months ago, Republicans and Democrats, and I want to make note, the majority of Democrats in this chamber, the majority of Republicans in this chamber, and our president, Joe Biden, signed into law strengthening those work requirements. For example, raising the requirement up to age 55 that work-capable individuals without dependents would be responsible for 20 hours of work in order to be eligible after an extended period for programs like food stamps. This body came together and established a hard cap on the percentage of individuals that a state may be able to exempt. But what's happened is we've watched the states have abused a loophole that simply says if there are insufficient jobs, you don't have to comply with the work requirement. 18 states today, 18 states have said that they have insufficient jobs. Mr. Chairman, that's ridiculous. We have one of the lowest workforce participation rates in modern history. We have 8.8 million jobs available, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Jobs are available. And let's be clear, for those who are going to come out and say that this is mean-spirited, this is cruel, let's be clear, Mr. Chairman. The objective of work requirements, I'm certain, that Bill Clinton had as president, that then Senator Joe Biden supported, that more recently President Joe Biden signed into law. The objective here is following models that have shown getting people into job assistance centers, job training centers, volunteering in their community, volunteering in their church, going to school, helps improve employability, helps get people back in the workforce, taking them off of government dependence and becoming members of our society that determine their own future. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment and reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I have extremely strong opposition to this amendment. If there are not sufficient jobs for people in the state, who are we to take that state's judgment away? The other side is always talking about states' rights. Well, these are not people that are living high on the hog. They're not people that have excess money. I cannot and I will not support this amendment, nor will any of my Democratic colleagues. It is mean and it is cruel to ask people to do something that is not possible. If they're not jobs, they can't be employed and they can't comply with this. And the state should know better than we in Washington. And if the state requests a waiver, which is a request, it's not a mandate, certainly the department can examine it and determine whether or not there's sufficient cause to justify the waiver. But we shouldn't just sua sponte on our own decide that a state doesn't have sense enough to know what's going on within its borders. We should not support this. And if included in the final conference agreement, I doubt that my Democratic colleagues will provide the necessary votes for final passage, nor that the President would sign the bill. So I urge us to defeat this amendment. It really makes no sense, and it is mean, and it is cruel. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for
Thank you,
1
Mr.
minute.
Chairman. Well, I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. He's got a great amendment. Now, he doesn't have great hair right now. There's a little too much of it, but he has a great amendment. He's talking about the abuse of states. And I come from Pennsylvania, where these waivers are continually abused. And let's face it, Mr. Chairman, they wouldn't have to be abused. They don't have to be abused at all. If my friends on the left would quit destroying the economies and the fabric of the household that makes a living and make everything more expensive for them, none of this would be required. First, they destroy the house's income, and then they subsidize it and force them to do this. So these waivers are indicative of this policy, Mr. Chairman, and the gentleman from Louisiana makes a great point. This is a great amendment, and it should be adopted because these programs exist to help people, but not to be abused by states that use them to push people further into poverty, which is what happens, and then they can never get out, and they're ever dependent, and these waivers support that, and that's why they should end. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to my friend's comments. I actually agree with what he said, and fortunately, he's not making any reference to my amendment. Let's be clear on what happens here. These are federal funds. So yes, absolutely, the federal government should be determining. This has nothing to do with states' rights. We don't let states go cut the check for the federal government. That's inappropriate. Number two, no one's taking these benefits away. Let's keep in mind, taxpayers are funding these programs. And all we're doing is we're simply asking for 20 hours a week of volunteer time in return for receiving these very generous taxpayer-funded benefits. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, the outcomes show, study after study shows that this results in getting people back in the workforce. This should be our objective. Why in the world would we want to force people to stay on social welfare programs? That is cruel. We shouldn't be doing that to anyone. It's entirely inappropriate. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 66, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my bipartisan amendment ensures that none of the funds made available by this bill will go towards funding a rule that will ban flavored milk like chocolate milk in schools. This would ensure that all types and flavors of milk are available to school children. This summer, it was reported that the USDA is considering banning chocolate milk from elementary and middle schools. USDA issued a proposed rule in February that would set new nutrition standards for school meals. If implemented, the new standards proposed could limit the amount of flavored milk like chocolate and strawberry in high schools, while children in elementary and middle schools would be restricted to a variety of unflavored milk. This rule would affect roughly 30 million students who participate in the school meal programs. According to the Journal of the American Dietetic Association, removing flavored milk from schools resulted in a 62 to 63% reduction in milk consumption by kids in kindergarten through 5th grade, as well as a 50% reduction in 6th through 8th grades. Milk is full of rich nutrients that support bone growth and development, and millions of children enjoy drinking it. We should not be funding rules that would limit our children's access to delicious and nutritious products like milk. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment, and I reserve.
Purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I seek the time in opposition.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment, as the gentleman from Wisconsin has said, prohibits funds from being used to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce the milk section of USDA's proposed rule that aligns nutrition standards to the 2020 Dietary Guidelines for Americans. This appropriations rider is preemptive as the final rule hadn't even been released by the department, and it's out of place because this issue should be taken up within the context of a child nutrition reauthorization, not an appropriations rider. But this amendment disregards the normal scientific process currently being undertaken to establish the nutrition guidelines. School meals and beverages are required to be consistent with the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, which are evidence-based recommendations set to provide nutritional guidance. This amendment would effectively undermine the unbiased, evidence-based process that ensures that children receive the most nutritious meals and replaces that scientifically based process with a political process. It is critical that science continue to guide the process in determining options in school, and the regulations are updated to align with the newest dietary guidelines using a process that intentionally allows for adaptations in line with the latest scientific and expert recommendations. Importantly, the Department of Agriculture specifically has requested public feedback on their proposed milk options for consideration when crafting the final rule. But the bottom line is that scientific experts, not politicians, should be the ones to determine the nutrition standards that ensure that our children get the healthiest meals possible. A dozen organizations, including the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Heart Association have all urged Congress to continue to respect the scientific-based process and not interfere with the normal procedure. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize my friend and neighbor in the 3rd Congressional District of Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I rise today in support of this amendment. Thank you, Tom and Mr. Speaker, which will continue the allowance of flavored milk in school nutrition programs. Dairy products deliver nutrients critical to children's health and development. Milk is the top source of protein, calcium, potassium, phosphorus, and vitamin D for children ages 2 to 11. Dairy also provides nutrients vital to for immune health. Unfortunately, children are not consuming enough dairy to benefit from these essential nutrients. Removing flavored milk from schools only deters school-aged children from drinking milk even more, and ask my colleague to support this amendment to continue to fully allow non-fat and low-fat flavored milks in grades K through 12 to ensure our children have access to nutrients that they need. And I would say to my Democrat colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we must be cautious when we're speaking about conflating politics with science, and we've learned that over the last 3 years. With that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania for 1 minute.
I thank my friend Mr. Tiffany for the amendment, and I want to, with him, speak on behalf of parents and children, not on behalf of politicians and so-called scientists. This is what we know. We shouldn't even be having this conversation because we didn't enact this federal government to ban things from us. We want to make the decisions. Children want to make the decisions. Parents want to make the decisions. We know what's best for us. We don't need them to tell us. We'll figure it out ourselves. And over the course of a couple hundred years, we've done pretty well here without scientists and politicians telling us and our children what's good or what's bad. Let me tell you what's good and what's bad. What's bad is school lunches today. You know how I know? Because kids don't want to eat them. So all the nutrition they're getting, they're not getting because they don't want them. The only time they're going to eat them is if it's the only thing that they've got to eat, and you're limiting that now. It's absurd. And I so thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for offering it. I hope that we win this amendment and kids and parents can finally make choices for themselves. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Speaker, in many ways, this may be the least of the amendments that you will hear tonight, but it's actually, I would say, the most of the amendments. And here's the reason why. Because when you have a federal government that believes that they need to regulate the milk that is served in our kids' schools across America, you have a federal government that is out of control. When you have a federal government that has a border that we've become a borderless country, when our federal government has become perhaps the largest human trafficking operation in the history of the world, when you have a federal government that will not take us back to energy independence, where gasoline is now back up to $4 a gallon, where I live in northern Wisconsin, when you have a federal government that has fueled inflation like we haven't seen for 40 years, what in the world are they doing? What in the world are they doing trying to regulate what milk is served in our kids' schools? And that's why we're here tonight trying to pass these amendments, because they get America back into a place of fiscal responsibility, but also sanity from what we have seen over the last couple years with this profligate spending that's been going on. And finally, I would just like to say that I come from America's dairyland, and you damn right I'm going to fight for milk in our kids' schools. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 67, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to restrict the Secretary of Agriculture from using taxpayer dollars to purchase electric vehicles. You know, the American people have had enough of the Green New Deal mandates. You know, families and farmers in my district who fear a steady march of big government, they know that it is just the beginning before big government makes it harder to purchase the vehicles you want to drive and that you have to drive to operate your farms and businesses. Now, I've talked to car dealers in my district who are having a hard time even moving electric vehicles off the lot. No one wants to buy them. Not only do electric vehicles cost more than gas-powered vehicles, but they also make us more dependent on global adversaries with the lithium batteries it takes to run them. You know, Americans should not be forced to heed and heel under the Biden administration push for this radical agenda. There are better solutions. For instance, biofuels offer a tremendous energy opportunity for our country that supports our farmers and the fields and the consumers at the pump with cleaner and cheaper fuel. You know, the USDA should be supportive of uplifting American farmers, not selling them out to please environmental activists. Now, my amendment shows that the People's House will hold the Biden administration accountable to the people. Now, I urge support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition. Electric vehicles produce no carbon dioxide or other harmful emissions when driving, and they create a healthy environment for all Americans by reducing air pollution. Electric vehicles require less fluids and lubricants, which keep our drinking water cleaner. Why would anyone object to having cleaner air or cleaner water for our children and our grandchildren? This amendment doesn't save the American taxpayer any money because it prohibits the Secretary of Agriculture from purchasing electric vehicles, which will reduce fuel costs for the Department of Agriculture. It's estimated that by 2035, most of the world's automakers will offer nothing but electric vehicles. And while that's 12 years away, there's no reason to prohibit the Department of Agriculture from replacing retiring vehicles with electric vehicles to build their fleet for the future. We're all witnessing the impacts of climate change through drought and extreme weather events. Let's not prevent any steps that would help us address climate change. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to say this, that I have actually met with members of the Auto Dealers Association who have tremendous amount of EVs sitting on a lot that they can't sell. But yet, we continue to push from the federal government and from the Biden administration to try to push that. With that, I'd like to yield to the chair 30 seconds, if that's what the chair would.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois. Look, this is a common sense amendment. I mean, the bottom line is, you know, it's a myth to say that, you know, electrical vehicles produce no CO2. Where do you think the electricity comes from when you plug it into the outlet? Most electricity in the United States is producing CO2. And secondly, why would we want the federal government to buy a vehicle, an expensive vehicle, that people don't even buy for themselves? We should run the federal government much more efficiently. These are not the most efficient purchase to make. We have a $2 trillion deficit. I thank the gentleman from Illinois. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did the gentleman reserve or did the gentleman yield back?
Gentleman reserved.
Then I will reserve. Well, I reserve, but he's not here.
This vehicle. Gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my colleague from the other side of the aisle just talked about electric vehicles and how clean they are. Well, let me tell you something. When you mine those critical minerals, Mr. Chair, in a foreign adversarial land under zero environmental standards and zero labor standards, when we can do it better here in this country, in the district that I have the privilege of representing, we have the biggest copper nickel find in the world to help mine these critical minerals safely, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and this administration, Mr. Chair, won't even let us mine those minerals here in the United States of America. They would rather have the polluting Chinese Communist Party mine these minerals and then say where we want to get to this green energy and turn a blind eye to the atrocities and the child slave labor coming from the communist country of China and the Congo, where 15 of those 19 industrial mines are owned by the Chinese Communist country who employ child slave labor. So don't tell me that electric vehicles are cleaner. And I yield.
Gentleman from Illinois
I reserve.
reserves and has the only time remaining. Gentleman's recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, let me explain this. As I said, auto dealers themselves, since we've put this in place, cannot sell these vehicles. No one wants them, even if government is trying to force them to take them. They're offering tax incentives. They're offering everything that you think would drive somebody to purchase a vehicle they don't want. We as United States citizens, and my constituents and your constituents, Mr. Speaker, know and understand that we are consumers. We kind of like this freedom thing we have in this nation. And we want to make sure that that freedom works for us. And I'm going to tell you, our farmers, it's vitally important that they have vehicles that are affordable, that are reliable, and that they can do the job of providing the food, fiber, and all of the things that we require from our farmers to make sure that we can feed the world. And Mr. Chairman, as we continue down this path, that doesn't allow them to do that. So with that, I yield back, and I encourage all the members to support this amendment. And I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 68, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment number 68 to H.R. 4368 to the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food, and Drug Administration Appropriations Bill. Amendment number 68 prohibits funding for the implementation of the Unapproved Drug Initiative. This initiative causes generic drugs that have historically low prices to have their prices skyrocket, which ultimately hurts families across the nation. Because the Unapproved Drugs Initiative, many generic drugs have been used for centuries, were removed from the market and awarded to large pharmaceutical companies to seek new drug applications, which has led to monopolistic practices. On top of this, the new drug manufacturer was granted a period of market exclusivity and aggressively used the courts to block other drug companies from marketing cheaper, generic alternatives for years. The best example of this is in the pricing and therapeutic of gout drug colchicine. In fact, when I was a resident at Grady Hospital through the Emory ER residency program, I treated patients with colchicine for gout. The drug had been around for centuries. It was a cheap drug. The average American afford it. It costs about $11. After this initiative, colchicine increased nearly 16-fold from about $11 in 2009 to $190 in 2011. The average family cannot afford that. As of 2020, price increases of drugs approved through the Unapproved Drug Initiative have increased U.S. health spending by $3.2 billion. High drug costs do not only interfere with appropriate use of medications, but they force families to make impossible choices between their health care and other basic needs. If reinstated, the Unapproved Drug Initiative would target an estimated 1,500 drugs. Even one increase would punish all of us. Whether destitute or well-insured, the only one who win are Big Pharma. We all lose.
That's why I urge my colleagues to support Amendment number 68, which serves as a safeguard to ensure that the FDA does not continue to implement the unapproved drug initiative, which is hurting Americans and placing an undue burden on the healthcare system. To be clear, there will never be a good use for this. It can only be used to profit and cannot benefit people we serve, especially the most vulnerable. I appeal to my fellow Georgian, my fellow servant, my fellow Christian. Join me in a nonpartisan effort to protect the American people. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I think that with that, I'll go ahead and close. I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 69, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you. Under the Biden administration, the Agriculture Department is being forced to pander to the left's extreme ideology instead of helping farmers and rural communities. While farmers struggle with the increasing costs of inputs caused by the Biden administration, the Biden Agriculture Department is focusing on equity and climate change. The Agriculture Department's job is to support farmers and rural communities, not political equity reports. I urge my colleagues to stand with me and support this amendment to ensure that no funds go toward Biden administration's woke agenda policies. Let us refocus the USDA on its core mission of supporting farmers and rural communities. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I oppose this amendment. This amendment will prohibit funding for carrying out the recommendations of the interim report of the USDA Equity Commission. The Equity Commission has made 32 initial recommendations on a range of topics, such as environmental justice, increasing financial support for minority-serving institutions, and ensuring farm workers have access to nutrition programs, among other topics. These recommendations are a great first step towards addressing historical inequities, and we should all support them. Therefore, I urge my colleagues, reject this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
It's time to refocus the USDA on its core mission of supporting our farmers and rural communities. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady is recognized from Illinois.
I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part F of House Report 118-216, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 24 by Mr. Good of Virginia, Amendment number 29 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, Amendment number 33 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, Amendment number 41 by Mr. Breachin of Oklahoma, Amendment number 43 by Mr. Breachin of Oklahoma, Amendment number 45 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, Amendment number 54 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, Amendment number 57 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, Amendment number 61 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 175, nays are 254. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 29, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes were prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been present. Those in support of the requested vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by the electronic device. Guys, this is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 119, nays are 307. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business requests a recorded vote on Amendment 33, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote will be ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Yeas 6, nays 323. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on Amendment number 41, printed in Part F of House Report 118-16 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise, be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 85, nays 343. The amendment
Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox, votes aye.
All right, the yeas are 86, the nays are 343. The amendment is not adopted. Unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 43, printed Part F of House Report N18-216. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, on further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Breen of Oklahoma.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 89, the nays are 341. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on number 45, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. The gentleman of Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes were prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The amendment is 68 yeas, 362 nays. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings are postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Recorded vote is requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members to record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 83, the nays are 348. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on Amendment 57, printed Part F, House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the ayes prevail by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. Another 2-minute vote. Members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 81, the nays are 350. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 61, printed in Part F by House Report 118-216, Gentleman, Arizona. Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those who support a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, yeas are 105, nays 325. The amendment is not adopted. Y'all can all go home. will be in order, please. Chair understands that amendment number 7070 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider amendment number 71 and printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of my amendment number 71 to H.R. 4368, which prevents American tax dollars from being used to fund the World Health Organization. In the bill currently before us, the FDA is seeking to provide funding to the WHO to advance and expand tobacco product regulation under the Building Research Capacity in Global Tobacco Product Regulation grant program. The United States has consistently been the largest contributor to the WHO in the world, topping the charts in 2020 at over $116 million, nearly twice as much as China, who contributed about 12% of the organization's total that same year. This is the same WHO who refused to act on or publicize warnings from Taiwan that the new respiratory infection, now known as COVID-19, was a threat to humans. They instead chose to echo the lies coming out of China that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission. Mr. Chairman, my constituents sent me to Washington, D.C. with the mandate to stop sending taxpayer dollars to the WHO, an entity which covers for the CCP, helped cover up the COVID outbreak, and routinely attempts to infringe on the sovereignty of Americans in furtherance of its globalist agenda. I say all this to repeat that the American people rightly know that the WHO is a corrupt organization which bends to the Chinese Communist Party and does not deserve a cent of American tax dollars, no matter through which account this money is distributed. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
General Lady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Setting aside whether this amendment is misplaced in the Agriculture Appropriations Bill, this amendment is simply bad policy. We're still fighting the lingering effects of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and attempts to cut funding for the World Health Organization would hamper work to monitor any new variants of COVID-19. Moreover, the World Health Organization's work extends far beyond just responding to COVID. Cutting funds for the World Health Organization will affect efforts on other diseases and illnesses, including polio or the flu. Efforts to disengage with the WHO through our bill are misguided and they do nothing to address any concerns about accountability, transparency, or cost efficiency. This is not a good amendment. I urge its defeat, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. I thank the gentlelady from Wyoming for yielding and for her leadership on this issue. I share the concern of many of my constituents with respect to the World Health Organization or the WHO, particularly with respect to the recent track record related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, I supported President Trump's efforts to remove the United States from the WHO. Our tax dollars are precious. Tax dollars should only be spent on necessary programs and necessary programs only. We should be prioritizing our limited resources within organizations that have a track record of delivering for the American people. Frankly, based on the WHO's own record, I struggle to say the WHO fits into that category. We have had to make a lot of tough decisions about what to spend taxpayer dollars on, about what to cut and what not to cut. an international organization with a dangerous record of protecting the world from the spread of diseases, just does not meet the simple threshold. Are American taxpayers getting what they're paying for? Again, I thank the gentlelady from Wyoming for her efforts to bring this to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from
Yes.
Wyoming is recognized.
I'm ready to close. It is simply not in the interest of the Americans to have their tax dollars going towards a program that studies the health burden of tobacco in other countries. This is simply an attempt to export the federal nanny state into other countries through one of the most corrupt international organizations ever known. What we should be focusing on is domestic deregulation, not global governance. After everything we've been through over the last few years, after witnessing the WHO's complete and utter incompetence during the spread of COVID-19, after witnessing them turn a blind eye to time and time again to the CCP's culpability, you would think that we'd have learned that American tax dollars should go to the American priorities and not the priorities of our adversaries. Having any funding for the WHO in any appropriations bill is inconsistent with the stated goal of the 118th Congress to defund the WHO completely. They are a failed puppet organization of Communist China. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
I'm sorry. The gentlelady has the only time remaining.
Thank you. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. And I yield.
All right. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now printed in order, considered amendment number 72, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm offering this amendment today primarily because we need to have a nationwide conversation about USDA's Farm Service Agency's staffing levels that have suffered as a result of COVID-19. USDA operates over 2,000 FSA county offices around the country. Its mission is to serve all farmers, ranchers, and ag partners through the delivery of effective, efficient agricultural programs such as commodity support programs, farm ownership, operating and emergency loans, disaster assistance, and other ad hoc disaster assistance programs. One of the FSA's greatest strengths is its grassroots delivery system of farm programs to the agency's customers, meaning FSA's programs are delivered through an extensive network of county offices and local FSA employees. Producer-elected county committees comprised of farmers in the local area are responsible for overseeing FSA programs and services delivered to the farming community. This local oversight of farm programs enables FSA to maintain close relationships with farmers and ranchers, address their needs in a timely manner, preserve and improve the integrity of federal farm programs, and provide production agriculture with the tools they need to produce the world's best ag products. Unfortunately, FSA county office footprint has been impacted by employee retirements and USDA's inability to attract high-level talent and onboard new employees. Producers in my district continue to raise the lack of FSA staff as one of the main reasons for program delivery delays. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic made a bad situation worse at FSA, but the pandemic is over, and we must continue bringing our federal, state, and local workforces back into the office and refill positions that were lost during the pandemic. This also means putting an effective end to any offices that may still be operating on a closed or hybrid schedule related to COVID-19. We cannot afford to have FSA understaffed or teleworking and thus unable to provide the expected level of customer service needed on the farm. This is a disservice to farmers and producers everywhere. It's long past time we had a conversation about why we can't get farmers and ranchers the basic help they need. I hear from farmers and ranchers all the time about how they still have problems contacting their local FSA offices and how they never receive a response even after multiple inquiries.
House will be in order, please. Please carry your conversations outside. You may continue.
That's not farm service. This amendment finally ends the COVID-19 pandemic in FSA offices, but it also highlights the need for the Department of Agriculture to focus on maintaining FSA's county office footprint and delivering farm programs. I call on my colleagues to support my amendment in returning our FSA county agents to work and urge the Secretary of Agriculture to take action by adequately staffing FSA county offices. I thank the chairman, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop, the gentleman from Georgia, rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would prevent the closing of offices of the Farm Service Agency for any reason. Although it mentions COVID-19, the Prohibition Amendment would not be limited to closures related to COVID. The Crawford Amendment is duplicative of the stronger, clearer proviso on page 25, lines 8 through 10 of the bill that's being considered, where it says, provided further that none of the funds available to the Farm Service Agency shall be used to close Farm Service Agency county offices. Therefore, this amendment is unnecessary because it would create a restriction that the legislation already contains. We don't know what the future of COVID or any future pandemic or disaster may hold, so we shouldn't impose such a broad restriction, and this is duplicative. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear the ranking member actually agrees with me, and so we can say that this is actually a good amendment because it contains language that sounds like he actually supports. So with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Do I clap? Now, in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216, for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Is the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict taxpayer funds from being used to finalize any rule or regulation that has resulted in or is likely to result in an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more at the Department of Agriculture. During his first 2 years in office, the president added more than $300 billion in new regulatory costs to the economy. The American Action Forum found that the new rules in his first 2 years required 193 million hours of compliance paperwork, 193 million hours to comply with new regulations from nameless, faceless bureaucrats. This common sense proposal would restrict any major regulatory actions from USDA from going into effect without the approval of Congress beforehand. Our farmers and ranchers across the country have enough to deal with, including natural disasters, market conditions, increasing input costs, trade issues, the list goes on. Our nation's farmers and ranchers and producers should should not have to worry about the ever-changing environment in Washington with regard to regulations. Moreover, these costly regulations ultimately harm consumers who end up paying a higher price for their food, fiber, and fuel. These days, these major rules and regulations are simply a way for agencies to circumvent Congress on major policy decisions to implement the political will of whatever party is in office at the time. As the nation's legislative body, we must reassert our constitutional role and prevent regulatory overreach. It doesn't matter if there's a Republican or a Democrat in the White House. The American people should not be burdened by and forced to pay for the overreaching regulations that are rooted in nothing more than a political agenda. Again, I want to encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our nation's farmers and ranchers and to prevent overreach. We certainly can cut spending, Lord knows we need to, but until we change the way that we do business here in Washington, and this amendment does that, we will not change a thing. I urge passage of this amendment, and I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
The amendment prohibits the administration from finalizing any rules with significant economic impacts. The amendment adds to the pile of bad policy riders aimed at tying the administration's hands when it comes to carrying out the laws passed by Congress. It will stop USDA, FDA, CFTC from finalizing regulations that are designed to keep the food and drug supply safe, the environment healthy, and market stable. This amendment has little to do with an appropriations bill and even less to do with supporting farmers in rural America. While I can understand the gentlelady's intentions, I must respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Well, respectfully, Madam Speaker, I disagree with my colleague. However, I can't think of a single member in this chamber who would willfully give up their constitutional oversight responsibilities that their constituents have sent them up here to Washington to engage in. I think it's time that we reassert Article I authority, but more importantly, make sure that we are being mindful of the inflationary costs that are burdening our consumers as well as our producers in this country. With that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida. The question. I'm sorry. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from
I urge
Florida.
adoption of this amendment, and I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so it is now in order to consider amendment number 74, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to offer Amendment 74 as the designee of Mr. Stile, the great state of Wisconsin.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Van Orden of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I rise today in support of my amendment. This amendment funds the Dairy Business Innovation Initiatives, which supports our dairy farmers in the development, production, marketing, and distribution of their products. Wisconsin is America's dairyland, and this important program is why I also introduced, along with my great colleague Brian Stile, the Dairy Business Innovation Act, which looks to increase the authorization from $20 million to $36 million, a 55% increase. Wisconsin is the home of nearly 6,000 dairy herds that produce over 2.7 billion pounds of milk a month. In fact, our district, there are many counties where our cows outnumber people by a ratio of 4 to 1. Since President Biden took office, costs have risen by over 15% for Wisconsin farmers, and our agriculture industry is paying the price as Bidenflation makes it more expensive for farmers to fuel equipment, feed their livestock, and run their businesses. This amendment will help ease the burden of Biden inflation for our farmers and ensure that they are able to continue the innovations in today's uncertain economic times. We must ensure that Wisconsin dairy farmers continue to be able to feed the world. The time for fear-mongering with our farmers is over. I came to this body to legislate, not bloviate, and I encourage my colleague from the great state of Wisconsin who spoke so passionately earlier on this initiative to spend more time reading legislation versus X, formerly known as Twitter, because if he had, he would realize that this amendment was proposed in July. I encourage my colleagues, especially those in the Wisconsin delegation, to co-sponsor my bill and support this amendment. To not do so is clearly putting politics over our farmers. Actions speak louder than words. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I am a strong supporter of our nation's dairy farmers in the Southeast and in Georgia, but I must regretfully decline to support this amendment. The Ag Marketing Service from which the funds will be taken is equally as important, and it supports farmers in all segments of agriculture. The initiative, which goes to only entities in 4 states, got $80 million from the American Rescue Plan just 15 months ago. The offset from the Ag Marketing Service is one that many members, certainly on my side, deeply value. It does a great work, particularly for our specialty crop producers, and it's already underfunded due to the manager's amendment on top of the committee bill. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I respectfully ask my colleagues to vote no also. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Unfortunately, my great colleague is not conflating or confusing apples and oranges. It is almonds and cheese curds. So these monies are designated to make sure that our dairy industry is intact. We either support small family farms or we do not. Money talks, and I will not finish the rest of that colloquialism. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time left.
I yield back.
Thank you. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you.
In order to consider amendment number 75, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216, for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman is recognized. I'm sorry, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. USDA is no place for the left to push their radical climate agenda. While farmers face real problems like rising input costs, the left wants to make sure that their green bad deal infiltrates every aspect of our lives. Under the Biden administration, the USDA came out with an action plan for climate adaptation and resilience. Instead of promoting the left's climate priorities, USDA should be focused on promoting policies that actually help farmers. That is why my amendment makes sure no federal funds go toward the USDA's climate hubs. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
USDA's climate hubs were created to promote robust and healthy agricultural production and natural resources under increasing climate variability and climate change. Climate hubs develop and deliver science-based region-specific information and technologies to USDA agencies and its partners, including federal and state agencies, extensions, and tribes, to make our communities and our nation more resilient to climate change. They provide outreach and education to farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners on the effects of climate change on their working lands. We are all witnessing drought, extreme weather events, and changing growing seasons, so why would we want to prohibit aid to farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners, help them understand and to respond to climate change on their working lands? Why would we want to prohibit these 10 regional climate hubs from providing usable regional data and forecasts to underserved and vulnerable communities, tribes, and individuals that can help their land be more productive? This amendment does not save the American taxpayer money. In fact, it jeopardizes our food security, our economy, and the lives and livelihoods of many across the nation. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
With due respect, sir, the farmers in my district recognize climate change as summer, winter, spring, and fall, and we would like the USDA to focus on policies that actually help producers and rural communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 76, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Spartz of Indiana.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that accountability is a foreign concept in Washington, D.C., but and there is no lobby for the people, but I would like to be a lobby for real farmers and consumers as a farmer myself, and also I have a co-sponsor of my amendment, actual real farmer too. I would like to stand with the farmers. My amendment is very simple, so farmers used to pay voluntary checkoff fee when they do a checkoff, to promote their commodities to boards, these nonprofit boards. Well, Congress decided to make these fees mandatory and no transparency. So if you're going to force farmers to pay some money, I think farmers need to know where the money goes. And do they promote commodities or promote very wealthy jobs for very people in fancy suits? And farmers are working hard for this money. So my amendment has two parts, to have more transparency we're trying to do in the Farm Bill, but also, no taxpayers' money should be used unless we know what's happening, with this checkoff dollars. It should be used to promote them. And I believe no one argues that this money are not used for checkoff fees. So this is all says that they cannot be used for checkoff fees. And I thought it should be easy amendment. Unfortunately, a lot of special interest groups that don't supposed to even lobby with this money decided to go and attack. How could Congress ask accountability? How could Congress ask us what we're doing with the money? And I believe now it's become imperative, since they're lobbying with this money against this amendment, against transparency. I think it's become an imperative that taxpayers' dollars are not used to given to these boards until we figure out what's going on with the money. So this is a very simple amendment, and they don't say that. They say they're not using this money, so it just clarifies the intent of the Congress that no taxpayers' dollars are going to be used to give these boards that who knows where they spend money. I reserve.
The lady reserves. For what purpose is this is a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. Research and promotion programs, commonly referred to as checkoffs, are time-tested programs that expand markets, increase consumer demand, develop new uses for those covered commodities, and quite frankly, helps to fund the research that is needed to be able to deal with issues related to those crops or those commodities. These programs are voluntarily created by producers, for producers, and they receive no taxpayer dollars for any of their activities or for USDA oversight of their activities. Now, I'm a strong supporter of research and promotion programs and will wholeheartedly advocate for their continued existence. I believe any debate surrounding the integrity of these programs should be reserved for Farm Bill deliberations due to the fact that no dollars from the bill that is up for consideration that we are talking about funds these programs. I look forward to engaging with my colleagues to explain the merits and the mechanics of checkoffs and encourage anyone who has questions about these programs to engage with their producers to hear firsthand about the benefits of these programs. I specifically look forward to continuing conversations about these programs with the gentlelady from Indiana, and I urge my colleagues to stand with producers and join me in voting against this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment, sponsored by my colleague and fellow farmer, Ms. Sparks. The amendment states that none of the funds made available by this bill may be used to carry out commodity checkoff programs. These may have started out as well-intentioned, but it's pretty well known in Washington, D.C. that this program has gone rotten, and it no longer serves farmers. In fact, we've just sent a bipartisan letter from senators and members of this House to Secretary Vilsack, reminding him that the USDA is required to report annually to Congress describing activities conducted, accounting for the receipt and disbursement of all funds, and including an independent analysis of the effectiveness of the program. Yet the USDA hasn't submitted this report since 2019. Since that time, American dairy farmers have paid nearly $1 billion into this promotional program. At the same time, we've witnessed the loss of more than 6,000 dairy operations across our communities. Let me talk about the beef checkoff program. In 2010, an independent audit examining the equivalent of just 9 days of the beef checkoff program spending found that the primary beef checkoff contractor, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, that's right, I'm calling out names, had improperly spent more than $200,000 in checkoff dollars on lobbying and overseas vacations. Despite a Freedom of Information complaint and act, a full audit has not been released to the public. Additionally, this organization, NCBA, gets 70% of their revenue from the checkoff program. They are prohibited from lobbying, but they're one of the biggest lobbyers up here in Washington, D.C. They lobby against things that are antithetical to cattlemen. For instance, they were up here lobbying with the money paid to them by the cattlemen against country of origin labeling. They represent less than 5% of the industry. It's time to put them back to work for farmers. It's time to adopt Ms. Sparks' amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Now please recognize Agriculture Committee Subcommittee Chairman from the state of Indiana, Dr. Baird.
For how much time?
For as much time as he would consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to the Sparks Amendment number 76. This amendment states that none of the funds made available by this appropriations bill may be used to carry out commodity checkoff programs. Checkoff programs function as a research and promotion boards that help different commodities achieve industry success through market development, heightened demand, and expanded consumer awareness. This amendment proves factually unnecessary and inaccurate since no tax dollars are used to implement the checkoffs and no appropriated dollars are used to oversee them pursuant to the statute. These programs benefit our nation's agricultural industry and bolster the that's being done by our farmers and ranchers who put food on the tables across the country. The continued success of these programs must not be interrupted and misguided by the lack of understanding and non-germane amendments. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Continue
Reserves.
reserve.
Madam Chair, if my colleagues are saying that no taxpayers' funds are used for these programs, I don't think there should be even debate, just to clarify that no taxpayer funds are used for these programs. And if they're so beneficial, I'm looking forward to bring transparency. They shouldn't be afraid to say that they're doing these great things for farmers, but so far I've seen them serving large special interest groups and large monopolies. And farmers are becoming more and more consolidated because the little guy cannot survive. And this is ultimately the decision. Are we going as Congress to stand up for the little guy, for consumer, for farmer, or we'll continue to cater large special interest group that making big salaries? Secretary Vilsack will making over $1 million on one of these checkoff boards while farmers were going bankrupt. Congress need to stop this insanity and not to be afraid to challenge them and say that we do stand for the people, we are lobby for the people, and we shouldn't be afraid. I urge my colleague to support this amendment. Look forward to bring more transparency, but this is a clarity, and I don't see any opposition, something that everyone believes exists. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, Madam Chair, just once again, these checkoff programs are commodity group driven. There are no taxpayer dollars for any of the activities or for USDA oversight of these activities. I look forward to the Farm Bill process where we can continue the discussions I've had with the gentlelady from Indiana, with our staff, to be able to look at how do we improve transparency, how do we refine these programs to provide her and others confidence in these. The attack on the checkoff programs really were rooted by animal rights organizations who see this, who have one goal, and that is to eliminate livestock, the livestock agriculture industry. And so obviously that's unacceptable, but increasing transparency is not unacceptable. I just see the Farm Bill process as the appropriate path forward for that. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois will be postponed. I'm so sorry, from Indiana, will be postponed. In order to consider amendment number 77, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. Does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady is recognized. I'm sorry, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, it decreases the salary of the Deputy Undersecretary of the Food and Nutrition Services. And Madam Chair, I would like to reserve for the time being.
Gentlewoman reserves. Does any member seek opposition? For what purpose is the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment targets a dedicated leader in nutrition for apparently doing her job as the law required. With all of the challenges that we face in feeding our nation, we should not obstruct the agency charged with carrying out our nutrition policies. This House should hold its actions to the highest standards and not engage in attacks on individual officials in the executive branch. With that, I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Madam Chair, one moment. My apologies. I do not have amendment number 77 in front of me. But Madam Chair, I do urge adoption of Amendment 77 to be considered to decrease the salary of the Deputy Secretary. The Deputy Secretary. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Please. Madam Chair, I yield the gentleman 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, look, the Thrifty Food Plan, this is the political appointee who decided that the SNAP benefits weren't high enough, that they devised a new food plan that was used as a vehicle to just increase the SNAP benefits. The bottom line is we're spending over $100 billion a year. We have a $2 trillion deficit. We should reevaluate that increase in the Thrifty Food Plan that has resulted in a double-digit increase in SNAP benefits. And what this amendment does, it sends a clear signal to the administration that this probably wasn't a well-thought-out idea. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Deputy Undersecretary of the Food and Nutrition Services of the Department of Agriculture, Stacy Dean, to $1. As the Deputy Undersecretary for Food, Nutrition, and Consumer Services at USDA, Mrs. Dean has spent her career helping bureaucrats use loopholes and gimmicks to gut requirements for able-bodied adults and bypass federal eligibility requirements, even going as far as to help states make millionaires qualify for the program. The last thing Americans need are higher prices, fewer jobs, and the largest expansion of our welfare state in a lifetime. The Biden-Harris administration expansion of the welfare state abolishes work ethic and promotes a new generation of government dependency. I've lived under government dependency, and I'm thankful that I have broke free of that cycle, given my life experiences and developing work ethic. I am one of the few who are able to break free of that cycle of dependency. Stacy Dean, without congressional approval, unilaterally increased Title IV of future farm bills by no less than $256 billion. Stacy Dean has spent her life's work concocting ways to expand the welfare state and was given latitude to do so under the Biden administration with no consequence, no oversight, and no boundaries. No amount of endless government checks can address the underlying challenges families face. The best way to help American families is with good-paying jobs, not endless government checks. 25 years ago, in the face of rising welfare caseloads, long durations in poverty, and no work for millions, Republicans and Democrats came together to reform the nation's welfare system. These reforms were based on one simple idea: the best way out of poverty is a job. Even the Bible says, if you don't work, you don't eat. Ms. Dean has also allowed 25% increase to food stamp benefits, which was not only unprecedented, but abandoned the cost-neutral policy the department had followed for 45 years. 25 years ago, in the face of rising welfare caseloads, long duration in poverty, and no work for millions, we said this was enough. That cannot be reiterated enough. This move displayed Dean's blatant disregard for program transparency by failing to even consult USDA's own chief economist. Worse yet, this move went far beyond congressional authority granted under the 2018 Farm Bill. All thanks to Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean even went as far to expand woke LGBTQ plus free school lunch policies absent congressional approval and direction. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and hold Ms. Dean accountable for going rogue
Gentlelady's time has expired.
That has ignored the direction of Congress. And with that, Madam Chair,
time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. So it's now in order to consider amendment number 78, printed in Part F in House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Biden's COVID mandate was illegal and unconstitutional, but his radical administration tried to force it through anyway. We will never forget that President Biden tried to use the federal government to fire 84 million struggling Americans from their jobs. Congress must pass this amendment to ensure that the federal government cannot implement its radical COVID agenda on Americans ever again. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves. The gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
This workplace safety plan was developed according to the guidance of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Decisions regarding the safety of federal workers and returning to work should be driven by science and the methodical recommendation of experts, not by broad congressional mandates. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois.
Well, we need to implement this or approve this amendment, pass this amendment, so that this can never happen again. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 79, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bober, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Madam Chair, I rise today to offer my amendment to prohibit funding for the USDA's Equity Commission. Our farmers and ranchers are fed up with a government that is weaponized against them and are fed up paying for commissions that simply should not exist. The USDA Equity Commission was born out of a Biden executive order calling for federal departments to address, quote, racial equity, end quote, because they believe even agriculture is racist. This commission made over 30 recommendations to make the USDA more woke. This includes diversity training for farmers and ranchers, expanding language access, and even supporting legislation that removes restrictions on food stamp eligibility based on immigration status or even criminal records. This commission also opened up the door for Joe Biden's racist $4 billion plan for minority farmers and ranchers to pay their loans because the USDA is racist. Joe Biden's USDA is even holding school lunch money hostage to force a curriculum that sexualizes our children. This administration is acting like a schoolyard bully, saying, you're not going to do what I want, or I'm going to take your lunch money. Quite literally. They are holding school districts hostage in order to shove their radical agenda down our throats to ensure biological men are allowed to use the same restroom as 5-year-old girls. This is madness. This administration is so distracted by pandering to their own leftist agenda to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion that they simply cannot manage their policies that have driven the price of milk, eggs, and even up over 50% for the average American family for those items. Let's return our focus to our USDA to what it should be, providing leadership on food, agriculture, natural resources, rural development, nutrition, and related issues based on public policy, the best available science, real science please, and effective management, not pandering to the woke mob. I urge passage of my amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Members reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
The USDA Equity Commission was set up in 2022 to address the historic inequities in implementation of the programs by the Department of Agriculture. The department has a long and storied history of discrimination, as evidenced by the billions of dollars that it has had to pay out as a result of discriminatory policies over the years. To quote directly from the USDA website regarding the commission, quote, "At USDA, we acknowledge we have not done enough to provide all farmers and ranchers an equal chance of success and prosperity. We are committed to changing that, actively working to build a USDA that ensures none of our customers are ignored or left behind." What's so threatening about that? The bill already came out of committee bearing harmful policy riders restricting the administration's efforts related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The continued assault on equity initiatives at USDA is not helping our farmers. This amendment is a distraction from the real issues that are facing our farmers, and it does nothing to move us closer to a bipartisan conference agreement an agreement we know we must reach to pass these appropriations bills. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time is reserved. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield the gentleman from Maryland 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, I want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado for offering this. There's one thing the federal government shouldn't do when it has a $2 trillion deficit, and that's do duplicative things in one department. There already is an Office of Civil Rights in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. There is no need for an equity commission. Oh, but that's right. We got to get the word equity in somewhere. I suggest maybe we should go back and just rename the Office of Civil Rights. It's cheaper, and with a $2 trillion deficit, that's probably what we ought to do. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Madam Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose is the gentleman from Georgia?
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 80, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 80, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Chair, I rise to support my very simple amendment, which would prohibit any funds from this bill from being used toward the Civilian Climate Corps. The Biden administration continues to prioritize programs like the Civilian Climate Corps, which pushes Green New Deal policies that have proved to be costly and ineffective. Instead of pushing their Green New Deal agenda, this administration should instead focus on cutting wasteful spending and securing our southern border rather than wasting taxpayer dollars on indoctrination on a leftist ideology that provides nothing of value to the economy. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
First, I'm perplexed that anyone would not want to provide good-paying jobs that will help our nation tackle the climate crisis and build a stronger country. The goal of the Civilian Climate Corps is to put more than 20,000 young people on career pathways in the growing fields of clean energy, conservation, and climate resilience. In launching this effort, President Biden is calling on tribal, state, and local governments, labor unions, nonprofit service allies, the private sector, and philanthropy to collaborate with the federal government to build on current relationships and expand skills-based training partnerships to ensure that our workforce is ready to meet the climate crisis. We've seen the devastation to coastal communities impacted by our hurricanes and tropical storms. Why would we not want to train our youth to restore coastal wetlands that can protect communities from storm surges? We know the damage and the loss that accompanies wildfires across our nation, so why would we not want to train youth to manage forests, to improve health, and prevent catastrophic wildfires? We know the power of skills-based training as a tool to expand pathways into good-paying jobs. Let's not deny our youth this opportunity, and let's not deny our country the resources for our future. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for offering the amendment. Turns out in the wisdom of the committee, we've already defunded the Civilian Climate Corps, but belts and suspenders is fine. I have no problem with that because, you know, good-paying jobs shouldn't come from the government. They should come in the private sector. That's why we don't need the Civilian Climate. Oh, that's right. It has the word climate in it. So you got to create something in the department with the word climate and with the word equity and with diversity and the whole, we don't need it. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, we borrow $6 billion a day. We throw the $2 trillion around all the time, but frankly, most of us don't understand a trillion. So we borrow $6 billion a day toward that $2 trillion. We discuss a lot of inputs on the floor of the House, which means government spending, federal spending, but we rarely discuss outputs. And in this case, there is very little output. We're talking about some inputs, federal spending, but no outputs. This is simply an indoctrination program to the Green New Deal. Now, we also have a lot of noble-sounding ideas come across this floor. But in this case, there is nothing positive. There is only spending. With that, I yield back.
Yep. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 81, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, everyone understands that if you add recipients to a program that has limited resources, then the benefits of that program get diluted amongst those who are still receiving it. In essence, the safety net becomes stretched and sometimes may even break, which is why I rise in support of my amendment to eliminate funding or eliminate a loophole in the SNAP program that is called the Geographic Work Requirements Waivers. These waivers have been abused for years by state bureaucracies to waive work requirements in areas with record low unemployment, and particularly waive them for able-bodied individuals, the very people who should be working. You see, current law allows for states to waive work requirements for those individuals in certain limited circumstances, but states have used this loophole to waive work requirements completely. In fact, 18 states have completely waived these work requirements, and my amendment prevents this from happening. You know, having work requirements be for food stamps or for SNAP is not a new or radical idea. It's been around since the 90s. It was a bipartisan agreement that occurred, and it is a common sense approach to ensure that those who can work should be working, thereby promoting self-sufficiency while reducing the burden on taxpayers. Congress intended for these to be limited, but obviously, just like anything else the federal government touches, its intent has been distorted to ensure as many people as possible are dependent on the government. The USDA, in the late days of the Clinton administration, issued these loopholes, but now they've exploded to the point where 70% of able-bodied adults do not have to be required to do any work requirements. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in extremely strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment would take away all state waivers for able-bodied adults without dependents, the so-called ABAWDs. If their unemployment is over 10% or there are not sufficient jobs for people in the state, again, who are we to take that state's judgment away? If you think we'll never experience these conditions again, think again. Neither you nor I can foresee the future, and if these conditions do occur, what are the chances that these folks will find jobs? I cannot and I will not support this amendment, nor will any of my Democratic colleagues. If it's included on a final conference report, I doubt my Democratic colleagues will provide the necessary votes for final passage, nor will President Biden sign it into law. It's a bad amendment. Let's vote it down. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I want to yield 1 minute to my colleague from Maryland.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri for putting forth this amendment. It's common sense. Able-bodied people ought to work. That's the bottom line. But there are two things about this program. One is that, you know, my colleague on the other side of the aisle says, well, you never know, the economy could get bad. Now, this is only a one-year amendment. We're only discussing next fiscal year. And the president has said this is a great economy. I don't know what we're worried about. The president said this economy is great. So don't worry about this amendment. It shouldn't be a problem. The other thing is this is one of the greatest state scams in the country right now. States vie with each other to who can get this waiver because you know what, Madam Chair? There's no cost to the state. We could solve this problem by just asking states to have a 20% copay. You think food stamps are a great deal? SNAP is a great deal? Great. Federal government pays 80, you pay 20, just like Medicaid. That means states will have skin in the game and they won't go for these scams. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program has blown up and expanded nearly 60% increase since 2020 alone. This addition of individuals who are able-bodied is jeopardizing the program that we should make sure is available for individuals who truly need it. Those individuals who are disabled, parents with children, and anyone who's a student. Those are the individuals that we all see and want to provide a safety net to. Let's not let these programs, which are so valuable to them, be diluted by individuals who should be working. And I yield my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 82, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer an amendment number 82 as the designee of Mr. Roy from Texas.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida and a member each opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of an amendment authored by Representative Roy and myself. This amendment would restrict funds from being used to implement President Biden's radical climate agenda. Since taking office, the Biden administration has spent billions of dollars implementing leftist climate initiatives at the expense of the American taxpayer. In May of 2023, the USDA announced $11 billion in grants and loans for, quote, zero-emission energy, otherwise known as unreliable energy. In addition, a recent report found that Biden's USDA Secretary, Tom Vilsack, coordinated with Arabella Advisors, a George Soros-funded group, on, quote, transforming the U.S. food system. We simply cannot produce and process the food necessary to satisfy the massive demand in this country and abroad if we cannot depend on energy and food systems that are being hijacked into an extremist climate agenda. Furthermore, Biden's climate policies have detrimental effects on our economy and threaten the very livelihood of Americans in our agricultural sector. In many cases, these radical Biden initiatives actually do more harm than good to our environment. Our farmers already face enormous challenges, including market fluctuations, rising input costs, the list goes on. And by squeezing out clean and economical fuel sources and demanding a hasty shift to so-called clean energy, green energy as they call it, our farmers and ranchers are struggling with rising costs of fuel that they need to keep their operations going. Agriculture is the backbone of our nation, and we must ensure that sector, the agricultural sector, has the resources that it needs to keep providing for American families. Our farmers and ranchers are some of the best conservationists in the world. Our amendment would prevent President Biden's extreme anti-climate initiatives that would undoubtedly raise costs for our nation's agricultural businesses. A threat to our nation's ag producers is a threat to our national security. I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense amendment and safeguard our farmers and ranchers from the Biden administration's misguided climate policies. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from Georgia seek
I rise
recognition?
to claim time in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment prohibits funds from being used to carry out President Biden's climate change executive orders, specifically Executive Order 13990 relating to protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis, the Executive Order 14008 relating to tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad, Section 6 of Executive Order 14013 relating to rebuilding and enhancing programs to resettle refugees and planning for the impact of climate change on migration. Executive Order 14030 relating to climate-related financial risk. Executive Order 14057 relating to catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability. Executive Order 14082 relating to implementation of the energy and infrastructure provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, and Executive Order 14096 relating to revitalizing our nation's commitment to environmental justice for all. Who could be against that? Oh well. The scientific consensus is clear, however, that we need to take significant steps to reduce carbon emissions moving forward, while also working to mitigate the damage from climate change that we are already experiencing. Extreme weather events and changing temperatures and weather patterns are extremely relevant to America's farmland. The Department of Agriculture should be at the forefront of ensuring that our farmers remain productive and successful on the global market in the years to come. Tackling the climate crisis is an essential part of that work. Our farmers are on both the front line of dealing with the effects of climate change, as well as taking steps to reduce carbon output and to promote sustainability. This amendment being offered on both appropriations bills brought to the floor this week would hamstring our government's response to climate change. This amendment is short-sighted and does nothing to help our farmers. In fact, it hurts our farmers. I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so glad that my colleague mentioned carbon emissions and the need to reduce them, because our farmers and ranchers, they are a carbon sink. Like I said, the best conservationists in the world, and the harmful policies of the Biden administration continue to make their job much more difficult. At this time, I'd like to yield 30 seconds to my colleague.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, I want to thank the gentlelady from Florida for offering this amendment. My colleague across the aisle read verbatim from one of them, a executive order to analyze the effect of climate on migration. What we need is an executive order to examine the effect of an open border on migration into the United States. The effect in the large cities, New York, Chicago, bankrupting this country. That's the executive order we need from the president, not these. I yield back.
Madam Chair, we're closing in on 2 a.m. And while I definitely want to encourage my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, I would also like to give thanks to the floor staff, to the clerks, the parliamentarians, my colleagues, and the committee staff that are here at 2 a.m. doing the very important work of the American people. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady and gentlelady from Florida, the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 83, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in favor of my amendment number 83 to H.R. 4368. This amendment would prevent the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service from implementing its proposed rule mandating electronic identification ear tags, known as EID, for cattle and bison transported in interstate commerce. Let me start by saying this. The United States has the highest quality and safest meat in the world. We currently have a robust, effective, and affordable animal identification and traceability system in place that works. Our high standards of disease prevention and detection make us the leader in world food quality. This rule is problematic for many reasons, including the fact that it sets a dangerous precedent by allowing a federal agency to dictate how our ranchers run their operations. Our ranchers do not need the D.C. bureaucracy to tell them how to manage and identify their livestock, yet that is exactly what this rule allows. This rule will create a paperwork nightmare, forcing our producers to hire a slew of compliance officers just to meet the new requirements. The creation of this federally mandated system will require extensive data collection and countless reporting obligations. Last year, Ireland mandated EID ear tags. Today, just 1 year later, there are an untold number of reports that they must file with the government. Ireland is now considering killing off 1.3 million head of cattle to reach their, quote, climate targets. Their EID mandate will help them carry out this slaughter. This rule will increase the cost of food and food production, thereby hurting the consumer. This rule will ultimately cost our ranchers millions of dollars in compliance costs, forcing many of our smaller independent operations to sell out. It will thus result in further vertical integration of the food supply chain, making our independent livestock producers nothing but serfs to the big ranches and meat packers. The primary supporters of this rule are the 4 big packers, 2 of which are owned by Brazil and 1 of whom is owned by China, and the ear tag manufacturing companies. This rule raises serious privacy concerns for our independent ranchers. APHIS's estimated cost of this rule is indefensible, and the minimal amount included in the rule for implementation is entirely inadequate. The real cost of mandating EID ear tags is exponentially higher than what APHIS claims, and this is an unfunded mandate. In short, we simply cannot afford or allow a bunch of unelected bureaucrats who have never handled livestock or made an honest living raising animals to tell our ranchers how to operate. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves. For what purpose is a gentleman from from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. American agriculture really can be defined very simply by 3 words, science, technology, and innovation. And we should utilize that to our advantage, obviously, going forward. It really has been a defining nature of American agriculture. And quite frankly, traceability resources are paramount when dealing with an animal disease outbreak. We've seen that this year with poultry. We have threats on swine. We Obviously, we've invested in, as of the last Farm Bill, a significant amount of money to have a vaccine pool for foot and mouth that should that ever impact our livestock industry here, it would be devastating. APHIS's proposed role on electronic identification would reduce the overall quarantine times, would limit the number of animals that get sick, and will allow farmers and ranchers to resume normal operations in a timely manner. Producers recognize that animal disease traceability is an essential component of protecting livestock during an animal disease outbreak, and that's whether they're the size of herds in Wyoming, or quite frankly in Kentucky, or in Pennsylvania, where they're much smaller. Animal health is incredibly important, and the ability to recognize animal disease traceability is as well. We should not allow ourselves to be in a position where efforts to improve animal disease traceability are hampered. And for this reason, I will oppose Ms. Hageman's amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, as a cattleman myself who interacts with and supports thousands of cattlemen in Kentucky, I rise in support of Ms. Hageman's very important amendment, which prevents funds from being used to mandate electronic identification ear tags for cattle and bison. The cattlemen in Kentucky know this isn't just another extra expense for them. It's the beginning of the end of the American rancher, of the American cattleman. It's the beginning of the end of multi-generational farms in Kentucky, because this is an on and off switch that will prevent farmers from marketing their cattle if they're not in compliance with thousands of rules, never-ending list of rules. And so this is why we should oppose it. We should quit listening. I implore my colleagues who've been lobbied on this issue. We've all been lobbied on this one. I implore my colleagues to quit listening to the lobbyists who pretend to represent farmers and start listening to their farmers back home and support Ms. Hageman's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, once again, traceability resources really are incredibly important when dealing with an animal disease outbreak. We need to do our best to be prepared to deal with these. Otherwise, it could compromise our ability to export overseas. Our trade partners could shut off markets in the United States, and it would have just a decimating impact on the livestock industry in the United States. So I would just encourage, I mean, there is monies in the underlying bill in order to do this. Quite frankly, a more appropriate amendment might have been to making sure the money lines up with the need. And I would agree that what's in the bill is not adequate for the full implementation of this, but that is another issue. So with that, I would just remain in opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from
Thank you. I
Wyoming is
will
recognized.
reiterate, we already have an identification and traceability system in place that is effective, robust, and affordable. Some larger operations have voluntarily implemented EID because they have the resources and the manpower to do so. If small and medium operations are forced into this same system, however, and without the proper capital, they will be locked out of the markets. And my colleague just admitted that the funding in the rule doesn't provide adequate funding to implement the rule, and so it is going to cost our ranchers literally millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to comply. It's an unfunded mandate. This proposed rule is based on dubious assumptions and raises more questions than answers. It is a solution in search of a problem. It is dangerous and it should be stopped. I will finish with this. My amendment does not touch the cost offset in the bill. It merely addresses the flawed policy advanced by USDA. It does not prevent any American rancher, cattle producer, or bison producer to use EID technology, but it does not allow the USDA to mandate it. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 84, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. It is now in order to consider amendment number 85, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. And I rise today in support of my amendment. I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research within the FDA. As part of the Republican House majority, conservatives were able to secure important reforms to the House rules, including reinstating the Holman Rule. The Holman Rule dates back to the 1800s, was created to reduce spending, but it's also been used as a measure of accountability to exercise oversight over unelected bureaucrats by reducing the salaries of federal employees. I have concerns that the position of director for the Center of Drug Evaluation and Research has been politicized because of the decisions it has been involved in related to abortion. In January, the risk evaluation and mitigation strategy for the main chemical abortion drug, mifepristone, was updated. A multidisciplinary team within the FDA approved changes that eliminated the in-person distribution requirement of mifepristone and allowed for retail pharmacies to dispense the abortive fashion. A risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or REMS, is required by the FDA for certain drugs with, quote, serious safety concerns to help ensure the benefits outweigh its risks, end quote. It's baffling to me that these bureaucrats would acknowledge that mifepristone is inherently dangerous, yet advance policies that discourage a woman from even having to show up at a doctor's office. This office was complicit in these dangerous updates that impact women's health. My amendment provides needed scrutiny over the bureaucrats who issue documents, not laws, that literally carry the power of life or death. Whatever value these offices provide to drug safety has been clouded by political judgment. And Congress should take a serious look at these offices, and we can start by holding pro-abortion officials accountable for such a destructive decision. I urge my colleagues to stand for life and support this amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It targets a career civil servant for apparently doing their job as the law requires. This House should hold its actions to the highest standards, and attacks on the civil service have no place in this House. This is a bad amendment. It sets a bad precedent. It's beyond our duties. It's ultra vires, and I urge the defeat of this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the reservation from the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to my friend from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for bringing this forth. Look, I urge everyone just to read the Fifth Circuit Court opinion. Fact of the matter is the Fifth Circuit Court said the FDA way overstepped their congressional fencing in on how they have to approve drugs. The bottom line is it's not us saying this, it's the Fifth Circuit. So maybe one way to send a message that you actually ought to listen to the way the Congress set up the safety and efficacy approval process. Maybe we need something like this so the FDA actually pays attention to how Congress told them they have to operate. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, FDA administrators who originally approved mifepristone knew it had risk attached to it. In the following years, those risks have been confirmed and proven time and again to the mother and obviously ultimately to the child. Between 2002 and 2015, the rate of chemical abortion-related emergency room visits increased by more than 500%. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at least 7 offices within the FDA are responsible for administering the decision that made the chemical abortion drug easier to access. My amendment reduces to $1 the salary of the Director of Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Congress has a responsibility to not just appropriate money, but to also conduct oversight for the use of taxpayer dollars. My amendment does both, and I urge my colleagues to stand up for life and support my amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote on this.
A recorded. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 86, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which states that none of the funds made available by this act may be used to fund any grant related to any transgenic edible vaccine. Does the term transgenic edible vaccine sound far-fetched? Well, it's not. We're funding it. In fact, scientists from the University of California, Riverside, funded with your taxpayer dollars, have been studying whether they can turn edible plants, such as lettuce and spinach, into mRNA vaccine factories, thereby creating a transgenic edible vaccine. One associate professor at UCR explained that ideally a single plant would produce enough mRNA to vaccinate a single person. We are testing this approach with spinach and lettuce, and have long-term goals of people growing it in their own gardens. Farmers could also eventually grow entire fields of it. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think the American people should be funding this. And I think, and I would hope, that we've learned something from the COVID experience with SARS-CoV-2, that some of our science projects aren't the best ideas. And with that, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I do rise in opposition to this misguided amendment. The amendment would eliminate research funding into novel approaches to keeping livestock healthy. Livestock disease costs hundreds of millions of dollars per year. Producers lose revenue and consumers pay higher prices as a result. An ongoing avian influenza outbreak has devastated poultry producers across the country, devastating that industry in many areas. Innovative research on methods to cost-effectively protect livestock benefits both producers and consumers. I urge my colleagues to defeat this misguided amendment and let USDA work to keep livestock healthy for producers and prices low for consumers. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, my colleague on the other side of the aisle talks about keeping prices low. I think there's more to it than that for the American people. And he also speaks as if these vaccines, these transgenic edible plant vaccines, are only used for livestock. Well, in fact, they have been used for livestock. I'll get to that in a second. But they're also being used for people. That is the intended outcome of many of these programs that we are funding with money from the USDA. What could possibly go wrong with this research? Well, we found out a few years ago when a biotech company was experimenting, growing in corn a vaccine to keep pigs from getting diarrhea. What happened? Well, the next year where the corn was grown, the prior year, the corn came up and it got commingled with soybeans that were being grown there. It contaminated 500 bushels of soybeans, which were then commingled with 500,000 bushels of soybeans. And those all had to be recalled and destroyed. Luckily, they caught it. Do we want humans eating vaccines that were grown in corn meant to stop pigs from getting diarrhea? I don't think we want that to happen. Yet that almost happened, and it could happen. There's another case where the pollen cross-contaminated another crop of corn, and 155 acres of corn had to be burned. What are the cases where we're not discovering this? I think it's dangerous to play God with our food. I think we need a safe food supply. And this is about food safety. Ultimately, the people in this country need to know what's in their food. And if we start contaminating the DNA of our food with DNA from other animals or viruses, the pollen could spread, and we don't know what could happen. And I would hope we've learned a lesson from the Wuhan lab that sometimes things escape. Sometimes things don't go as you plan. And so that's why I think it's a bad idea to fund transgenic edible plant vaccine research from the USDA. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 87, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 87, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which states in part that none of the funds made available by this act may be used to issue any new rule related to, 1, regarding the number of owners of an animal for the purpose of custom slaughter exemption of the Food Safety and Inspection Service, 2, limiting the persons that may own an animal, and 3, requiring custom operators to keep records. My amendment simply states that no funds in this bill can be used to create new rules and regulations related to custom slaughter exemption, limiting the number of people who may own an animal or placing additional record-keeping burdens on custom slaughter exemption. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate and share the gentleman's support for our meat and poultry producers. However, this is an amendment to permanent law that, with very rare exceptions, should not be in an appropriations bill. This issue should be considered in the context of the next farm bill. For that reason, I urge a no vote. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully disagree with my colleague's characterization of this amendment that it changes permanent law. In fact, all it does is it limits the spending that can be used to promulgate any new rules, and its only period is for the extent of a year, the next fiscal year. In fact, were it changing permanent law, we would not have allowed it as an amendment to this bill. I serve on the Rules Committee, and we vet hundreds of amendments for this very constraint, and this is not one of the amendments that changes permanent law. If I could change permanent law, would I change permanent law? You're sure right that I would, and we'll try that in the Farm Bill, but we can't change permanent law on an appropriations bill. The reason I've introduced this amendment is I found on the USDA website, they haven't done the rule yet, but they're thinking about doing a rule to limit how many families could share an animal. Listen, there's 4 meat packers that control over 80% of the meat that's processed in the United States. Our president himself said it from that very podium during his State of the Union speech. And it's a problem, we all know it. There's one exemption that allows people to get out from under the thumb of the multinational corporations that process most of the meat in this country, and that is the custom slaughter exemption that allows somebody who owns an animal to have it processed for themselves. It seems somewhat ridiculous that the USDA thinks they have the power to say 2 families can't share that animal. Yet that's what they're proposing in a PowerPoint slide on their website. My amendment is simple. It says we're not going to allow the USDA to promulgate a rule that keeps families from getting healthy meat from their local farmer. And with that, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 88, printed in Part F, the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the This one here, okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 89, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that prevents USDA from using funds for woke extreme leftist courses, books, and study guides. As part of this administration's woke LGBTQI+, whatever other letter you'd like to add for the flavor of the day, Pride Month agenda, Biden's rogue bureaucrats implemented woke courses, books, and study guides for department employees, training that defy congressional intent and mandate leftist indoctrination. Mandated department courses and curriculum for the federal employees included topics like, quote, pride leadership strategies for LGBTQ plus leaders to be the king or queen of their jungle, the queer advantage conversations with LGBTQ plus leaders on the power of identity, out and proud, approaching LGBT issues in the workplace, gender ambiguity in the workplace, transgender and gender diverse discrimination, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ plus program. In total, there were more than 20 different LGBTQI plus, add your letter, training sessions and courses required by USDA that cower to the left's woke indoctrination policies, defy congressional intent, and contradict the agency's mission. Federal employees devoted to public service shouldn't be forced to participate in extreme training sessions that contradict their own values. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and prevent federal employees from being forced to participate in extreme training sessions for the purpose of pandering to a woke agenda. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
That's the claim time in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Who in the world knows what woke means? I think all of us should be awake to the dangers of overreach in this appropriations bill. This amendment would prohibit funds for courses, books, or study guides on 17 topics related to inclusion, diversity, and supporting LGBT employees. These topics include issues such as empathy, fostering an inclusive workplace, or becoming an ally to all. I don't believe we should be spending our time here on the floor today debating ways that we can cut back on teaching empathy. Instead, what I think would serve our constituents the most will be a discussion on how we can better help American farmers remain competitive globally, help put food on the tables of those in need, and yes, help foster an inclusive and welcoming workplace for all at the Department of Agriculture. I urge opposition to this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe the USDA should spend their time educating those on how to tell the difference between a heifer and a bull. Maybe then we can actually bring some common sense to this topic. And also, I would like to note that my colleague on the other side of the aisle, the gentleman, failed to mention some letters when referencing the LGBTQI plus community, which is not very inclusive for their party's agenda. And so I just wanted the record to reflect that there definitely were some letters missing from that description, which is extremely offensive. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment. Yields back.
I yield.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized and yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 90, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology within the FDA. As part of the Republican House majority, conservatives were able to secure important reforms to the House rules, including reinstating the Holman Rule, which dates back to the 1800s, was created to reduce spending, but it's also been used as a measure of accountability to exercise oversight over unelected bureaucrats by reducing salaries of federal employees. I invite my colleagues to consider this amendment as a form of oversight, transparency, and accountability. What value does this office provide, and is the person who occupies it using their position for political purposes? Early this year, the FDA updated the risk evaluation and mitigation strategy for the main chemical abortion drug, mifepristone. This document changed the policy surrounding the distribution of the drug, making it easier to access and therefore more dangerous for women. Many peer-reviewed studies show that women who take chemical abortion pills are at risk of severe side effects, including hemorrhaging, the need for follow-up surgery, and even death. Yet this FDA guidance would formally eliminate the in-person distribution requirement. My amendment provides scrutiny over the bureaucrats who issue documents, not laws, that literally carry the power of life or death. Whatever value these offices provide to drug safety has been clouded by political judgment, and Congress should take a serious look at these offices, and we can start by holding pro-abortion officials accountable for such a destructive decision. I urge my colleagues to stand for life and support this amendment, and I reserve.
For what
I'd like
purpose?
to claim time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 91, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of Risk Management within the FDA. This amendment asks the question, is this person who oversees the Office of the Director of Risk Management actually protecting women and children from risk? The office is one of at least 7 within the FDA that helped develop a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or REMS, for the chemical abortion drug mifepristone. These REMS documents are required by the FDA for certain drugs with serious safety concerns to help ensure the benefits outweigh its risks. It's baffling to me that these bureaucrats would acknowledge that mifepristone is inherently dangerous, yet advance policies that discourage a woman from even having to show up at a doctor's office. Earlier this year, the FDA updated the risk evaluation and mitigation strategy for the main chemical abortion drug, mifepristone, and this document changed the policy surrounding the distribution of the drug. Chemical abortion has 4 times the complication rate of surgical abortion. These risks would only increase with advanced pregnancy and lack of medical supervision. Of course, mifepristone REMS doesn't factor into the risk evaluation process that the drug ends the life of the precious, innocent child in the womb. Mifepristone deprives the developing child from the hormones that he or she needs to grow, and then is paired with another drug to violently expel the child from the womb. My amendment provides needed scrutiny over bureaucrats who issue documents that literally carry the power of life or death. I urge my colleagues to stand for life and support this amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 92, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of New Drugs within the FDA. This amendment provides accountability on behalf of the 63 million children lost to abortion since 1972. If our federal agencies are not protecting the most vulnerable among us, we should not give them more of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. This case argues, early this year rather, the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine brought a lawsuit against the FDA with evidence that the original approval process for mifepristone was incomplete. This case argues that the FDA wrongfully fast-tracked the approval and neglected the pediatric study requirement. The case is still ongoing, but the details show a pattern of the FDA systematically removing any meaningful safeguard from the drug to make it as widely used as possible. I urge my colleagues to stand for life and support this amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 93, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of Compliance within the FDA. Americans don't want their taxpayer money funding bureaucrats who make decisions that are contrary to their values. And in this case, this director was complicit in harming women and their unborn children by loosening restrictions on mifepristone, the chemical abortion drug. The FDA has even looked the other way to permit chemical abortion drugs to be distributed via mail, which clearly violates the federal law outlined in the Comstock Act. Americans expect federal regulators to value women's safety and children's lives more than profits for the abortion industry. I urge my colleagues to stand for life and support this amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Georgia, I'm sorry.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 94, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of Medical Policy within the FDA. In 2020, chemical abortions became the #1 abortion method of ending an unborn child's life, and that year we lost 492,210 children. Instead of making it easier for women to get access to an abortion pill, the FDA should be banning it. We should work to make every pregnancy a happy one and support the fantastic pregnancy resource centers, churches, and families that help women in difficult situations choose life for their children. And I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 95, printed to Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 95, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce to $1 the salary of the Director of the Office of Regulatory Policy within the FDA. Mr. Chairman, between 2007 and 2019, total FDA employment increased 79%, and today there are over 18,000 employees. The FDA actually makes it very difficult to discern the exact number among the 1,000 employees who were responsible for the updates to the abortion pill risk evaluation and mitigation strategy. We can glean from FDA documents that multidisciplinary teams, including at least these 7 offices I've mentioned across my debate time, played a role in approving the changes that eliminated the in-person distribution requirement of mifepristone and allowed for retail pharmacies to dispense the abortifacient. The names of specific individuals responsible are shrouded in mystery. The names are redacted from public documents related to this massive policy change, but we can reasonably conclude that the directors were indirectly or indirectly responsible. Whatever value these offices provide to drug safety has been clouded by these political judgments, and Congress should take a serious look at these offices and start by holding these pro-abortion officials accountable for such a destructive decision. I ask my colleagues to support this, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed.
The chair understands that amendment number 96 through 98 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 99, printed in Part F of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 99, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment. I believe in promoting equal opportunities for all, irrespective of race, color, or creed. However, the National Farm to School Network Racial Equity Learning Lab takes an approach that contradicts the core values of our nation. The Farm to School movement was started to help give schools and students access to locally produced farm fresh foods and provide a new market for our local farmers. It is unfortunate that the National Farm to School Network has decided to force radical ideology into these programs. The proposed Racial Equity Learning Lab's stated goal is to teach participants to apply a, quote, racial equity lens, end quote, to their work within the Farm to School program. It seeks to inject critical race theory and identity politics into our educational institutions, perpetuating an agenda that emphasizes differences rather than uniting us as Americans. This follows a dangerous and growing trend in America to view everything through the lens of race. While the Farm to School Network itself has laudable goals of encouraging healthier eating habits among students and supporting local agriculture, it should do so without embracing divisive ideologies. We should be fostering an environment where children from all backgrounds come together to learn and grow, understand the value of hard work, personal responsibility, and the importance of community. Mr. Speaker, my amendment will ensure that no taxpayer money is used to further steer the Farm to School Network in the wrong direction. I ask that my colleagues join me in keeping critical race theory out of our food systems and out of our schools, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Farm to School Network supports the work of farmers, teachers, and community leaders. The Racial Equity Learning Lab is a learning program regarding racial inequities in our food system. USDA support for the program seeks to address racial equity in our farm-to-school system. I would think that making sure that all school children have access to adequate meals would be an easy bipartisan priority. I'm disappointed by this amendment. I urge all members to oppose it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise again in support of my amendment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. This gentleman from Georgia.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia. The question on the amendment offered by gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 100, pending in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purposes, gentlemen from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 100, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member of opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and my amendment will defund 3 radical executive orders issued by President Biden. These executive orders are intended to combat so-called discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. The weaponized bureaucratic regime wants to promote everything regular Americans stand for: freedom of speech, marriage as being between one man and one woman for life, and other values that so many people outside of Washington hold dear. The Biden administration wants to instill fear in the hearts of regular Americans. My amendment would block any taxpayer dollars that would be used for the implementation of these woke executive orders in any agency. And I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I oppose this amendment. Members of the LGBT community have historically faced higher rates of food insecurity. USDA has taken steps to clarify that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity are prohibited in programs administered by USDA such as SNAP. It is concerning to me that the Democratic amendment striking harmful policy riders not to put forward by the Rules Committee for the debate, while a large number of Republican amendments adding further policy riders were allowed to be considered. These amendments have no chance of becoming law and only move us further from bipartisan conference agreement which can pass both chambers of Congress. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which, by the way, saw significant Democrat opposition, clearly outlines who is protected from discrimination. But now the left wants to impose extra requirements on business owners and the American people and force them into either having to walk on eggshells or face being sued for a supposed incorrect statement. This amendment will defund President Biden's directives to promulgate woke ideology throughout the entire government instead of serving the American people. This culture of fear is not what made America the nation that it is, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
This is 100 or 101? 100.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge strong support for my amendment for the values that have made America the country we love today. Democrats are opposed to the very idea of America so much that they oppose the values that Americans know and love. My amendment would preserve that America and fight back against the left's woke agenda. I urge my colleagues to support this effort and vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant. Okay. Ms. Miller. It is now in order to consider amendment number 101, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 101, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
The American people do not want their tax dollars going to the creation of the Obama Communist Climate Corps, which is a left-wing indoctrination program for young people that advances Communist China's attack on American energy and promotes China's solar panels, lithium batteries, and windmills. Congress must prohibit funding for this green bad deal army and reverse the America Last agenda. Barack Obama's communist revolution to fundamentally transform America kills our domestic energy production. Obama flies on private jets and has a beachfront mansions. He doesn't care about climate, and he doesn't think the oceans are rising. Taxpayers do not want to fund the foot soldiers of Obama's communist revolution. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit USDA from implementing an executive order on tackling the climate crisis. This year, our country has experienced more billion-dollar climate disasters than ever before in our history. In only the first 8 months of the year, 23 weather disasters devastated regions across the country, and in every case, the agricultural sector was harmed. This summer, we witnessed catastrophic floods in the Northeast decimate farmers' crops. Extreme drought in the West continue to impact ranchers' ability to sustain their livestock. And tragically, we watched helplessly as the Maui wildfires ravaged thousands of acres of farmland and took nearly 100 human lives. This amendment would block federal efforts to help farmers develop climate-smart agricultural and forestry practices that are critical to combating the climate crisis. If we had addressed the climate crisis, help farmers, and strengthen our economy, we cannot be hamstrung by funding limitations that deny that climate change is real. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has the only time left. The gentlewoman has yielded back.
I yield back the
Okay.
balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois will be postponed.
Thank you. This is what I start. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 102, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 102, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support my amendment. My amendment 102 would reduce the Agriculture, Rural Development, and Food and Drug Administration related agencies Appropriation Act by $717 million in order to get the total spending of all bills back to the fiscal 2022 levels. In fiscal year 2022, the agriculture FDA appropriations were about $24 billion. I believe that the agencies and programs included in this bill were able to operate effectively enough at those levels. In order to get the spending under control, federal agencies must begin operating at the same levels or at very least receive only modest increases, which this would include. On April 26, 2023, House Republicans passed the Limit, Save, and Grow Act to reduce spending and take the first step forward to financial stability and recovery for our country. However, Speaker McCarthy deserted this plan and instead turned to the Democrats to pass a debt ceiling bill eliminating the work done and passed under the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. The American people are sick and tired of the D.C. cartel. It's running our tab up for the American people while our constituents are struggling to make ends meet. From 1981 until 2008, Congress added $10 trillion to the national debt. In the past 4 years, we have added as much as they did during that 27-year period. This is not sustainable, and we need to find an off-ramp. Limiting spending will help our farmers in the long run, as they are currently struggling with high input costs as a result of Joe Biden's reckless spending, which has led to historically high inflation rates. We can no longer continue to fund the Democrats and the Biden administration's radical agenda. It's an insult to the American people, the exorbitant spending spree that has been spread by the previous Speaker of the House. With that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I claim
For
time
what?
in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment would attempt to cut overall funding in the bill by an additional $717 million. Not only that, but it would do so without specifying where the cuts would come from. This would effectively turn the decision for where the cuts would come from over to the executive branch, to the administration that the other side is so critical of, robbing Congress of its constitutionally mandated power of the purse, a violation of separation of powers. This is something that we should not include in any appropriations bill. The bill already guts funding for USDA, and any further cuts would just make a bad bill worse. We should kill this amendment. We should enact a reasonable, responsible appropriations bill so that we can take care of the needs of the American people and we can make sure that the Department of Agriculture is adequately funded to serve the needs of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a proposed $1.3 billion increase in this appropriation. With this reduction, there would still be a $600 million increase in the appropriation. That is a reasonable increase based upon the inflation rates that have been caused by all the reckless spending by the Biden administration. The farmers across the state of Montana understand that everyone has to conserve. A $600 million increase in the appropriation for the agricultural bill is certainly doing their part. That is a tremendous increase, and they are willing to take that $700 million reduction. And I do yield back. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed.
Does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Oh.
First thing you're going to look down towards Ms. Miller and say, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
That's it?
Yeah. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4368, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4368 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. today.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Later today. Excuse me.